quality of education in the borderless world through internationalization and evidence-based research, and thereby advancing our understanding of the world we live in. Thank you to our participants, invited speakers, and presenters for choosing to spend your time with us today. May I please invite everyone to stand up for a prayer and for the singing of our hymns.
Merciful and compassionate Father, we ask you to look upon us with love and compassion as we come to you as one academic community. We place you, God, at the center as we work together to fulfill Cagayan State University's vision and mission of being a globally competent institution. Enlighten our university officials to lead with purpose and integrity. Inspire a roster of faculty to hone their craft and share it with zeal. Instill in our employees the passion to serve, and fortify in our students the dedication to study hard and reach their dreams. With your divine providence, bind us so closely together so we could work harmoniously towards our goals and for the common good. Grant all these through our Lord Jesus Christ, who lives and reigns with you in the unity of the Holy Spirit, one God, forever and ever. Amen.
Sa langit mo, mahal, ay nilang ang
Thank you very much. We may now take our seats. Again, I would like to welcome everyone to the Second International Research Conference. And before we formally continue, I would also, again, I would like to invite everyone joining us online to please fill out our attendance form. The link is now in our chat box. And to give us a formal welcome to this event, joining us online is our Campus Executive Officer at our Andrews campus. We have Mr. Ramon Henry Peregrino Canapi.
Thank you very much, Sir Bradley. To the respected Philippine Labor Attaché in Washington, D.C., Mr. Saul De Vries, to our dynamic University President, Dr. Urduja G. Alvarado, to the founding President and CEO of AIDE Incorporated, Dr. Lynn A. Shocon, to our keynote speaker, who will be properly introduced later, to our Vice President for Academic Affairs, Dr. Mariden V. Cawilan, to the speakers, presenters, and participants, mabuhay. The theme for the second international conference convened by Cagayan State University and the Association of International Dynamic Educators Incorporated is indeed very relevant. We live in a VUCA world, volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous. Things change very quickly, and the world is predisposed to be uncomfortable. As an effect, resistance grows, and in the end, most are left behind. Analyzing the root cause, all these are results of unpreparedness. Education sector is not spared from this. Today, there have been plenty of talks about a borderless world. Are we prepared for this? Are we at par with our academic counterparts? The challenge is right in front of us academicians, and it is obvious that the only way to thrive is to adapt. We do not want to be left behind. We have to cope by all means. Upscaling quality education is the easiest resolution, but the harder questions are still there. Where do we stand now? Where would we want to be? How do we get there? And where do we invest our resources to get there? And a lot more. These more difficult questions may be answered through internationalization and conduct of evidence-based researches. Let this activity make an impact for the future. A future with vision, understanding, clarity, and agility. The positive VUCA, as they say. It is my prayer that this conference may be a platform for researchers and researchers to influence ideas, directions, strategies, policies, and innovations to adapt to change. With that in mind and in heart, it is my honor to welcome you all in this two-day conference. Hiraya manawari, naway matupad ang ating mga mithiin. Maraming salamat, and to God be all the glory.
Thank you very much, dear CEO, Sir Henry, for welcoming our participants and for spending your time with us this morning. As we begin this intellectual journey, let us hear from notable individuals to inspire us in achieving our objectives for this conference. Here to deliver a message for our University President, Dr. Urduja G. Alvarado, we have Dr. Julius T. Capili, the University Dean for a Graduate School.
Thank you so much, Sir Bradley. I feel very elated to be one of the individuals to witness this second CSU AIDE Incorporated International Research Conference. And for everyone's information, this was actually postponed basically because of a typhoon a month ago. And we hope that it will be a full blast face-to-face last time. Unfortunately, because of the typhoon, some of our friends from America already left the country, and we are, of course, to proceed with this activity, and this time through a blended platform. Of course, to our Vice President for Academic Affairs, I know she's so busy because of a lot of engagements left and right, plus of course being our IEC chair. We are into so much of works, trying to promote all of the faculty members who had applied for the JC, as we call in the Philippines. To our friends right there in America, Ma'am Lin Shokon, who is also an alumnus of Cagayan City University. Dr. Lin Shokon happened to be one of our graduates in the first batch of our offshore students, and she is the founding president and CEO of AIDE Incorporated. In fact, it was AIDE after their group has graduated who actually volunteered to help us deliver quality instruction in the United States and across borders of the Philippines through, of course, the organization. And of course, the partnership is just facilitative, so to speak. And of course, there are individuals they are trying to bring in order for us to smoothen, to hasten, as well as to improve the quality of our program. First would be Mr. Sol De Vries, the labor attaché of the Philippine Embassy in Washington, D.C., and a whole lot more of those who will be presenting their papers. Dr. Guaring Rani, also from the Department of Economics in India, and who's now, I think, based in Singapore, is also with us today. So I would like to also greet our friends who are joining us online, our students in the graduate school. And so with that, of those who are here with us, the professors of the graduate school are with us face-to-face, and they will be presenting papers later on. Internationalization had been one of the priorities of our president ever since, and of course, that would also be partnered with her relentless quest to improve the quality of instruction, research, extension, and production in the university. And from the very day, she sat as our president, and this is her second term. By next year, she's exiting as our president. We saw laudable of achievements in as much as these 5 areas are concerned. We're just so glad that she is in support of this partnership, marrying together instruction, research, and that of internationalization. We can't help also but appreciate the works of our faculty members and that of our students along research. In fact, most of those that will be presenting today are actually faculty members and students of Cagayan City University. However, we have also invited other stakeholders to present their work in as much as we would like that individuals who are joining this activity will appreciate what we refer to as the multicultural and multi-dynamism and multi-collaborations. And of course, the sets of researches were scrutinized and chosen by individuals who I commissioned as the core team in order that it becomes multidisciplinary. Yes, research had been our way in order to better the instruction in the university. In fact, critical thinking, as our vice president would always say, is very important, more so for our graduate students to develop as skills. And meantime, we are having this number of research presenters, and I would like to inform everyone that of course it will be 2 days because it's evening, so we have to greet our friends in America. Good evening. It's actually 12 hours time difference, so to speak. So if it is actually 7:45 a.m. in the Philippines, it must be 7:45 p.m. right there in America. So we had it in 2 days basically because we are ending 12 midnight in America for our students who are joining us from our offshore students. And of course, I'd like to also reiterate that we will continuously support our president and of course the vision mission of our university in improving instruction, having to consider the IREP framework, research extension, production, which are to be sued out and married with instruction, and of course giving also internationalization flourish as a strategy. And of course I'd like to also congratulate the graduate school and AIDE for coming up with a very good venture. In fact, some of our students were accommodated to publish their work in the AIDE journal. In fact, they have had released their 6th volume. But of course, for Cagayan State University, we have also been accepting our students' work in 2 of the CSU journals, which had been out by the university director for research and that of knowledge technology management, of course under the office of the vice president for research and development and extension. So I hope that all of you will definitely be inspired, not only because your teachers, I'm addressing the students, show a relentless passion in the conduct of researches. You learn from us, as we always say, trust the process. This is exactly how we have had been groomed. We just have had given our chance to sit down and listen to the very good works of our teachers, and from there we got inspired, and it pushed us to write our own researches. Now we are researchers of track record like them, and of course we now enjoy being cited for our publications, but apparently it's basically because we have had been greatly influenced by our teachers. So let the theme for today become infectious. So we go borderless, infecting each other, loving the gift of wisdom and loving the gift of research and internationalization. To everyone, in particular to our offshore students, have a great day ahead, and let's continue to support each other. God bless, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kanapi, our ever hardworking University Dean of the Graduate School. He does not seem to ever get tired, right? He's always on the go. Thank you very much, sir, for giving a message for our university president. And of course, for initiating this activity with AIDE Incorporated. All right, our next message will be coming from the Labor Attaché of the Philippine Embassy in Washington, D.C. Please join me in witnessing this recorded message from Mr. Saul De Vries. We are very sorry for this little technical glitch, all right? We will be playing the message of Mr. De Vries in a short while. In the meantime, please join me in welcoming the founding president and CEO of AIDE Incorporated, Dr. Lin A. Siocon.
To our distinguished educators and fellow researchers, to the higher ranking officials of Cagayan State University, Dr. Mardin V. Kawilan, VP for Academic Affairs, CEO Dr. Teresa Dimalanta, CEO Dr. Rudel Aligado, CEO Mr. Ramon Henry Canapi, to our president, Dr. Orduha, to the university dean, Dr. Julius Capili, Dr. Alvarado, who keeps on going back and forth, and to all the faculty and staff who are now joining with this conference, who are now in person in Cagayan State University, to the Association of International Dynamic Educators Incorporated, global officers who are here, to all the satellite officers, members around the globe who are here, To the CSU offshore students who are attending right now, good morning and good evening, America. Quote, bring the future today through research. Through Boardless World, I am emphasizing the crucial role that research plays in shaping the educational landscape of tomorrow. Education is the cornerstone of progress and development in any society. As educators, we have the immense responsibility of nurturing the minds of future generations and preparing them for the rapidly changing world. To fulfill this responsibility, we must constantly strive to bring the future into our classrooms today. And how do we achieve this? Through research. Research is the driving force behind innovation and progress. It opens doors to new ideas, methodologies, and approaches that can revolutionize teaching and learning. By engaging in research, we have the opportunity to bridge the gap between theory and practice, translating evidence-based insights into tangible actions that possibly impact students' outcomes. As educators, we must embrace the mindset of curiosity and intellectual exploration. We must continually question existing practices and seek new knowledge to enhance our responsibility. Our responsibility are endless. Our artificial intelligence, our virtual reality to personalized learning platforms, and adaptive assessment tools. By actively engaging in research, we can harness the potential of these advancements to create immersive and engaging learning experiences that prepare our students for challenges and opportunities in the future. Moreover, research equips us to analyze educational policies and advocate for evidence-based decision-making critically. As educators, we have a unique perspective and first-hand experience of the realities within our classrooms. By conducting research, we can contribute to the body of knowledge that informs educational policies and ensures that they are grounded in research-based practices. Through our collaboration, collective efforts, we can influence local, national, and even global educational systems, driving positive change for students and educators alike. However, embracing research as an educator is not without its challenges. Time constraints, limited resources, and the complexity of the research process can often be daunting. But let us remember that the value of research far outweighs these obstacles. Through collaboration, professional development, and support networks, we can overcome these challenges together, reinforcing the importance of research within the educational community. To bring the future into our classrooms today, we must be willing to be both consumers and producers of research. Let us actively seek out the latest research findings, engage in the professional discussions, and continuously reflect on our practices. Let us also be proactive in sharing our research, contributing to the collective knowledge base, and inspiring fellow educators with our insights and innovations. In conclusion, as educators, we can shape the future by bringing it into our classroom today through research. By embracing research, we empower ourselves with the tools to create transformative learning experiences, advocate for evidence-based policies, and prepare our students to thrive in an ever evolving world. Let us commit to the pursuit of the knowledge and exploration of ideas and the unending pursuit of excellence through research. Together, let us bring the future today. Thank you very much and mabuhay.
Wow. Thank you very much, Dr. Lin A. Siokon. A very beautiful message. Research development has always been a priority, one of the priorities of Cagayan State University, and we thank you very much for being an active partner of the university in strengthening this thrust. Thank you very much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming for another message our Vice President for Academic Affairs, Dr. Mariden Ventura Cawilan.
Good morning, Philippines. Good evening, America. I think much has been said to set the tone for this very significant activity. Mine probably would just be to congratulate everyone for being together for this significant activity. But nevertheless, we thank God for this virtual interaction. Some of whom are with us now at the conference room of the university here at Andrews campus. Others I know are connected elsewhere in the world, particularly here in the Philippines and in the United States of America. I'd like to congratulate and thank everyone. Of course, Dr. Julius Capilli, our prime mover for this activity, the University Dean of the Graduate School of Cagayan State University. Of course, our founding president, the CEO of the Association of International Dynamic Educators, Dr. Lin Siokon, a very good friend, our former alumni, the graduate school, still helping us really with the realization of our international graduate education. We thank, of course, our labor attaché, the Philippine Embassy, Washington, D.C., Mr. Sol De Vries. Thank you, sir. For the information, by the way, of Dr. Lin here, Dr. Teresa Di Malanta is now our VP for Partnership and Resource Mobilization. Also an information to all our graduate school students. So that we now have Mr. Ramon Henry Peregrino Canapi as the Campus Executive Officer of this campus. Our keynote speaker, Dr. Guarang Rami, thank you for acceding to our request to be the keynote speaker in this very important activity, sir. Our plenary speakers, I noticed the participation of Dr. Crowley tomorrow. Well, tomorrow night in the US, Dr. Lambon is also one of the speakers. Of course, our participants, the members of AIDE who are in the US or who may also be in the Philippines, our graduate school students, professors, Of course, our presenters, whom I'd like to congratulate this early. We are bringing to you the cream of the crop of among our researchers, faculty, professor researchers of Cagayan State University. This is now the second CSU AIDE International Research Conference. We are looking forward to a very fruitful activity today or tonight. No? And the theme is aptly put as upscaling the quality of education in the borderless world through internationalization and evidence-based research. Yeah, indeed, Cagayan State University is offering graduate education programs that benefit various types of learners that require not only upscaling, but also reskilling, upskilling, and cross-skilling also. And Cagayan State University continues to offer graduate programs in collaboration with all of our partners around the globe. And Cagayan State University is responding to demands or requirements of internationalization. And internationalization is a big word now in education, in all levels for that matter. We're just so thankful with the support, the competence, and the cooperation of everyone in our graduate school. We are trying to meet such requirement in advanced education. We hope to be able also to field our professors in some recognized universities outside the world or within the world. And also, we're looking forward to fielding some of our students in the graduate school and in the undergraduate programs so that we shall have faculty exchange and at the same time student mobility. In the recent past, all of us, particularly or especially in the Philippines, research was our weakest point, but not anymore this time when our professors and our students are now fully, I'd like to think, fully equipped with the technical know-how in coming up with research outputs. So with that, again, congratulations to our graduate school, Cagayan State University and AIDE Incorporated. To all our professors, congratulations. Our research partners also, student presenters, congratulations and have a fruitful interaction. To God be the glory. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, Madam Vice President, our very supportive Vice President for Academic Affairs. Thank you for always making yourself available for us. All right, and now, ladies and gentlemen, we are now ready to witness a recorded message from the Labor Attaché of the Philippine Embassy in Washington, D.C. Here is Mr. Sol De Vries.
Dr. Lin Shokon, Founder and Executive Officer of the Association of International Dynamic Educators Incorporated, or AIDE. Dr. Urduha Alvarado, President of the Cagayan State University. Other esteemed officers of CSU and AIDE Incorporated, presenters and other participants to this research conference. Isang magandang araw po sa inyong lahat. Firstly, I would like to thank Dr. Shokon for inviting me to speak in this second CSU AIDE International Research Conference. I'm honored and humbled to be part of this assembly of academicians and researchers who are distinguished by their passion and expertise in sharing knowledge through teaching and research. I'm told to dwell on your colloquium theme, upscaling the quality of education in the borderless world through internationalization and evidence-based research. I'm not an expert in the field of education, so please bear with my thoughts on this. So how do you improve the quality of education in a borderless world? You were right to say that internationalization and evidence-based research could influence the quality of education. During the last 3 decades, we have witnessed the world becoming more porous. Globalization has become a buzzword among economists, policymakers, academicians, and technocrats. Under the era of globalization, we see the world shrinking by becoming borderless. One, on the virtual sphere, where information is shared and accessed instantaneously through the internet. And two, on the physical world, where goods and people move across international borders with relative ease due to less restrictions on trade and immigration. With easy access to information on education practices through the internet, and with increasing mobility of Filipino educators across borders, our educational system is presented with boundless opportunities to discover educational strategies that have been proven effective in countries that excel in academic pursuits. Indeed, we need to improve our educational system by allowing it to be more progressively connected to the trends in the world's learning environment. Our educational system should manifest lessons drawn by educational successes across the globe. Someone once said, in a global era, if you are standing still, you are falling behind. The Philippines has played catch up when it reformed its basic educational program to a K to 12 educational system. Until the implementation of this program, we were the only country in Asia with a 10-year pre-university program, which was perceived by many countries as not enough to recognize our university graduates as professionals. So with K to 12 program, we have taken a step toward the internationalization of our education. But there's more to learn from the world. Allow me to cite a few examples based on the report of the 2019 International Summit on the Future of Teaching and Learning. In Shanghai, for instance, teachers spend less time in classrooms as they devote more time working with individual students. Every teacher is part of a teaching and research group of teachers that share lesson preparation, collectively examine student progress, and diagnose student learning needs. Meanwhile, in Finland, a country recognized for having one of the best and most equal education systems in the world, schools have relatively low formal instructional time. Unlike in other countries, Finnish children commence formal education only when they reach the age of 7. They're not subjected to homework or examinations until their teenage years. Their educational goal is clear, and that is to increase students' joy and motivation in learning. The small country Singapore has made big changes to educational system where the curriculum, pedagogy, and assessment firmly underscore the objective of meeting the competencies needed in the 21st century. Their educational system also gives more emphasis on character and citizenship education, socio-emotional skills, and technical digital skills. But among the world's educational systems, it is perhaps the educational system of the United States that can be said to be the most internationalized. Families from many parts of the globe would like their children to become US educated. The reason for this is provided by the American Academy. It said, and I quote, "The US education system is informed by cutting-edge research which helps develop students into critical thinkers with well-rounded social emotional skills. It puts emphasis on practical, authentic learning that incorporates real-life lessons and activities, as well as essential lifelong skills such as leadership, collaboration, critical thinking, public speaking, data analysis, and problem solving. Its academic program is balanced by arts, music, and sports instruction to develop students into well-rounded individuals. Unquote. I could cite more examples, but in the interest of brevity, I would stop the enumeration. Suffice it to me to say that the examples I mentioned are just a few references for introducing important changes in our educational system. Of course, we know that some practices in other countries may not work in our system. But what is important is for us to know that there is a reservoir of information about the educational systems around the world. They are out there and accessible online. The search engine is a powerful tool that can be used freely by our policymakers and educators to find useful references for enhancing the quality of our education and making it more internationalized. We can also enrich our educational system by harnessing the skills and knowledge acquired by Filipino teachers who taught in other countries and returned to the Philippines. Certainly, these teachers are rich sources of information for teaching methods and processes that have been proven effective in facilitating the flow of knowledge and skills to students in foreign countries. I must emphasize, however, that any intervention to improve the quality of education should be backed with proof of effectiveness. This brings me to the second point of our discussion, and that is improving education through evidence-based research. Perhaps it's good to reflect on the question, what's research worth? Well, it leads us to act. What some people feel as a boring, mind-numbing task is actually the foundation of our advancement. Our journey to transform our society into a better one begins with research. The information and knowledge generated through research could create good products, better services, sound strategies, excellent approaches. Research paves the way for a future that is better than the present. And that is what research is worth to us. In the area of education, evidence-based research is a precursor to innovative teaching strategies, to more effective curriculum, to better school performance of students, and ultimately to an improved quality of education. According to the Glossary of Education Reform, and I quote, historically, educators had to rely largely on personal experience, professional judgment, past practices, established conventions, and other subjective factors to make decisions about how and what to teach, and all of which could potentially be inaccurate, misguided, biased, or even detrimental to students. Unquote. Evidence-based research, therefore, presents an opportunity to address the weaknesses of our educational system. This is because the outcome of evidence-based research is based on analysis of scientific data. It gives facts rather than conjectures. It provides data rather than anecdotes. Educators and policymakers will have stronger footing when recommending educational reforms if the recommendations are founded on evidence of effectiveness. This was emphasized by a learning group named Voyager Socrates Learning, or VSL, when it wrote, and I quote, schools must prioritize evidence-based curriculum in their classrooms, starting from the beginning in kindergarten. The curriculum is a core part of the what of education, and therefore it must be founded on data and evidence rather than just opinion and experience, unquote. So indeed, the role of evidence-based research in education is very significant. As pointed out by VSL, evidence-based practice leads to continuing improvement for both the teacher and student as new research and data emerge. the outcome is, of course, a progressive quality of education. I believe that this second CSU AIDE International Research Conference is an opportunity to unearth new sets of learning ideas. I hope that the featured researchers in this conference will provide tangible indications of what the Philippine education sector should be pursuing in terms of educational policy and program reforms. I also encourage you to come up with an education research agenda, as we need more in-depth policy-oriented evidence-based studies that will make our education system more internationalized and ready to maneuver through the 21st century. I hope that you will explore new research horizons that will bring about more innovations in our education sector. I hope that the featured papers in this conference and your past conference will form part of the knowledge base that can be tapped for developing innovative educational strategies. I trust that the researchers to be presented in this conference will be thoroughly debated and discussed for better appreciation and understanding of our various topics. Finally, I expect that what you have discovered from your researches will bring about definitive reforms to improve our educational system. So let me end by congratulating the CSU, AIDE, the authors and presenters of the research papers featured in this conference. I am hopeful that the sharing of research findings and recommendations and exchange of ideas in this conference would help create new policy climates and programs for our education sector. Thank you very much.
Wow. Wow. We appreciate the support from our Philippine Embassy in Washington, D.C. We can imagine how busy you must be, Mr. Sol de Vries, but we are still able to hear your powerful message. And with that, would also like to acknowledge the Assistant Labor Attaché of our Philippine Embassy in Washington, D.C. We have Mr. Joji Borromeo. Thank you very much, sir, for joining us today. Thank you. All right, moving on. We are now ready to meet our keynote speaker. But before I reveal his name, I would like to give a brief information about our keynote speaker today. He is serving as a professor and head of the Department of Economics at Veer Narmad South Gujarat University, Surat in Gujarat, India. He has served as adjunct professor in online mode at School of Graduate Studies at Mindanao State University, General Santos City, during September 2021 to August 2022, and as a visiting professor at Cebu Normal University and Batumi Navigation Teaching University Limited in Batumi, Georgia. He has about 20 years of teaching and research experience, and he holds a doctorate degree in economics, master's in economics with specialization in econometrics, and master's in sociology with specialization in industrial sociology. And he has done postgraduate diploma in research methodology. He has completed certificate courses in advanced statistical package for social science. Our keynote speaker today was awarded with entire university gold medal for securing highest percentage at postgraduate level in economics. He has published 17 books, 4 working papers, 1 monograph, 9 chapters in an edited book, and around 50 research papers in national and international referee journals. Recently, he has edited 1 book. He has served his expertise in about 12 research projects funded by different government and non-governmental organizations and agencies like the United Nations Development Program India, and a number of PhD and master scholars have received their research degrees in his guidance. He is now serving as editor-in-chief, associate editor, and a member of editorial board and reviewer in many national and international referee journals. His areas of interests are quantitative methods, econometrics, economics of development and growth, data analysis, and research methodology. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming our keynote speaker today, Dr. Gaurang D. Rami.
Very good morning to one and all. At the outset, let me express my sincere and profound thanks to Cagayan State University Graduate School, Philippines, and Association of International Dynamic Educators, Maryland, USA, for providing me this wonderful opportunity to be part of second CSU AIDE INC International Research Conference on upscaling the quality of education in the borderless world through internationalization and evidence-based research. I extend my sincere and profound thanks for providing me this opportunity and to deliver a keynote address on embracing borderless boundaries to educate the world, focused on evidence-based research. Before actually I make my presentation, let me acknowledge Dr. Lin Siokon from AIDE Maryland, USA, Dr. Julius T. Capilli, and Dr. Angelito Alvarado from Cagayan State University for providing me this opportunity to be part of this international conference. I'm going to deliver my lecture on borderless boundary to educate the world in the first phase of my presentation. And in the second phase, I'm going to discuss briefly on evidence-based research in the present time period. All of us know borderless boundary refers to the removal of traditional geographical, cultural, and linguistic barriers in education. It involves leveraging technology and innovative approaches to connect learners and educators globally. It has a major key concept. There were global connectivity through the internet and digital platforms, a diverse perspective. So borderless education exposes students to a variety of viewpoints, cultures, and experiences. It provides collaborative learning, which is the most important part in borderless boundary to educate the world. So students and educators collaborate on project, research, and discussion, regardless of physical location. And it provides flexible learning. So learning becomes accessible anytime, anywhere, and it accommodating different schedules and the preferences. I think the major impact which borderless boundaryless learning experience that we have. So learners gains exposure to different teaching methods, cultures, and the idea across the globe. It provides cross-cultural understanding, so interaction with peers from diverse backgrounds. It fosters tolerance and global awareness. It provides access to experts because across the globe, we have an enormous amount of experts. And through these borderless boundaries, we have an access of experts. So students can access experts, educators, and resources from around the world. And it has an innovation in teaching. So educator adapt and refine their methods based on the global best practices. The major key elements of the borderless boundaries to educate the world, they were global learning networks. So the concept, revolves around creating networks to educators, learners, and the institutions across the globe. And these networks facilitate the exchange of knowledge, ideas, and best practices, enriching educational experience for everyone involved. There is a possibility of the virtual classroom because there is no physical presence is there, either of the academic institutions or, any kind of physical things are required for that. So we have a virtual classroom. So borderless education leverages digital platforms to create virtual classroom where students and educators from different parts of the world can connect in real time. There is a cultural exchange, which is one of the most important part of this kind of education. It involves collaborative projects. So collaborative projects that span contains are a hallmark of borderless education. Students collaborate on assignment, research, and creative endeavors, tapping into the collective wisdom of the global community. There is access to resources. So this initiative aims to bring resource gap by providing access to educational material, digital libraries, and expert lectures, from around the world. It seeks to ensure that every learner, regardless of their location, can access high quality educational resources. One of the most important element is multilingual learning. So when experts and students are across the globe and there are no boundaries for the learning, this ultimately helps learning in multilingual languages. So language barriers are addressed through multilingual learning platform and translation tools. And this enables students to learn in their native language while still engaging with a global audience. And there is an inclusive education also. So by removing geographical barriers, borderless education promotes inclusivity, which is one of the most important element of this kind of education. Individuals who might have faced limitation due to physical distances or local infrastructure can now participate in the educational processes also. Some of the very popular example of the borderless boundaries to educate the world, and they were the massive open online courses, which are popularly known as the MOOCs platform. So platform like Coursera and edX, it offers the courses from universities worldwide. It is a virtual exchange program. So this helps to reduce money. This helps to reduce energy and time. And we have a virtual exchange program where students collaborate on projects and discussion with peers from the different countries. Not only that, it is a global learning networks also. So educators cannot, connect to share resources, lesson plans, and teaching strategies. What are the distinct benefits of the borderless boundaries to educate the world? The most important is it provides the diverse perspective. And later on, I'm going to discuss two important examples of two different broad perspective. So students gain exposure to a wide range of perspective and viewpoints, which enriching their understanding of various subjects. Another benefit from this is to global networking, because educators and learners can from connection that extend beyond borders, creating opportunities from collaborations and career growth. It is a cultural enrichment also. So cultural exchange enhances cultural intelligence and promotes more inclusive worldwide, and it provides a lot of innovations also. So the blending of ideas from different regions fosters innovations and creative problem solving approach. Despite being a huge amount of benefit, it has a certain challenges also. Like one of the most important challenge which different countries in the world they are facing, they are largely on digital divide. So we all are witness that there is an unequal access to technology, and the internet creates disparities in participation. So the countries which are much developed, or the countries which are developed, when we compare it with the least developed countries or the underdeveloped countries, the accessibility and availability of the technology and internet creates the digital divide in this perspective. It has a cultural sensitivity also. So differences in the cultural norms and the values requires very careful consideration when we talked about, boundaryless education or borderless education. There is an issue of quality control also. So ensuring consistent equality across diverse educational resources can be one of the challenge also. As there is an issue of digital divide, there is an issue of technological disparities also. So access to technology and reliable internet varies globally. Not only the affordability and the issues of the speed, but then the issue of the digital divide and technological disparities as discussed is, these posing a challenge to equitable participation also. So the country who are more advanced and affordable, they participate more in the process, and the country which are less developed and those who are less affordable, they are participating less. Along with, there is a language barrier also. So effective communication can be hindered by language differences, requiring effective translation and communication tools also. As I've already discussed that, I'm going to describe two important, perspective. One is a perspective of subject and other is a perspective of country. Let us example of division of labor theory. Say as for example, suppose if somebody is doing research and based on their research finding, they came up with a conclusion that division of labor or acquiring specialization in the production process, where if somebody can divide the entire production process into different phases, and if laborers are acquired skill in each of the phases, which we considered as a division of labor. So once when any set of labor or any country acquires specialization into some particular phases of the production, definitely their amount of skill is going to enhance, and the moment their skill is increases, their returns are also going to enhance or increases. So division of labor leads to specialization in entire production procedure, and this specialization leads to a skill enhancement. So this ultimately helps to improvement in the quality of the product and reduction in the cost of production. So as far as concern of perspective of economics, division of labor is good because on one hand it enhances the skill amongst the laborer, and on another hand it reduces the cost of production and gives us a very good quality product. Now, suppose if we look at the same division of labor theory from the perspective of the sociology, we will find that this acquiring specialization in the set of the labor, ultimately it leads to a division of society or a division of class. So from economic perspective, division of labor is good, but from sociological perspective, ultimately it leads to a class conflict or a conflict among different sections of the society. Similarly, if we talk about choice of technique, that suppose if somebody is doing research that whether the labor intensive technique is good or a capital or a technological intensive technique is good. So the country which has an excess of labor, country like India, China, even including the Philippines, where labor is relatively cheaper than the capital or technology. So suppose somebody is doing research into a into a borderless, boundaries to educate the world. And based on their conclusion, they find that labor intensive technique is far better compared to a capital intensive technique or technology intensive technique, because their major perspective is to provide employment to a larger section of the society. So they prefer more labor, or relatively more labor, compared to a more capital or more technology. Whereas if there is some country which is smaller into a size and which has an abundance of capital or very advanced into a technology, country like say Taiwan, which is very, very far ahead into a technology. So their major problem is not to provide or not to give job or absorb labor into a labor market, but they are technologically enhanced, so they use relatively more amount of technology and less amount of labor for production. So exactly when somebody is doing research, the most important is what is the perspective of their research, and when this research is based on the evidence. So I'm going to focus on evidence based research soon after the presentation of this part of perspective of subject or a perspective of country. So whenever we carried out any research and when we draw a conclusion, the most important is not to blindly follow the conclusion. We have to look upon what is the major perspective of this research, and whether this perspective fit with the prevailing situation and environment within the country or within the nation or not. So if the major objective of country is to provide employment to more people, then certainly they follow labor intensive technique rather than capital or technology oriented methods for the production. So that is very, very important in evidence based research, which is the focus of my presentation or even this conference. So very soon I'm going to discuss what is evidence-based research and some part related with it. Evidence-based research refers to a systematic process of using reliable and very verifiable information to inform decision making, policies, practices, and actions. In various fields, including healthcare, education, social sciences, and more, evidence-based research is a critical approach to ensure that choices are made based on the solid empirical data rather than the personal opinion or assumptions. So what are the key components of evidence-based research? Number one, data collection. So gathering relevant data through methods such as experiment, survey, observation, interview, and literature review. Analysis. So analyzing the collected data using appropriate statistical or qualitative techniques to draw meaningful conclusion. Evaluation is one of the most important component in evidence-based research. So assessing the quality and credibility of the data and research method to ensure they are reliable and valid. Then integration is one of the most important component. So integrating research finding with existing knowledge and literature in the field to create a comprehensive understanding. And the most important is application. So using the synthesized evidence to inform decision-making policies, guidelines, or interventions. What are the importance of evidence-based research? Very quickly, there is always an informed decision-making. So evidence-based research helps decision makers make well-informed decisions by relying on data rather than assumptions or anecdotal evidences. There is an efficiency. So it promotes efficient resources allocation by directing efforts to resources towards strategies that have been proven effective. There is quality improvement. So in the fields like healthcare and education, evidence-based practices lead to improved quality of care and learning outcomes. There is always transparency in evidence-based research. So evidence-based research is transparent and replicable, allowing others to verify result and build upon previous work. And there is always problem-solving approach. So it provides structured approach to addressing complex problems by identifying effective solutions. Now there are certain challenges of evidence-based research. Number one, access of quality data. I think this is one of the most important challenge, because obtaining reliable and comprehensive data can be challenging, especially in emerging or understudied areas. There is a possibility of bias and confounding factors, so ensuring that research methods are free from bias and that confounding variables are account for it crucial. There is applicability. So research findings may not be always be directly applicable to every context or situation, necessitating careful interpretation. I think the two examples which I gave as far as concern of perspective based on the labor, based on either the labor intensive technique or capital intensive technique, or the perspective of economics or sociology. Similarly, we have a perspective of other discipline also. So whatever believed by the theory in one discipline may not be exactly same believed by the theory in the other discipline. So whenever we carried out research which is purely evidence-based, we need to consider which subject or which perspective that we keep in mind when we perform some research which are based on the evidences. So the issue of the applicability is very, very important, and it depends on the perspective, as I mentioned. Similarly, there is a challenge of changing landscape. So rapid changing in the technology and society can sometimes make research finding outdated or less relevant. I'm going to focus very quickly, examples of evidence-based research. Like in the recent time period, we can see in the medicine, in the healthcare, there are a lot of evidence-based studies carried out on clinical trials. So rigorous studies testing new drug or the treatment against, placebo or existing treatment to determine their efficacy and safety. There is a coherent reviews or evidence-based guideline. So medical association develop guidelines for diagnosing and treating specific conditions based on the latest research findings. We all are from academics, so even in education also there are a lot of areas where a lot of evidence-based research are going on in the present time period, like educational interventions. So research on effectiveness on different teaching methods, such as flipped classroom or peer assisted learning, is purely evidence-based research. Similarly, in early childhood education, like studies evaluating the impact of early education program on cognitive and social development, or evidence-based research on education policy, which include research informing education policy decision like class sizes or standardized testing practices and so on. Even in the field of psychology, like cognitive behavioral therapy, which is popularly known as CBT, which is evidence-based, therapeutic approach for treating various mental health disorders. Psychological studies, so research investigating the impact of factors like social media uses on mental well-being or behavioral modifications. So studies on strategies to change behavior, such as smoking, smoking, or weight loss. Even in economics, also recently, a lot of studies which use randomized controlled trials. So economic experiments evaluating the impact of policies like, cash transfer program on poverty reduction, or labor market studies where research on effects of minimum wage, changes over job training program or employment rate, or similarly for in public finance, research informing tax policies or government spending decision based on the economic outcome. Similarly, there were a lot of evidence-based studies in environmental sciences on climate change research, biodiversity conversation, sustainable practices, which include evidence-based assessment of the environmental benefits of renewable energy sources and recycling program, and so on. And similarly, even in criminal justice, there were a lot of evidence-based studies going on across the globe in the present time period. So we have some studies on rehabilitation program. So studies evaluating the effectiveness of prison rehabilitation program in reducing, recidivism, or policing strategies where research on community policing and other law enforcement tactics to improve public safety, and sensitizing guideline, sentencing guidelines. So evidence-based recommendation for fair and effective sentencing practices. So these are some of the evidence-based, studies carried out by different experts across the globe in different domains or the different subject. The important part that I have already mentioned, that whenever we do evidence-based studies, we have to keep in mind the perspective. What is the main perspective of the researcher and the studies? Ultimately, that will determine the applicability of the research outcome in policy framing or policy making. So, in the conclusion, I can say that the borderless boundaries in education transcend physical limitations, fostering global collaboration and enriching learning experiences. It embracing technology and evidence-based practices is key to realizing the potential of borderless education, and the evidence-based research serve as a cornerstone for making informed, effective, and impactful decisions across various fields. By grounding choices in solid empirical data, this approach contributes to the advancement of knowledge, the improvement of practices, and the betterment of societies as a whole. So thank you very much for providing me this opportunity and for patient hearing. You can send your feedback, constructive criticism, and comments on the email address you can see on the screen. Thank you very much.
Wow. Thank you very much, Dr. Remy. Truly, you have presented such great points and references on the challenges and importance of embracing borderless boundaries to educate the world, focusing on evidence-based research. We truly appreciate your knowledge, the knowledge that you have shared with us today. Thank you very much. And as Dr. Remy presented in his last slides, for any I think further questions or clarifications, you can always reach him through grami@vnsgu.ac.in. Thank you very much. And now we're ready for our first plenary speaker. Allow me to introduce. All right, we have a request from our technical team. May we please invite everyone joining us online to please turn on your cameras so we can take photos before we continue with our program. Yes. Again, may I request those joining us online to please turn on your cameras. All right. All right, everyone. And right in 3. Right, we're ready for our first shot. In 3, 2, 1. Perfect. One more time, please. In 3, 2, 1. Good. Right? Yes. May we please request those joining us online to keep your your cameras on. Our technical team is still taking some more photos of you. We actually have an extended subscription on Zoom. So may we also ask or request our participants online, if you can invite other friends to join us. You can always share the link to our Zoom. Yeah, the more the merrier, right? Thank you very much. And also, I would like to acknowledge, of course, the participants and presenters and officials who are joining us here at CSU at Cagayan State University Conference Hall. We have Dr. Conchita Temporal, Dr. Celia Flor Ferrer, Dr. Julius Capili, Dr. Brian Nozaleda, Dr. Shella de la Cruz, Dr. Joanna Rose Pagaduan, Dr. Eunice Resume Guillermo, Dr. Harold Pedralves, Dr. Irene Ferrer, Dr. Elijah Casa Francisco, Dr. Emmanuel Lambon, Dr. Harvey Pagalilawan, Dr. Angelito Alvarado, Sir Promil Vistayan, and Miss Mary Irish, Dr. Mary Louise Orteza. Thank you so much for joining me here in the conference room today. Otherwise, I will be alone here talking. All right, thank you very much. Now, allow me to present to you our first plenary speaker. Dr. Emmanuel Yenube Lambon is from Ghana and a licensed physician in the Republic of the Philippines. He's currently a resident physician at Wesleyan University Philippines Hospital in Cabanatuan City. He's also a member of the faculty workforce of the Graduate School of Cagayan State University Andrews campus. Dr. Lambon received his Bachelor of Science degree in Community Nutrition at the University for Development Studies in Tamale, Ghana, after working on the research entitled Assessment of Health-Related Activities on the Nutritional and Health Status of Children ages 6 to 59 months in East Gonja District. He obtained both his Doctor of Medicine degree and Master in Public Health at the Cagayan State University, Tuguegarao City, Philippines. His thesis focused on malnutrition, entitled Effectiveness of the Implementation of the Nutrition Program in Select Barangays of Solana, Cagayan, Basis for an Enhanced Local Government, a local government-based nutrition program. His love for research, especially in public health, mostly in the area of nutrition, can be seen in his readiness to always offer assistance to medical students and undergraduate students with their research work, as well as taking part as a panel member in a number of thesis defense at the graduate school. Ladies and gentlemen, our first plenary speaker, Dr. Emmanuel Yenube Lambon.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. I don't know, some people are joining us from other parts of the world, so whichever time it is, greetings to you all. Thank you so much for the opportunity given me to make the first presentation. I think I just have 20 minutes to make a very quick presentation on mental health of teachers and that of their nutritional well-being post-pandemic. So I'll be quick about it. Yes, yes. Yes, yes. Yes. All right. Thank you so much, technical team. So the first topic for this conference is on importance of mental health, wellness, and nutritional status of teachers post-pandemic. Teachers because we are all teachers here. So we are going to look at what mental health is and its importance when it comes to teaching in our various fields of specialization. Then we'll also look at the nutritional well-being of teachers when it comes to the impact or the influence it has in terms of delivering quality services to our students. So health, as defined by World Health Organization, is a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being, and not merely the absence of disease or infirmity. This is a well-known definition of health that we know about from our World Health Organization. So when someone is not physically sick, does not mean that the person is in a good state of health. You can be mentally sick and not physically sick. And sometimes you can be socially, your social environment can have a negative impact on you, which will affect your performance in terms of your output. That, in that case, we cannot say you are totally at good health. So for one to be at a very good health, you have to be able to have a complete physical, mental, social well-being, and not only the absence of what diseases or infirmity. So not having diseases or infirmity does not mean you are okay. So an important implication of this definition is that mental health is more than just the absence of mental disorders or disabilities. You don't need to be at the street. Roaming aimlessly, like what we see, those who are mentally challenged. But there are some people who are really struggling with depression. It's very common, especially during the pandemic. A lot of people were depressed because they lost their jobs and how to provide for their families. Some were even scared after getting COVID, how will I be able to pay for the expenses? So all those things contribute to mental well-being. So mental health is really an integral and essential component of health. So when we look at mental health, what do you have to say about that? Mental health is a state of well-being in which an individual realizes his or her own abilities, can cope with the normal stresses of life, can work productively, and is able to make a contribution to his or her community. So this is a challenge for us seated here and watching all over the world. Can you put yourself into this situation? Are you in a state whereby you can be able to manage your stress stress at work, stress at home? Are you in a situation whereby you can be able to contribute productively to your community? Because we are supposed to be each other's keeper, as we always say. So what do you do to contribute towards the community development? For instance, what we are doing here in the Philippines, in the school here, we are contributing to the development of Andrew's Caritan and Tugigaro, and of course the whole of Cagayan, because most of our students are coming from Cagayan. So, and then mental health is fundamental to our collective and individual ability as humans to think, emote, interact with each other, earn a living, and enjoy life. On this basis, the promotion, protection, and restoration of mental health can be regarded as a vital concern of individuals, communities, and societies throughout the world. So if you are okay, what about your neighbor? What about your co-teacher? What about your family members? So it is something we have to all look at to help contribute so that we will not be okay, but those who are closer to us or those we interact with will also be mentally okay. So teachers, mental health, and the COVID-19 pandemic. We all know somewhere 2020 March in the Philippines, COVID-19 was declared a pandemic. Well, it was declared a pandemic worldwide. It's a worldwide concern, but in the Philippines, the first case was recorded somewhere March 2020. And since then, activities, teaching, mode of delivery, and so many activities of people were interrupted. So, although teaching is commonly recognized as a stressful occupation, the COVID-19 pandemic exacerbated the challenges. Because even in the normal sense, it's not easy teaching. It's not easy getting the students to really understand, or sometimes you go through something and then the students, no matter the number of times you've gone through, some of them still do not get it. Not to talk of COVID-19 coming to implicate the whole process whereby there was no face-to-face interaction. You had to deliver everything through the Zoom, and some people had poor internet connection. And the flow in terms of teaching was really interrupted. So it was really a challenge. So teachers reporting to work and adapting their methods to provide the best education they could via remote, hybrid, and in-person learning. Professionals who committed to their careers to building close and supportive relationships with students were required to keep their distance behind screens and masks. And it's still happening. It's just now that we are trying to make most of our delivery on site. So while doing all they could keep their students safe and healthy. So the reason is just to make sure that you don't keep on spreading COVID-19. Teachers were committed to engaging and challenging students' minds, but now had to compete for that attention with concerns about their internet availability, social unrest, food insecurity, and fears for their loved ones' safety. So long before the COVID-19 pandemic, teachers were experiencing high rates of poor mental health. So even before COVID-19, people were having mental challenges. There are always some students who stress you up. Yeah. And then COVID-19 came to compound the whole thing, and we had to cope with all that. Yeah. Next slide. So this was a research done in the US, 2014 Gallup poll, and 2017 report from the American Federation of Teachers indicated teachers' poor mental health has been increasing in prevalence. This increase spiked in 2020, that's during the peak of the pandemic, and the recent data suggests mental health issues have doubled among some teachers. So this was a research done in the US during the pandemic. So poor mental health results in teachers experiencing high level of burnout and leaving the field. So some people had to resign as a result of the stress. Yeah, so you can imagine getting reduced in workforce would definitely affect the quality of students we'll be producing at the end. So that means less teachers, less learning, And what happens to the workforce? I mean, when they go out to work, the productivity will not be that much. Next slide. So a recent survey indicates stress was the most common reason for leaving teaching before retirement. So almost twice as common as insufficient pay. So those who left their job as a result of insufficient pay, their salary was very small, cannot even be compared to those who had to just leave teaching because of the stress they are going through. So money is not everything, as we always say. Approximately 17% of teachers left the profession annually prior to the pandemic. And the report indicated 27% of teachers were considering leaving the field due to the pandemic, at least temporarily. As to whether they will come back, we cannot tell. So COVID-19 related contributors to teachers' poor mental health. Available data from early evaluation of teachers during the COVID crisis point to stress arising from pandemic-related challenges to their work, as well as concerns over inadequate compensation and benefits from their employers. So they were thinking, what about if I get sick right now? Who takes care of the bills at the hospital? When 2020, so many people were doing research as to how to combat or how to reduce the transmission of COVID-19. So there was a lot of expenditure incurred anytime at all you were positive at the hospital. As a teacher, your salary is not that much. If you are positive and admitted, who takes care of that? So that was a concern. So what other factors contribute to teachers' poor mental health or contributed to teachers' poor mental health during the pandemic? So this is one, decreased student engagement and teacher sense of success. Because there is decreased student engagement, especially face-to-face, it's difficult to gauge your teaching, to be able to deliver very well. Because sometimes you use free subscription of the Zoom, and after 40 minutes, it goes off. You have to, restart the whole thing. I know when the interruption, when there's no free flow of communication, it distorts the ability of the students to grasp the whole concept, and it looks boring delivering your lessons. So it actually, that one of the impact is a decreased student engagement. Another impact is increased workload and decreased engagement. So now increased workload, and then the students are not engaged that much. You, the teacher, you have a lot of work to do because you have to prepare the PowerPoint. You have to make sure that you get a comfortable place for you to have the lecture. You have to make sure your internet connectivity is okay. What about if you don't have internet? Sometimes the networks, most especially in some parts of our cities here, are not, the reception is not that of high quality, so it keeps on going off. So it takes a lot of effort to be able to come back to get engaged with your students. And then there's increased concern about employer benefits and health insurance. So teachers and other workers, health care workers had to also complain, what can we do about the insurance? I think even the air flight people had to come up with an insurance for people with COVID-19. So, and last but not the least, financial stress. So in case you are admitted as a result of COVID, how do you pay for it? Next, please. So why improve mental health of teachers? Is it really necessary? Yes, it is. Mental health of teachers has a direct impact on teaching workforce as well as the students and communities we serve. And teachers who are well are more effective as instructors, behavior managers, mentors, and role models. You can't give what you don't have. You give what you have. So if you are not mentally okay, how do you help a student? All right, next please. So how to take care of the mental health of teachers? So as managers here, our deans, heads of department, how do you help us so that we can be mentally okay? These are the 5 things that we need to look at. You provide health education resources. So you make sure that you educate, like what we are doing now, we are educating ourselves on mental health. You set reasonable expectations. We know we are already stressed out, so don't force teachers to do what is beyond the reasonable. Then you make time for self-care. You give teachers time to also give them the opportunity to have time for themselves and for their families, not to come to work 7 a.m. and leave here 8 p.m. Let's give them the chance to also have time for themselves and for their families. Then you create support system. In case a teacher is down with mental issues, what do you do? How do you support each other? It's very important. Then you focus on motivation. Every human being needs to be motivated, no matter who you are. If you keep on being looked down upon, all your efforts are not being appreciated, definitely to have an impact on the quality of delivery of your services. So our managers, our heads should please try to also look at motivation. Motivation does not just mean giving only money, but for just appreciating the person. Oh, thank you so much. The lecture was good. Thank you so much for always being on time, delivering your lectures to the students. You see, that one, the teacher will be motivated to do more. He or she might just smile, but it actually sinks down. Next slide. So we have looked at mental health. What about nutrition? Nutrition is actually a critical part of health and development. If you don't eat well, if you are not well nourished, it will affect your brain cells. And once your brain cells are affected, what kind of quality delivery can you give to your students? So you need to be nutritionally okay. So when it comes to nutrition, we have two types. We have overnutrition and we have what? Undernutrition. Overnutrition has to do with overweight and obesity. And the undernutrition has to do with nutrition as a whole. Malnutrition means you are either over or under. Then overnutrition has to do with obesity and then overweight. And undernutrition has to do with the various indicators of stunting, wasting, and basically stunting and wasting. Wasting is more of acute, stunting is more of chronic. So that means the person has been malnourished for a very long time. So better nutrition will actually improve infant, child, and maternal health, stronger immune system, safer pregnancy and childbirth, lower risks of non-communicable diseases. Why do we need to look at this? Because we have what we call nutrition in the life cycle. When it comes to nutrition, you have to start from the basis. If you are well nourished as an infant, especially 0 to 5 years old, it has a very good impact in terms of you being resistant to some diseases, because your immune system will be very strong at that time. That is why we actually encourage exclusive breastfeeding, not giving anything to a child in less than 6 months, and after 6 months you do complementary feeding, because nutrition of the child is very, very important. If you are not well nourished as a child, it can affect you as an adult because you carry it along. So people with adequate nutrition are more productive and can create opportunities to gradually break the cycles of poverty and hunger. So if you are not well nourished, you are sickly, what happens? You cannot be productive at work. And once you are not productive at work, less income. And once there is less income, what happens? Your family suffers. The poverty cycle continues. But if we are well nourished, well active, we are able to work very well. Of course, the little that we get, we can gradually break the cycle of poverty. So adequate provision of nutrients beginning in early stages of life is fundamental for optimal health and growth. Okay, next slide. So nutrition landscape. Nutrition is changing with the increased marketing of unhealthy processed food, urbanization, and economic growth. Most people do not even have time to eat. That is why I earlier on said that our deans and heads of departments should try as much as possible to give us time also to have to spend with our family, to take care of ourselves. If you are always working, no day off, and you spend all your time on your work, what time do you have to cook healthy food for yourself? So you keep on ordering food from all these restaurants. And of course, they are not healthy for us. If you are going to cook food for yourself, you make sure you make it well and healthy. So malnutrition, actually, I talked about this already. These are the three broad categories that we have. Yeah. So under nutrition, micronutrient-related malnutrition, overweight, obesity, and diet-related non-communicable diseases such as heart diseases, stroke, diabetes, and some cancers. So if you are not well nourished, you can have this. So if you are overnourished also, you can have stroke, you can have diabetes, you can have some cancers also. Next slide, please. So a healthy diet pattern can affect mental health and well-being through anti-inflammatory, antioxidant, neurogenesis, microbiome, and immunomodifying mechanisms, as well as through epigenetic modifications. Sorry, let me bring it down. I know not all of us are medically inclined. This has to do with the, as you go about your daily activities, you need energy. So as you eat food, the food is broken down into the energy that you need, the simplest one for you to be able to carry out your activities. And of course, there will be some distractions of cells and distraction of cells in your body as inflammatory processes taking place. So some of the food that you eat can serve as antioxidants, like that is why sometimes you take vitamin C also if you are not having enough of fruits, so that you can be able to counteract whatever distraction that is going on and whatever inflammatory response that is going on in your system, and also to boost up your immune system. Because if your immune system is not boosted up, any slight sickness, you will be down, especially viral infection. But if your immune system is well boosted up, you can withstand the little infection that comes, unless it's overwhelming. So dietary profile affects not only the brain composition, structure, and function, but also endogenous hormones, neuropeptides, neurotransmitters, and the microbiota gacta-brain axis in turn play a role in modulation of stress and inflammation and preservation of cognitive function. So what this has to do with, the more you are well nourished, the more your brain functions well. Especially when you are studying, you realize that when you are studying, you eat a lot. Why do you eat a lot? Because much of the glucose is being pumped there to the brain cells to help you be able to absorb whatever you are. Because a lot of work is going on in the brain as you are studying for an exam. So your brain cells need to be well nourished. So if you are not taking in enough or a balanced diet, your brain cells will also suffer. And once it suffers, it affects your quality of work at the end. So in addition to a healthy and balanced diet, the supplementation of micronutrients, like I mentioned earlier on vitamin C, is very important. So if for me, I take vitamin C every day because it will help reduce, once you are stressed, what you can imagine what is going on in your body. But if you now take the vitamin C, which is an antioxidant, and also, or you take multivitamins as a whole, it can help boost up your immune system and keep you refreshed. So very important, especially in this our situation that COVID-19, there's really no cure for COVID-19. We just manage it symptomatically. You need to really boost up your immune system. Yeah. Next slide. So now I'm going to look at hypertension and diabetes, because these are the two major non-communicable diseases that we have as a result of malnutrition, overnutrition especially, and then poor diet selection. So when you talk of hypertension, it's diagnosed when it is measured on 2 different days, the systolic blood pressure. Systolic means the figure on top. Usually you have 2 figures in BP, in blood pressure. The figure is the systolic pressure, and then the down one is a diastolic. So hypertension is diagnosed when you go to the doctor. The first time they check your BP is high and you don't have headache, you don't have any other complications, they will not immediately diagnose if it is not extremely high. For instance, it's just 140/90. They will not. They will repeat it again the next day. So in 2 days, if they see that consistently it has been more than 140/90, they will now start you with antihypertensive medications. Yeah. Why am I bringing this? Because of our poor diet choices. And hypertension is very common, and it is a silent killer. I hope you've heard about that. It's a silent killer. Some people might, for instance, just yesterday, I actually just came from duty and then traveled to this place. I had a patient who never knew he was even hypertensive. And then all of a sudden, he just had numbness on one side of his body. So I suspected something had gone wrong, and the BP was high. And unfortunately, CT scan shows that there is a problem in the brain already. But he never had hypertension. So don't take it for granted that, oh, I'm not hypertensive, so no need to screen. No. Once in a while, when you get opportunity, you check your blood pressure, especially when you are stressed up at work and you feel dizzy, please check your blood pressure. We still need you to contribute to the workforce. All right, next slide. So in managing hypertension, what do? Lifestyle modifications. You make sure that you don't eat too much salt. We have a lot of salty food that we take, especially if you have family history of hypertension. Make sure that you don't eat too much of salt. You make sure you don't eat, this processed food too much. If you do lifestyle modifications and still you are not okay, so for the first time your BP is 140/90, the next day the 140/90, we will advise lifestyle modification for the meantime. If you start lifestyle modification and still your BP is not coming down, that's when you go to pharmacological treatment, and we have different medications for that. Then there's always a problem. Some people, when they start the pharmacological treatment, they are non-compliant to the medications. So if you are non-compliant, they can be rebound hypertension. Then you have problems at the end. That is even more serious. Yeah. So once you are on the medication, please adhere to the doctor's advice. Next slide, Bob. So these are the lifestyle modifications: salt reduction, healthy diet, healthy drinks, moderation of alcohol consumption, weight reduction, smoking cessation, regular physical activity, reduce stress, and induce mindfulness. I'll just use myself as an example. It's not just for me to portray something, but I don't smoke. Yeah, so I'm trying to score myself. I try as much as possible when I'm not on duty to cook my own food. So I measure the salt content that I put there. Healthy drinks. I try as much as possible to avoid carbonated drinks. Okay. Moderation of alcohol consumption. I don't take alcohol. But it doesn't mean don't take. We say moderation. So if you are taking, you take it. Your moderation can be, someone can take 3 bottles and say that is moderation. Please, let's be reasonable with the moderation. Yeah. Then weight reduction, yes, it's very important. Always calculate your BMI. I think Filipinos, less than 23, I think so, is a normal BMI for Filipinos. But other races is up to 25. Above 25, then you are now overweight, and then 30 above obese. We talk of weight reduction, exercise. For instance, you don't need to run, especially the elderly ones among us, our mothers and fathers here. You don't need to run. You just brisk walking. Especially if you are 50 and above, brisk walking is okay. 30 minutes every evening or 3 times a week, it's okay. You just take a long walk. Sometimes I've stayed here in Tukigaro for 11 years now. I came here since 2012. And most times, sometimes they see me walking and they ask, why are you walking, Doc? You're always walking. Sometimes some people stop to give me help. Oh, can you? And I told them, no, I'm just exercising. It's very important. It's very important. It makes you mentally alert and physically strong. So, and for we, the younger ones, people like me, you can jog if possible. If possible. But our elderly, our mothers and fathers here, just brisk walking, 30 minutes is okay. Yeah. All right, next, please. When it comes to the exercise, please, if you know you have a cardiac problem, let me add this. If you know you have a cardiac problem, don't do any heavy exercise. For instance, you do a long tennis, you have cardiac problem, and long tennis, you keep on running. I think there was a patient that had a problem during long tennis and it led to something fatal. So please make sure that you choose your exercise exercise that will suit your condition. Yeah. So when you come to diet, also we have what's called DASH. DASH is dietary approaches to stop hypertension. So once you have high blood as a result of wrong food choices, of course, that means you do not choose your food well. You have to follow what the DASH management. You choose, you make sure that you have, this is an example, low carbs, you have a lot of vegetables, you have protein. Make sure it is balanced, a balanced diet. Don't take rice, for example, you take rice in the morning, take rice in the afternoon, take rice in the evening. Some people even take rice at 9 p.m. before they sleep. Your food is not balanced. Yeah. Next, please. So this is the DASH diet. This is to just quantify the amount of this is just theoretical from the UK healthcare. It's theoretical, but you can make your own practical. Just make sure that you have your carbohydrate a little, vegetables more. You have your protein. Then if you are going to take your snacks, please make sure that you are not always taking carbonated drinks. This Coke is full of sugar, Sprite and the rest. Make sure that you take healthy, like for instance, fruit. You can prepare your own fruit juice. It's possible. You get apples, you get oranges, you blend, you mix them, add your ice, and it's good to go. Yeah. All right, next slide. So these are the foods you are supposed to avoid, see? And that is what we eat. If you don't eat this food, some people would look at you not to be rich. Oh, you don't have money, that's why you don't eat all this. It doesn't mean you should listen, but if it shouldn't be, you can eat it once in a while, but not make it a habit that every now and then, every day you must eat this. No. Because they will give you high cholesterol. And once there is high cholesterol, it can lead to high blood. Okay. Next four. So another condition is diabetes, which is also very common here. So there are so many causes of diabetes. So many causes. We only have two major types. We have the type 1 and type 2. But the majority of people are type 2. Only a few, a smaller population are type 1. And especially if you have family history of diabetes, you have to take precautionary measures because you can easily get it once it's in your family. So you have to take precautionary measures. So that's why you take food reduced in sugars. Okay. Next slide, Paul. So like I mentioned, type 1, about 5 to 10% of the population, and type 2, about 90 to 95% of the population. Then we also have gestational diabetes. You may not have it at all, but during pregnancy, you become diabetic. But most often it resolves after you deliver. But a few people, it still progresses. But the major types are more of type 1 and type 2. And it's very common. Actually, hypertension and diabetes is very common here. From the little practice I've done here, is very common. Yeah. And the reason why you need to control that is that once you have a wound, it will be difficult for it to heal when your sugar is not well controlled. And especially, I know those who have amputated legs, it can lead to that amputation. Next slide, Paul. So how do you check what we call diabetes meal planning? You count your carbs, your carbohydrate. You don't eat too much of it. Then we have what we call the plate method. Next slide, Paul. So this is it. So this is what you do. This is the plate. So you make sure that this is from Center for Disease Control. Non-starchy vegetables, more of it. Then your protein, food, and carbohydrate will take the other half of your plate. So what are some of the non-starchy vegetables? Pechay, okay. Broccoli, okay. Who can help us? Last, before we go to the next slide. Pechay, broccoli. In the Philippines. Yeah. And yes, and the one there's one bitter leaves. How do they call it? Ampalaya leaves. Yeah, they are all very important. Yeah, they are vegetables and starchy vegetables. Yeah. Yes, exactly. Malungai. Malungai is very good. Yeah, very good. Yeah. So you see, but there are, when you, for instance, you go to Anli rice. So Anli rice will take already non-starchy vegetables portion. Instead of just sharing 1/4 of it, it's going to take half of your this, because Anli rice, you might end up taking like 3 or 4 cups of rice. So you can imagine doing that for a very long time, what you are doing to your body. Next slide, Paul. So this is, and when it comes to the portion sizes, portion is how much food you choose to eat at one time, whether in a restaurant, from a package, or in your own kitchen. A portion is 100% under your control. So you decide the amount, the portion that you eat. No one forces that on you. Then serving size is the amount of food listed on a product's nutrition. For instance, there is they come out with a nutritional product and then they label it. These are the serving size. You follow this, you follow that. Yeah. So you make sure you read it, and mostly we follow this one strictly if the person is on diabetic diet. But since we are okay now, we just need to take the precautionary measures. But once you are non-diabetic, they have to strictly follow all these things to make sure that you go back to normalcy. Next slide, Paul. So how do you measure portion size? This is just a sample. One, you can use your palm like that. So this is, so number 1, 3 ounces of meat. They ask, how do I estimate 3 ounces of meat? You see where in the palm there. How do I estimate 1 ounce? Here. This is just something to illustrate so that you have an idea, a rough idea as to the portion sizes. Yeah. Next slide, Paul. So we have what we call the pinggan pinoy. I think most of us have heard about this before. This is for healthy food plate for Filipino adults. So you have your banana, you have your fish, you have your vegetables, and then of course your rice. Next slide, Paul. So the impact of nutrients on mental health and well-being. So number 1, nutrients, if you are well nourished, it will help increase your nutritional status. It will make your nutritional status good. You'll be in the normal BMI, and that will be good. You help in your mental function. Then nutritional deficits often result in impaired function. So if you are well nourished, there wouldn't be nutritional deficits. And then it will increase the number of studies. An increasing number of studies are revealing that diet and nutrition are critical, not only for physiologic and body composition, but also have significant effects on mood and mental well-being. There are some foods that affect your mood. Next. Then for adults, how do you maintain a healthy diet? Fruit, vegetables, legumes, we already mentioned, at least 400 grams of fruits and vegetables per day, less than 10% of total energy intake from free sugars. And then free sugars, you know that already. Talked about the carbonated drinks also. Free sugars are all sugars added to foods or drinks by the manufacturer, cook, or consumer. I realize that even most of the foods that we have here, they always add sugar to it. Even in maize, they cook maize and they add sugar. So you have to avoid too much of that. Next slide. In summary, to improve the mental well-being and nutritional status of teachers, the following should be taken into consideration. Set reasonable expectations, create support system, provide health education resources, make time for self-care, focus on motivation, balanced diet, exercise daily or at least 3 times a week. Next slide. Less than 30% of total energy intake from fat less than 5 grams of salt per day, and your salt should be iodized. Then energy input should always be equal to energy output. This last statement is very important. Energy input should always be equal to energy output. You don't eat too much and then you give out little in terms of, your job. For instance, you eat too much and then your job is just sitting. You sit in the aircon office on your laptop, you eat a lot of food. From the aircon office, you move to your aircon car. From the aircon car, you move straight to the house, aircon room. Little exercise. You can imagine for a long time what will be happening to your body. Because the food that you eat is supposed to, the essence of it is supposed to make sure that you are healthy and provide energy for you to work. Now, this energy, if you don't use all of it, it will be stored in your body in a form of fat. Anytime at all you need it, the fat will be what? Converted back to energy. So if you don't eat and you don't have glucose in your body, there are sources of energy. The fat, the protein that has been stored in its lowest form, it has to break down and be converted to the simplest form of energy for you to do work. Now, you are only storing and not using. What happens to your body? So that is why we have to make sure that you burn the excess through exercise. If you have sedentary type of work, sedentary in a sense that less effort is given out, make sure that the rest of the energy stored is burnt during exercise. That is why exercise is important. Thank you so much for your attention, and open for questions. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. All right, mental health and nutrition are such timely topics today. And yes, when a teacher is mentally relaxed, increased effectiveness and learning can really happen in the classroom, right? And your points on how to take care of the mental health of teachers, I'm sure will not only apply to teachers, but will apply to everyone, right? And especially on lifestyle modifications, although it made me question a lot of my lifestyle choices, but very informative. Thank you very much, sir. All right, so we are now ready to move on to our research presenters. Yes, some of our research presenters are present here in the conference hall, and some will also be presenting online. Like our first presenter, who will be presenting to us in tour guiding skills of tourist guides in Piat and Peña Blanca, a basis for policy recommendation. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Dr. Romel L. Tagumasi.
Thank you very much, sir, and good morning, everyone, especially here in the Philippines, and good evening, my fellow participants who are in America now. And thank you for allowing me to present my research or our research through this platform, because at present I am in Manila for another conference. But this is very equally important. That's why I saw to it that I have to present this. And allow me to share. So Rodney, please give me a feedback if I am being heard or if my screen can be seen. Okay. Sir Rodney, is my screen visible?
Hello, Sir Romel. Are you trying to share your screen po?
Yes, sir. Is
Sir,
it
sorry.
visible, sir?
No po, sir. We are not able to see it from here.
Okay, my PowerPoint is now opening, sir. And I hope you can see it now.
Yes, sir. We can
Okay,
actually.
thank you very much.
All right, perfect.
Okay. So as mentioned by Sir Rodney, I'll be presenting my or our research, which is actually tour guiding skills and tourist guides. Tour guiding skills of tourist guides in Piat and Peña Blanca, basis for policy recommendation. The lead researcher is my co-teacher in the College of Hospitality Management, Dr. Malen B. Kiwag, whose major is on tourism and on hospitality. And I'm the co-researcher, Dr. Romel L. Tagumasini. And yeah, the matter these tourist spots provide quality service to their clients depends on the service quality maintenance, properly trained tourist guides, and appropriate feedbacks from tourists. Tourist guides who serve as ambassadors of goodwill play a vital role and can take a significant step to the satisfaction of foreign as well as domestic tourists. We all know that there are many tourists coming in and out of Piat and Peña Blanca, the northern part of Cagayan, that is mostly visited. And the role of tour guides in the success or failure of tourism or visit of tourists depend on them. The task of licensing tourism-related establishments, accommodations, tour operators, and other personnel who are called the frontliners in the tourism industry was given to LGUs or the local government units. And what's the role of the Department of Tourism or the DOT? The DOT was left with conducting training and accreditation to these frontliners. That is why the output of this research is actually forwarded and coordinated with the DOT or with the Department of Tourism for possible funding, possible implementation. And the research paradigm that we use in conducting this research is the input process output. For the input, we have the profile of the participants, the level of tour guiding skills, and the training needs, especially of the tour guides. And it was done through analysis. And the output of this study is policy recommendations to improve tourism industry in Peña Blanca and Piat. This study sought to determine the tour guiding skills of tour guides as basis for proposing policy enhancement for tourist guiding for Region 2. Specifically, it aimed to find answers to the following questions. One, what is the profile of the local tourist guides in terms of the following? Age, highest educational attainment, sex, ethnicity, language spoken, status as tourist guide. Number two, what is the level of tour guiding skills of the participants in Region 2 or in Peña Blanca and Piat as assessed by tourists and tourist guides themselves in terms of the following? Intrapersonal skills, decorum, communication, problem solving, organizational tour. Number three, what are the training needs of the local tourist guides in the two towns or uh, destinations? Number four, is there a significant difference in the levels of tour guiding skills of the participants when grouped according to their profile variables? And what policy, recommendation, or enhancement can be proposed to enhance the tour guiding skills of the tour guides? Hence, we worked on the hypothesis there is no significant difference in the levels of tour guiding skills of the participants when grouped according to their profile variables. And for the methodology, we use descriptive survey especially and descriptive correlation because we try to test the hypothesis, especially the difference or to check whether there's a significant difference of the tour guiding skills of the participants, especially when they are grouped according to their profile variable. And we have uh, 3 respondents from Piat I'm referring to the tour guides alone, and Peña Blanca, we have 20 tour guides. The tourists present during the time of visit avail the services of tourist guides, stayed in the tourist destination for at least 24 hours, and they should be from another municipality. These are our inclusion criteria for selecting our respondents, which are the tourists. And the tool that we used in the survey is adopted from Huang Leng Nguyen of 2015. In his study, the impacts of tour guide performance on foreign tourist satisfaction and destination loyalty in Vietnam. And these are the statistical tools that we used: frequency and percentage, weighted mean, and chi-square. Now, the result of the discussion: for the profile of the tourist guides, 56.52% of the tourist guides belong to the age bracket of 11 to 20 years old. Most of them are high school graduates and high school undergraduates, with 26.09% and 34.78% respectively. 69.57 of them are male, and all of them are Itawes. However, all of them also speak Filipino. 7 are permanent tour guides, and there's 1 government and employee. For the interpersonal skills of tourist guides as assessed by themselves and the tourist, the highest mean score of 3.78 indicates that most of the participants rated themselves very high on their willingness to help tourists and very high on their being friendly, with a weighted mean of 3.71. This finding conforms to the assessment of the tourists, where both interpersonal skills were rated very high with corresponding weighted means of 3.65 and 3.68. So in general, the tourist guides rated themselves very high on the following interpersonal skills: able to meet psychological needs of tourists, understand the culture of customers they serve, and able to generate rapport among tours members. The same is true to the assessment of the tourists, where all of the above mentioned interpersonal skills were also rated very high. So there is consistency of the results. The quorum skills of tourist guides as assessed by themselves also, and the tourist also. The tourist guides rated themselves very high as being honest and reliable, and they take good care of tourist needs, with weighted means of 3.76 and 3.72 in that order. Similar result was found on the assessment of the tourist. The tour guides are honest and reliable, with a mean assessment of 3.72. Communication skills of tourist guides as assessed by themselves and the tourists. Tourist guides rated themselves very high again on being good at communication, perform well in commentary with proper voice modulation and pronunciation, and show good sense of humor with corresponding weighted means of 3.44, also 3.44, and 3.54 respectively. Generally, both the participants and the tourists rated the participants very high in their communication skills, with category means of 3.42 and 3.54 respectively, and a group mean of 3.48. On the problem-solving skills, the tourist guides were rated very high by tourists, with a category mean of 3.45, which is higher than the category mean for tour guides, which is 3.33. Overall, the group mean of 3.34 shows that both groups of participants rated the tour guides very high in their problem-solving skills. This is a reflection that tour guides were able to handle issues and problems related to tour guiding. On their organizational tour skills, the group mean of 3.65 shows that both participants of the study have the same assessment, which is also very high. This finding manifests the ability of the tourist guides to properly organize, coordinate, direct, and arrange tour destination. And the table shows a summary of the skills of the tourist guides as assessed by themselves and also by the tourists. Okay, the one being presented a while ago. And now we move to the training needs, because it is from here where we shall also consider this we also consider the design of our training, of our program intervention. They need training on foreign language, specifically along Mandarin and English. First aid training is also needed, followed by culture and history. They also need training on tour package and on tourism laws. And to show the significant difference of the level of tour guiding skills and the different when grouped according to the profile variables. We have here the table showing the specific values So as you notice, for the tour guiding skills of the tourists when they are grouped according to age, there is no significant difference because we accepted the null hypothesis. Also, in the tour guiding skills, as to their highest educational attainment, because, because all of the columns or all of the rows show accept null hypothesis. However, in the problem-solving skills of tourist guides, when they are grouped according to their highest education attainment, it says here reject null hypothesis. The problem-solving skills of tour guides differ when they are grouped according to highest educational attainment. This implies that the level of education is a factor in the problem-solving skills of tour guides. Also, the problem, okay, it's just repeated. The summary of the significant difference of the level of tourist guides when grouped according to sex is still accept a null hypothesis. And in the according to ethnicity, there's only one which shows reject the null hypothesis, which is the problem solving skills. Also in the language spoken, is still on the problem solving skills, and none in the status as a tour guide, whether permanent tour guide or freelance. And we now proceed to the conclusion. The tourist guides in Peña Blanca and Piat are skilled in spite of the fact that they have relatively low educational attainment and with little formal education on tour guiding. This scenario provides a very promising future for Cagayan because tour guiding is handled efficiently and effectively by skilled tour guides who may entice more tourists to enjoy the tourist spots in their places. Although they manifest competence in their tour guiding job, they nonetheless need further training along Mandarin and English language, first aid and culture and history. Interestingly, problem-solving skills of tour guides differ when they are grouped according to educational attainment and ethnic groups. Finally, interpersonal, decorum, communication, problem solving, and organizational skills of the tour guides differ based on their language spoken and status. Hence, the recommendations have been crafted. The Department of Tourism, in partnership with TESDA, may initiate programs for the tourists to undergo NC2 assessment. Both agencies can also provide short courses in line with tour guiding. The recommended policy for tourist guides may be adopted by Department of Tourism to guarantee the continuing professional development of tourist guides in Region 2. The upgraded professional competence of tourist guides will be a big factor in improving the tourism industry in Cagayan. The Department of Tourism may tie up with the Philippine Association of Tourist Guides, Lecturers, Incorporated to help provide the training needs of tour guides in Region 2. The Department of Tourism may strengthen their linkages by partnering with other tourism organizations who can help them enhance the qualifications and competencies of tour guides in Piat and Peña Blanca. Curriculum planners may enhance the syllabi in tourism subjects particularly in the course Principles of Tour Guiding, Policies and Trends to include the proposed policies. And similar studies may be conducted considering other variables and scope. And that's all for my presentation. Thank you very much, and God bless.
Wala pong audio.
By teacher education students in higher education institutions in the Philippines. It aims to assess the extent of stress on various indicators such as financial and interpersonal stressors and compare the stress levels based on the students' personal profiles. The study also seeks to contribute to the development of effective stress management programs and support system for teacher education students. Next slide, please. For the significance of the study is significant as it contributes to the understanding of the extent of stress experienced by teacher education students and provides valuable insights into their personal profiles. The findings of the study can be beneficial to academic institutions and policymakers in developing effective stress management programs tailored specifically for teacher education students. Additionally, the study highlights the needs for financial support and assistance for students facing the financial stressors. Next slide. The methodology used is a descriptive comparative research design, and the study collected data from teacher education students in higher education institutions, particularly here in the Cagayan State University, with over 32,000 undergraduate students, and there were 2,295 students taken as respondents enrolled across programs of the teacher education department university-wide. So the survey questionnaire used in the study was patterned after global measures of university stress, coping, and satisfactions. Next slide. So I am now presenting to you the results and discussion of the study. Next slide, please. So the first table displays the personal profiles of the teacher education students, including their sex, age, civil status, and religion. The data was collected from a sample of 2,295 students, with 76.2% of the sample being male and 23.8% being female. The majority of the students fell into the age range of 18 to 19 years old, 46%, followed by those aged 16 to 17 years old, 21.4%, and 20 to 21 years old, 23.5%. On average, the students' age was 19.5 years old, and in terms of civil status, the vast majority of students were single, while a small percentage were married or widowed. Regarding religion of the students identified as Roman Catholic, with 29.7% identified as non-Roman Catholic. These findings offer valuable insights into the personal characteristics of teacher education students. The higher representation of male students in the sample could be influenced by various factors, including cultural norms, societal expectations, and institutional policies that may impact male enrollment and retention in teacher education programs. Similarly, the concentration of students within 18 to 19 age range aligns with a typical transition from high school to higher education institution. This observation is consistent with the previous research indicating that teacher education programs attract younger students compared to other fields of study. The predominance of single students in the sample likely reflects the age group of the participants, as many of them may still need to enter into marriage or long-term relationships. Furthermore, the higher proportion of Roman Catholic students is likely attributed to the study being conducted in a predominantly Catholic country where Catholicism is significant. The insight derived from this analysis are crucial for policymakers and educators in understanding the demographic composition of a teacher education student. This information can inform the development of targeted strategies to enhance recruitment efforts and improve retention rates, ultimately fostering diversity and equity within the teaching profession. By utilizing these findings, stakeholders can better understand teacher education students' personal profile and tailor interventions and support system to address their specific needs. Next table, please. So table 2 presents the extent of stress experienced by teacher education students across various indicators. These indicators include health, academic, time, family, financial, intrapersonal, interpersonal, teacher-related, and environmental stressors, and an overall measure of stress. The data is presented in terms of the frequency and percentage of students experiencing different stress levels, the mean value for each indicator, and a descriptive value categorizing the stress level. Based on the findings, most teacher education students reported experiencing moderate stress levels across all the indicators. The highest level of stress was reported for the financial indicator, with 13.1% of students experiencing very high stress and a mean score of 3.03, indicating a moderate level of stress. These findings is consistent with the previous research highlighting the financial challenges students face in higher education, including teacher education programs. Academic stress was also moderate, with 6.7% of students experiencing very high stress and a mean score of 2.88. This suggests that teacher education students face considerable pressure related to their academic responsibilities, such as assignments, exams, and meeting program requirements. The findings align with the previous studies that have identified academic stress as a common issue among higher education students. Time-related stress has been recognized as a common challenge for students, particularly those in demanding programs like teacher education. Time-related stress was another prominent factor, with 8.5% of students reporting high stress and a mean score of 2.92, indicates that time management and balancing academic commitment with personal and social activities are significant stressors for teacher education students. Interpersonal stress was relatively low compared to other indicators, with only 2.5% of students reporting high or very high stress and a mean score of 2.38, categorizing it as low stress. However, it is essential to note that such aspects might be qualified as a coping mechanism for most students. Close family ties are social bonds and affiliations like parent-child connections, siblings, friendships, and even romantic partners, suggesting how relationships play a significant role in an individual's life. As one involved in a significant relationship, regardless of whether the family has enough money or nothing, it is an enduring association coupled with enhanced emotional and physical health as long as the family is entirely by the side. Relationships have a buffering effect on people and social support and or mental condition. The deprivation of social support by family or a circle of friends may adversely affect physical as well as emotional states. So the findings highlight moderate stress levels among teacher education students across various domains. These stressors can affect students' well-being, academic performance, and retention in teacher education programs. Institutions and educators must recognize and address these stressors by implementing support mechanisms such as counseling services, stress management program, and promoting a supportive learning environment. Next slide, please. So the last table compares the teacher education students' extent of stress based on different profile variables, including sex, age, and civil status and religion. The comparison is done by analyzing the mean score for each stressor and conducting a statistical test to determine the significance of the differences. Interpreting the p-values helps assess whether significant differences exist in stress levels among different profile groups. The statistical test results indicate no significant differences in stress levels based on profile variables for most of the stress indicators. The p-values above the designated alpha levels suggest the differences observed in the means are not statistically significant. Regarding the sex variable, there were no significant differences in stress levels for any of the stress indicators. These findings aligns with research showing similar stress experiences between male and female students. There were no significant differences in stress levels for the age variable, except for the academic and environmental indicators. The p-values for those two indicators suggest that there may be some differences in stress levels based on age. However, the differences are not strong enough to be considered statistically significant. Civil status and religion are also do not show significant differences in stress levels for any indicators. The lack of significant differences suggests that civil status and religious affiliation may not be a major factor influencing stress level among teacher education students. For the civil status, and religion. Basa ko na. Overall, the result indicates that the profile variables of sex, age, civil status, and religion do not substantially impact the extent of stress experienced by teacher education students. It is important to note that while these profile variables may not be significant predictors of stress levels in a particular sample, other factors not captured in this analysis may still influence stress experiences such as individual personality traits, social support, or program-specific factors. The lack of significant differences in stress level based on profile variables could have implications for interventions and support strategies. Instead of targeting specific group based on these profile variables, a more holistic and inclusive approach may be necessary to address stress and promote well-being among teacher education students. May we move on now to the conclusion? Next slide, please. For the conclusion, number 1, teacher education students experience stress across various indicators, with financial related stress being a significant stressor. Number 2, merit students face unique stressors related to their environment. Number 3, support programs including scholarship grants and flexible schedules are necessary to alleviate financial burdens and environmental stressors. Number 4, collaboration with teacher education department administrators and guidance and counseling offices is essential for designing and implementing effective stress-reducing interventions. Number 5, creating a supportive and conducive learning environment is crucial in addressing stressors impacting student well-being. Number 6, future research should examine the efficacy of stress management interventions and their impact on academic performance and well-being of teacher education students. Number 7, next slide, please. Further investigation should explore stressors among students in different academic programs and compare them with those identified in the study. This study provides a comprehensive understanding of the stress experiences of teacher education students and other valuable insights for educational institutions and policymakers. By recognizing and addressing the specific stressors faced by these students, appropriate interventions and support systems can be developed to promote their academic success and overall well-being. Next slide. For the recommendations, expand the sample size and diversify the geographic locations to enhance external validity of the findings. Number 2, employ mixed methods, approaches, or longitudinal design to gain a more comprehensive understanding of stress experiences among teacher education students. Number 3, investigate the efficacy of stress management interventions and their impact on academic performance and well-being of teacher education students. Number 4, explore stressors among students in different academic programs, facilitating comparisons and identifying common and unique stressors across discipline. Number 5, conduct cross-cultural studies to examine variations in stress experiences among teacher education students in different countries or cultural contexts. Number 6, conduct collaboration with educational institutions and policymakers to develop and implement comprehensive support system and stress management programs tailored to the needs of teacher education students. That's all for this study, and the succeeding slides are my references. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Celia Flor Ferrer, on your presentation on personal profiles and stressors of teacher education students, implications for stress management programs. Moving on, we'll have MOOCing and languaging, the CBI experience from Dr. Ruth M. Magudayao. Ma'am Ruth?
Pakisabi, wag maingay, El. Pakisabi sa taas.
Hello, sorry. My apology. Good morning, everyone. May I share my PowerPoint?
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning once again. My name is Ruth N. Magudayao, and I am here to present to you my paper. Can you see it?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, Dr. Magdalena, we can see it.
It's titled Mooking and Languaging, a CBI Experience. The emergence of Industrial Revolution 4.0 in the Philippines have challenged the cognitive and cognitive views of Filipinos in the academe. This created an implicit demand to higher education in addressing a dynamic transformation of how all global aspects of instruction, administration, research, extension, and production are being processed, and how this impacts education. Academic role players and stakeholders realize the need to be highly trained in the emerging technology as well as the digital citizenship, which poses the standard of appropriate, responsible technology use, values associated with using technologies. Anchored by Holliday's 1985 theory of languaging, how people exchange meaning, touching systematic functional linguistic seeing language as meaningful potential, harmonizing Swain's 2010 languaging as a source of second language learning, the theory of connectivism by Siemens in 2005 and Downs 2008, and the U-curve theory by Black and Mendenhall 1995. This quantitative study is a phenomenological and ethnographic approach on the lived experiences of the 30 massive open online course participants who finished content-based instruction sponsored by the U.S. Department of State, offered by the AE Teacher Program, and administered by FHI 360 via Canvas as the MOOC platform. Using the method of triangulation, questionnaire uploaded through surveymonkey.com, focus group discussions through meetup discourses, and individual reflections were utilized to elicit data which revealed MOOC CBI's practical, accessible, and effective means for professional development, teaching and learning, and career advancement, featuring its globally academic competitiveness. MOOC Camp, on the other hand, is a community of practice that engages MOOCers to sustain their impetus and fervor to successfully complete the course. Participation in the MOOC course is therefore recommended to address the need for global competitiveness and digitizing education to address the exigent Industrial Revolution 4.0. The Philippines is currently navigating challenges and opportunities presented by Industrial Revolution 4.0, a transformative era by technological advancements. Within the academic realm, this revolution has spurred a profound shift in the cognitive and cognitive paradigms of Filipino educators. The demands of this era have prompted a critical examination, and this has led to a significant shift in the cognitive and cognitive paradigms of Filipino educators, prompting a re-evaluation of how educators can effectively address industry needs and foster the comprehensive development of learners. Amid this transformation, higher education institutions are facing an implicit demand to reevaluate their approach to instruction, administration, research, extension, and production, and to understand these processes are impacted by the rapidly evolving technology landscapes. Consequently, educators are expected to not only adapt to these changes, but also contribute to the holistic development of learners, preparing them for an ever-changing world. In response to these challenges, a compelling strategy has emerged: the integration of massive open online courses, or MOOCs, into the professional development of educators. MOOCs have been hailed as a natural progression in language exchange and an embodiment of the connectivist theory. languaging rooted in systematic functional linguistics by Holiday, and it is considered vital for second language learning and personal reflection. The connection between languaging and online courses is established, especially through social media promotion. Content-based instruction is discussed as a significant approach in language education, combining content and language instruction. Its benefits include contextualized learning, exposure to language through engaging content, and enhancing real-life situation learning. Strategies like sheltered instruction and learning to learn are recommended. These courses provide a dynamic avenue for educators to engage with evolving technologies, thereby enhancing their digital citizenship and technical skills. According to Cano et al. 2013, Mabuan et al. 2018, the significance of MOOCs in the global education landscape is well documented. They offer a platform that transcends geographical boundaries, making high-quality education accessible and free to individuals irrespective of their location, and in addition to their potential to offer free, flexible, and quality professional development. While MOOCs have garnered international attention, opinions differ on their pedagogical value and impact on higher education. Particularly in the Philippines, educators are leveraging MOOCs to enhance their professional development, aligning with the demands of the 21st century learner. To address integrating massive open online courses or MOOCs into educators' professional development has emerged as a strategic solution. MOOCs transcend geographical boundaries, providing access to quality education and aiding educators in adopting to evolving technologies. Despite the acknowledged significance of MOOCs globally, there is a lack of research on educators' experiences with MOOCs in the content-based instruction. And so this study aims to bridge this gap by examining educators' interactions with MOOCs, focusing on their experiences in CBI. The research objectives involve understanding participants' profiles, their familiarity with CBI, reasons for enrolling in MOOCs, facilitators and barriers, and reflections before, during, and after the experience. The dynamic experience or landscape of Industry 4.0 necessitates educational transformation in the Philippines. MOOC serves as a means to align educators with demands of the digital era. However, there is a need to comprehend the educators' experiences with MOOCs within the framework of CBI. This research strives to contribute to the understanding and appreciation of CBI in the context of MOOCs aligning with the demands of Industry 4.0. Now, the methodology. This study is a mixed methods of research approach, which specifically used phenomenological and ethnographic methodology on the experiences of 30 massive open online course participants in MOOC Camp Cagayan Valley who finished content-based instruction sponsored by the U.S. Department of State, offered by AE Teacher Program, and administered by FHI 360. Prior to the conduct of this study, this was presented by the evaluation committee during the institutional in-house review, and it followed protocol channeling of communications prior to its conduct. Ethical considerations were considered, and all data gathered were treated with utmost confidentiality and in accordance with the Data Privacy Act of 2012. Using the method of triangulation, questionnaire uploaded through surveymonkey.com was forwarded to the MOOCers for the proponents to easily access their answers. Individual reflections were utilized to investigate their experiences as they endeavor pre, mid, and post-CBI experience. Their answers were coded and classified into themes using Maguire and Delahunt 2017 Practical Guide in Thematic Analysis. Moreover, focus group discussions through meetup discourses were administered to complement the data elicited through the questionnaire, individual reflections, and observations. Frequency count and percentage were used quantitatively, while the rest of the data were analyzed qualitatively. The study focused on exploring participants' experiences and perceptions of MOOC centered on CBI instruction in language teaching. The results and findings are summarized as follows. In Table 1, gender participants outnumbered females. In education, all participants had a bachelor's degree, 24 had master's degree, and 9 had doctorate. In school or agency, majority worked at Cagayan State University, followed by Department of Education and others. Type of organization are public colleges, public secondary schools, and public preschools. Years of service vary in years of experience ranging from 1 to 20 years. Age group of students, participants taught a variety of age groups. MOOC experience, 17 participants were first-time MOOC participants while 13 had taken other MOOC courses before. In Table 2, this is on familiarity with CBI. 17 participants were familiar with CBI, 7 were not, and 6 were unsure. Table 3, use of CBI approach in classes. 8 participants consciously used CBI, 21 unconsciously used it, 1 had recently started, and none were planning to use it. Table 4, importance of content and language in English lessons with CBI. Various preferences, English language 50%, content 50%, were 14 participants preferred this. English language 75%, content is 25, 8 participants answered this, and others were in combinations. Table 5, familiarity and different CBI models. The level of familiarity with different CBI models is not specified in the summary. Table 6, reasons for enrolling MOOC CBI. Participants enrolled for professional and development, I should say, additional knowledge, transfer of learning, career advancement, and more. Both open-ended responses and pre-selected ticked options are presented. Table 7, facilitating factors in aid of understanding and appreciation of CBI. Participants found MOOC CBI lectures, activities, forums, social media, group chats, MOOC camp meetups, and facilitators, leaders helpful in understanding and appreciating the course. In Table 8, that's under impeding factors to understanding and appreciation of CBI. Impeding factors included limited access to the internet, time constraints, work-related challenges, family-related responsibilities, and school-related issues as students. Table 9, pre-experience included excitement, apprehension, lack of knowledge, fear of the unknown, curiosity, difficulty, and initial realizations. In MOOC mid-experience, it involved realization, engagement, enjoyment, appreciation, experimentation, time constraint, and challenge. As to the post-experience, it included and encompass post-realization, learning, planning, application, gain, improvement, integration, confidence, contentment, empowerment, sense of fulfillment, satisfaction, and excitement. In conclusion, participants' overall experience with the MOOC CBI course was positive and fulfilling. They gained new knowledge, improved teaching strategies, and felt more confident in their ability to apply CBI techniques in their pedagogical strategies. The study highlights the importance of both facilitating and impeding factors in shaping participants' perceptions and experiences within the MOOC CBI context. Participants appreciated the collaborative learning environment, various learning activities, and interactions with facilitators and peers. Utilizing a combination of qualitative and quantitative methods, the study revealed several significant findings. First is the challenges and demands of Industrial Revolution 4.0. The emergence of the Industrial Revolution 4.0 presented substantial challenges to the educational landscapes in the Philippines. It necessitated adaptations in instructional methods, administrative processes, research approaches, extension activities, and production methods. Number two, need for higher education adaptation. Higher education institutions recognize the urgent need to equip their stakeholders with technological skills and digital citizenship knowledge. These skills were deemed essential for navigating the changing educational and professional landscape driven by technology. Number three, theoretical frameworks. The study drew upon a range of theoretical frameworks, including Holliday's A Theory of Languaging, Connectivism, and the U-curve theory by Black and Mendenhall. These frameworks provided lens to analyze the participants' experiences and outcomes. Fourth, practical and accessible professional development. The MOOC CBI course proved to be a practical and accessible avenue for professional development. And based on the results and findings presented in the study, the following sound and comprehensive recommendations can be provided. The first one is on teaching, training, and professional development. Incorporate CBI in teaching training. Educational institutions and government agencies should integrate content-based instructions or CBI approaches into teacher training programs. These will equip educators with the necessary skills to effectively integrate content and language instruction in their classrooms. Number two, awareness and knowledge enhancement. Workshops and seminars, organize workshops and seminars on CBI to raise awareness and enhance teachers' knowledge about its benefits and methodologies. Develop and share online resources such as videos, articles, and case studies to help teachers understand and apply CBI techniques. Number three, implementation of MOOC and support. Promote MOOC participation. Encourage more educators to enroll in MOOCs related to CBI. These courses can provide in-depth knowledge and practical strategies for effective implementation. Offer technical support to participants during the MOOC experience, addressing issues related to the internet access, platform navigation, and engagement. Number four, facilitator and peer support. Appoint facilitators or mentors to guide MOOC participants through the course, answering questions and providing assistance. Peer collaboration. Foster peer collaboration through online forums, group chats, and meetups to create a supportive learning community. Fifth, integration of CBI in curriculum. Incorporate CBI principles into curriculum development, encouraging teachers to design lessons that integrate content and language instruction. Encourage collaboration between language and content area teachers to develop interdisciplinary lessons that promote language acquisition. Number six, flexible delivery modes. Explore hybrid models that combine traditional classroom instruction with online components, allowing educators to access resources and materials flexibility. Seventh, recognition and incentives. Under professional development credits, provide incentives such as professional development credits or certifications for educators who successfully complete MOOCs or workshops on CBI. Recognition programs. Establish recognition programs to acknowledge teachers who demonstrate effective integration of CBI in their classrooms. Institutional support. Allocate resources for the development of CBI materials, tools, and resources, ensuring teachers have access to relevant materials. Obtain support from educational administrators and institutions to promote CBI implementation and overcome challenges related to time constraints and workload. And lastly, research and evaluation. Conduct longitudinal studies to evaluate the long-term impact of CBI implementation on student language proficiency, content understanding, and engagement. Encourage teachers to engage in action research to assess the effectiveness of specific CBI strategies in their own classrooms. I'm sorry, I have more. Next one is continuous improvement. Feedback mechanisms must be established for participants on MOOC experiences and teaching practices, allowing continuous improvement in course design and delivery. 11th, collaboration with stakeholders, collaborate with education agencies and institutions to advocate for the integration of CBI in curriculum standards and policies. 12th, sharing research findings, disseminate research findings on CBI's effectiveness and benefits through conferences, publications, and online platforms, contributing to the broader education community's understanding. Implementing these recommendations can contribute to the successful integration of CBI in language education and enhance teachers' ability to effectively integrate content and language instruction in their classrooms, ultimately benefiting student learning outcomes. Finally, the outcome of this research is the birth of the MOOCAM Cagayan Valley, which resulted to our institution's Cagayan State University being recognized by the U.S. Department of State, U.S. Embassy in the Philippines as the center of the MOOCAM. I am happy to note that yesterday I was in Manila and I attended the graduation or the celebration of learning of the completers of the course Establishing Academic Writing Center in HEIs, for which I was an AE teacher facilitator. MOOCers graduated are from the Philippines, Papua New Guinea, Japan, Thailand, and Taiwan. MOOCAM Cagayan Valley shall continue to serve for the good of all educators, students, and lifelong learners. That's all about it. Thank you so much for listening. God bless us all.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, that's MOOCing and Languaging, the CBI experience by Dr. Ruth Magudayao. And thank you very much for sharing your time with us today, Dr. Magudayao, and congratulations. Moving on, ladies and gentlemen, to the phonology and basic classes of Itawit by Dr. Chirbet Ayunon.
Thank you so much, Sir Bradley. And I am now sharing my screen on phonology and basic classes of Itawit. A pleasant day to all language educators and enthusiasts who are present in today's conference. I'm Sherbet Ayunon from Cagayan State University, and I'm very much delighted to be sharing with you my paper on phonology and basic classes in Itawit. I remember when I was starting my IP, that was our interrogative paper, I was a bit hesitant to write a reference grammar on Itawit because primarily I am not an Itawit, I am a certified Ilocana, but having lived in Tuguegarao since my college days and having had friends and colleagues who are Itawit speakers, and of course with the constant push of my advisor, I decided to do a study on language description, no? Focusing on this language, Itawit, which is a language spoken by almost 189,000 speakers in Northern Luzon. So just to give you a background of the reference grammar of Itawit, it's actually composed of 17 chapters, starting from, of course, the introduction to the different grammatical features like phonology, morphology, basic clauses, nominal marking system, and so on. And so what I am going to present this morning are the 2 chapters of the entire work now, which is on phonology and basic clauses. So let me start by giving you an introduction about a background of the Itawit people and the language itself. So Itawit is one of the many ethno-linguistic groups in Cagayan, of course, together with Agta, Kalinga, Gaddang, Yogad, Bukalot, Ilocano, Ifugao, and Ibanag. Now, in Tuguegarao alone, many languages are being spoken by the members of the community, and Ilocano, Ibanag, English, Tagalog, and of course, we have Itawit, which is actually one of the local languages which remains undocumented up to the writing of this paper. Okay, so the word Itawit comes from the prefix E, meaning people of, and the word tawid, or across the river, and thus it means people from across the river. And there are a group of people concentrated in the municipalities of Tuguegarao, Enrile, Peña Blanca, Amulong, Igig, and Tuao. So Itawit belongs to the Cordilleran subgroup of Malayo-Polynesian branch of the Austronesian language family. And if we try to examine these subgroup of Philippine languages given to us by Reed in 2006, no, it is shown that the subgroup is labeled as Cordilleran. Hence, Itawit belongs to, Itawit is classified as a member of the Cagayan Valley subgroup of the Northern Cordilleran group of Northern Luzon, with the following languages like Ibanag, Gaddang, Yogad, Isneg, Malaweg, Itawit, Ilocano, and the languages of the various Negrito groups of Cagayan, Isabela, and Aurora provinces labeled variously as Agta, Atta, and Dumagat. Now, in terms of status of endangerment, Itawit is labeled by ethnologue as a developing language. So what does it mean when it is a developing language? As a developing language, it's a language that is in vigorous use, with literature in a standardized form being used by some, although this is not yet widespread or sustainable. Now, as to the linguistic studies, no, on Itawit, very few linguistic studies have been carried out. Now, on my screen right now, you see very few studies starting from 1937 by the work of Halot Hot, with the work of Halot Hot, and that work by SIL in 1976, Dita in 2013, which is just an Itawit Filipino dictionary. And then there were very few who delved on comparing Itawit from various languages, like that of Bolas and Hernandez in 2013, and so on. No? Now, considering the works of Itawit that I just mentioned, it's very clear that linguistic features of Itawit have not been really studied very well. No? So, which leads us to the observation that Itawit is one of the less relatively studied languages, no, among the Philippine languages. Hence, my paper attempts to present a description of the phonology and basic clauses of Itawit. That being said, the main aim of this paper is to present a phonemic inventory of the language and an analytic description of the clauses of Itawit as seen on the gathered data, and as, of course, attested by my chosen language informants. For the methodology, my paper is generally qualitative, it being a language description study, no? And that it describes the phonology and clauses in Itawit. Analysis was based on spoken data, which include utterances in naturally occurring conversation. Well, I also have spoken-like data and narrative data. So in naturally occurring conversations, these were actually recorded natural conversations between male and female Itawit speakers. No, all these conversations fall under the context of school ground, a public plaza, home. And the home, of course. Now, what is this spoken-like data? These are those data that came from 2 active Facebook pages that primarily encourage the speakers of Itawit to use the language in the community. And of course, to add to these naturally occurring conversations and spoken-like data, I also had, I also gathered narrative data from Itawit speakers using the pair film. So the informants for pair stories were Itawit teachers and students from Itawit-speaking barangays, of course, and they were just requested to watch a 6-minute film, and after that, they were asked to narrate the story using Itawit. Okay? And of course, I also made use of a corpus of written data, but these were used for cross-referencing purposes only, because the objective of my paper is to reflect the features of present-day Itawit. So these who were my participants and informants. Now for the Itawit phonology, their present investigation of data revealed the following, that of course, Itawit has 5 vowels: the high front E, the mid front E, the low back A, the low central A, the low back O, and the high back U. There are 2 diphthongs in the language, the ow and the I, and which is actually very consistent with the findings of Bolas and Hernandez in 2013. No? And there are 22 consonants. But here, the number of consonants in this chart, no, does not match with the consonant inventory presented by Bolas and Hernandez in 2013, because they argued that Itawit has only 21 consonants, which does not include the sh sound. But in this present investigation, I argue that there are 22 contrastive consonants as seen in this chart. So included in this chart are the consonants of f, v, z, and j, which are claimed by other Philippine type languages as only appearing in borrowed words. But this runs contrary to in the case of Itawit, of course, as these sounds appear in their native words. So let me just highlight that the dental stop t in Itawit is one of its notable feature. Unlike in Ibanag, which does not have the sound in the final position. So kahit maghanap tayo ng Ibanag word ngayon, it does not have t in its final position, but Itawit has it, no? Like in the words mait, napusit, bahat, mabahat, gatut, bayabat, and so on, no? Unlike Ilocano, a feature in Itawit phonology which is shared with Ibanag is the use of the voice alveolar fricative z, which is a phenomenon, which is not actually a phenomenon of an Austronesian phonological feature, but several Itawit words have this sounds, no? It must have this sound, rather. It must be noted, though, that this fricative never occurs in the final position. So they have words like ziyat, ziwaran, zirmigi, ziraya, atazit, kazing. Now the translations are all there. The glottal fricative h, for example, is a sound that's very common in Itawit. I contend that this glottal fricative h is a native sound in Itawit, especially the Itawit tuaw variety, because of the preponderance of the use of the glottal fricative. So they have words like ahinyan, wahi, bahat, hasag. Okay? Speakers of Itawit also exhibit the voiceless labiodental fricative f and the voice of labiodental fricative v, which is very dominant in Itawit phonology. Like you have fungot, mafulu, nadafum, vunga, vulan, gaval, gavat, mavukat, and many other words. Generally, consonant clusters are non-native to Itawit phonology. I say this because their existence in the language can be traced from the entry of borrowed words from Spanish. And there are also clusters that are created as a result of deletion and palatalization in some words. No? So these are the consonant clusters in Itawit, like the words like puerta, puente, puede, costumbre, birnit, obra. For the consonant cluster TR, they have trabajo, entre, mestra, mestro. For the consonant cluster D, they have dua, they have guapa, diera, frente, frutas. So these are the consonant clusters in Itawit. Another feature of Itawit phonology is the consonant gemination. Consonant gemination is a dominant feature in Itawit phonology, which is defined by Bolosky in 2004 as a long consonant represented by either a special mark or by doubling the consonant. So these consonants on my screen usually geminate as a result of enclitization. So if you have, you hear utterances like ufunan muyakan, but the original utterances is ufunan muyakan. Notice that the ergative pronominal here encliticizes with the final sound n. Hence it becomes ufunamu, which is the same thing with hanayokinamu. Originally, it was hanayokinanmu, but because of enclitization, nagkaroon ng gemination, which is hanayakinamu, or in English, it's what did you eat? All right, so under basic clauses, you see Philippine languages. We argue that Philippine languages are basically a VSO languages. So by VSO languages, we mean that sentences produced in Philippine languages follow the structure which begins with the predicate, unlike English, which always begins with a subject, right? However, subjects may take the initial position and verbs may be relegated to the rim position, and when this happens, a topic linker is often employed. Now, based on my investigation, Itawit has general two types of clauses. Now we have the non-verbal clauses and the verbal clauses. So under verbal clauses, we have the following subcategories. We have your nominal predicate, we have your adjectival predicate, existential predicate, and your prepositional predicate and locative predicate. And under verbal clauses, of course, we have the intransitive clause and the transitive clause. Under nominal predicate clause and predicate nominal, these are further subcategorized into classificational, identificational, quantificational, and possessive nominal clause. So these are the four types of nominal predicate clauses. So the classificational, obviously, the predicate noun is typically a bare noun without a specifying determiner. Under identificational noun, nominal, these are either a definite common noun or a personal noun or a personal or demonstrative pronoun. And then under quantificational, this begins with some sort of a quantifier, usually a numeral, which quantifies the entity expressed by the nominative complement. And of course, when we say possessive nominal clause, this may contain a possessive pronoun, a genitive, or a locatively marked noun phrase interpreted as a possessor in the predicate position. So to give you some utterances taken from my corpus, no? Like when you say Siman Igina, you see this is a classificational clause, because you classify the subject as a seaman, something like that. So you start the subject, you start the utterance with a subject, which is seaman, and then igina, which is the absolutive pronominal. And then other examples, like for possessive, for example, kwa imandi yaw asasana, translated in English as the doll belongs to Mandy. So it is possessive because it contains a possessive pronoun, kwa, diba? Kwa ni Mandy yaw nga asasanat. Under adjectival clauses, obviously with the heading itself, now these are actually headed by adjectives. Now there are two kinds of adjectival predicates. We have the qualificational adjectival clause and the comparative adjectival clause. So qualificational provide a description to the nominal subject, like guapa ne babay ka ni kwanto. Guapa gives a description to the subject of the sentence, which is the babay, or the girl in English. Now, comparative adjectivals describe two or more entities, no? Mas narenu ya balem anecha balek. Okay, so comparative adjectival clause. For the existential clauses, existential predicate clauses, these express the existence of something or may express possession of something. Like they usually make use of the lexical item hinyan or nyan. Hinyan furaw nga bahuy chalawan. There is a white pig outside. Okay? Or under prepositional predicate, these are headed, of course, by prepositional phrases. Like they say, para kan ikayu, yaw nga kansyon. Para kan ikayu, yaw nga kansyon. Translated in English as this song is for you. And of course, we have locative clauses which express locations or directions. They may be introduced by the locative particle kan or kang or other dialectic pronouns, no? Like they say, kan linaw nak matrabaho, or translated in English as I work at Linaw. Now, when we speak of verbal clauses, these are usually headed by verbs that occupy the initial position in the clause. I would like to share something about transitivity in Philippine languages, which is actually determined by the type of complement given to the verb. No? So we categorize verbal clauses into two. No? Like we have intransitive construction and transitive construction. Reid and Liao in 2004 defined intransitive construction as having a verb with only a single nominal complement, which is the core argument. And this is the core argument because it's the argument that is needed to complete the meaning of the sentence. we have subcategories under here, like you have your ambient clauses and you have your monovalent intransitive. What are ambient clauses? Ambient clauses do not exhibit core arguments, but these are semantically intransitive constructions as they refer to temporal states. Hence, they may no longer require any accompanying nouns. Like when you say, when Antawid speakers say, nakilakit, nakilakit, there are no other words in the sentence. There are no other lexical items other than nakilakit, which means there was lightning. Or nalunig, nalunig, there was an earthquake, or yeah, there was an earthquake. Okay? Under monovalent intransitive, this contains only one core argument, which may be the actor or the experiencer in the clause. And then nominals and other pronominals are used as core arguments. So naggalak yu abing, the core argument here, the core argument here is yu abing. Okay? And then nakarelada, or they run. As compared to a bivalent intransitive, which has two nominal complements. Ibig sabihin, meron siyang, or it has an actor or an experiencer and a theme or a patient. Like you can have an absolutive with an absolutive pronoun or with an absolutive full NP. Example of an utterance would be, nabambal na kang kurtina katuna kayan. So I washed curtains in the river. There are two core arguments here, two nominal complements here. The actor, which is nak, the absolutive argument, absolutive pronominal, and the actor, yes, the actor and the theme. What is involved here is the curtain. Okay, kang kurtina katuna kayan. All right. And of course, under transitive construction, an itawid transitive construction, unlike intransitive, requires two core arguments. So it must have an agent and it must have a patient. Okay? Bivalent, under this, we also have bivalent intransitive and trivalent transitive. So bivalent or dyadic transitive contains two arguments, which could be a full noun phrases or plainly pronominals. Like you'd say, inufunan imestruyo abing. What are the two core arguments here? Yo mestru, imestru rather, imestru, which is the ergative pronominal, labeled as ergative rather, and yo abing, which is labeled as the absolutive. And then of course, nesusukda igina. So the ergative third person pronominal is the first core argument, followed by the absolutive third person pronominal, which is the second core argument. And then I have some other examples here. Yan, to summarize, well, following the articulatory model, the paper presented a general overview of the phonology of Itawit. It presented the phonemic inventory of Itawit with 5 vowels, 2 diphthongs, and 22 consonants. Consonant clusters are, observed in Itawit, like I mentioned a while ago, are basically words borrowed from Spanish. The consonant clusters present in the languages are the ones listed here on my slide. Consonant gemination, as I mentioned a while ago, is a dominant feature of Itawit phonology. And that nonverbal clauses are headed by a constituent which does not belong to the category of verbs. Verbal clauses are those headed by verbs that occupy the initial position in the clause. And in my paper, I have clearly distinguished intransitive construction from transitive construction. And analysis of the paper gives affirmation to Reed and Liao's argument that Philippine languages, including Itawit now, follow the clause structure, which is typically right branching. So that ends my presentation. Mabalat ka na kayong amin, and that's thank you very much in English.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ayunuan, for your presentation on phonology and basic classes of Itawit. All right, ladies and gentlemen, our next presentation will be on Saving the Face, Language Courtesy Among College Students by Dr. Sheila D. De La Cruz.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Shella de la Cruz, and I am from Cagayan State University Piat Campus. And today I am presenting to you my humble research on saving the face, language courtesy strategies among students. Politeness is a virtue among Filipinos, I believe for everyone, and it is an essential social behavior needed to maintain harmonious relations among humans. And using a language, I believe, does not only entail your competence in using it for speaking, for writing, or for reading, but also it involves how to behave linguistically. Politeness is equaled and equated with courtesy, respect, humility, and manners. As Burke, as cited by Galozzi, said, manners are more important than laws. Manners are what vex or soothe, corrupt or purify, exalt or debase, barbarize or refine us by constant, steady, uniform, insensible operation like that of the air we breathe in. Kindly move the slides, please. I'm already with the second slide. There, okay? So I'm already in that slide. So the statement of Burke would underscore the importance of the use of politeness in maintaining a harmonious relationship with other people or with our social interactions, so much so that he had compared the use of politeness to the air that we breathe in. So that's how important the use of politeness or courtesy in our social interaction is. And of course, because of this importance, humans have the universal desire to be treated with politeness. And this being so, one tries to use politeness strategies in order to satisfy this desire, and doing otherwise may cause the potential of conflict and confrontation. And so, ladies and gentlemen, this study is an attempt to analyze politeness strategies used by students in different situations, which they encounter in school with their teachers or with their classmates and at home with their parents. And so this study came to mind with all the observations and with all the comments I hear from my fellow faculty members about how our students now would express courtesy or would deal with their teachers and with their classmates. So seemingly, there's an observation that there's a gap between how we express courtesy during our time and how our students now express their courtesy in their time. And so in order for me to really reaffirm or confirm whether there's really a difference between how we express courtesy during our time and their time, and so this study came into light. Okay, so this study is anchored on Brown and Stevenson politeness theory, which argues that in every interaction that takes place, a face-threatening act may happen. All right, so according to Brown and Stevenson, in every conversation we do, we usually commit a face-threatening act. What is a face-threatening act? A face-threatening act, ladies and gentlemen, is an act or a speech act that would challenge the face of the speaker or the hearer. When we say challenge, it's an act that would sometimes place the speaker in embarrassment or would place the hearer in embarrassment. And as part of lessening or as part of not committing discourtesy, we tend to use politeness strategies. We tend to save our face. Okay, what is the face we're talking about in this research? The face is our image or the image of our hearer, and this is the image that we would like to project. Or it's also likened to our self-esteem, and as human beings, we have this ability or we have this desire to protect our face and the face of our hearer, which means we would like to lessen embarrassment in our part and the part of our hearer. So this, according to Brown and Levinson, would be a politeness strategy. And usually, typical FTAs which would include your accusations, insults, interruptions, complaints, disagreements, or requests. So these situations usually are considered face-threatening acts because usually these are situations that would sometimes lead into misunderstanding, confrontations, or disagreements. Okay, so they are considered face-threatening acts. And if we are given these situations or confronted with these situations, we are still expected to show politeness, therefore, the use of politeness strategies. Because if we don't use any politeness strategies, usually in the Filipino setting, we are tagged as rude or impolite. Okay, so this is now an illustration or a diagram I've used to categorize the politeness strategy of the respondents. Okay, so as we've said a while ago, in every conversation that we engage into, we are going to either commit an FTA or we won't commit an FTA. So this is according to Brown and Stevenson strategy. When we say commit or do the FTA, that means that we speak or we react, expressing ourselves, while do not commit or do not do FTA means we stay quiet. Right? Okay, that is to lessen the face-threatening act. Now, if we decide to do the FTA, we also do two strategies, and we perform two strategies that would be on record and off record. On record is a direct politeness strategy. Off record is indirect politeness strategy. All right? So, of course, language teachers would know that there are really indirect speech acts. Right? Okay, so now, if the speaker would again choose to use the direct strategy or the on-record strategy, then he will also be using three other strategies, and that would be bold politeness, positive politeness, or negative politeness. So what are these three strategies? So for bold politeness, ladies and gentlemen, this is considered to be the most direct politeness strategy, where the speaker would really be directly telling what he wants. And according to Brown and Stevenson, telling directly what you want without any ambiguity is a sign of respect or a sign of politeness. Positive politeness is actually the mostly used strategy in expressing courtesy, because usually this is marked by or denoted by using our courteous expressions and addresses that would denote courtesy. Negative politeness also is considered to be an on-record strategy, which usually is lesser imposing. All right, lesser imposing. So it's a strategy which would lessen the FTAs, because when say lesser imposing, you don't impose your hearer to really react on you. And usually this would use the question form in expressing courtesy. To further explain or to further illustrate the different strategies, we have here sample statements. These are also from Brown and Stevenson politeness strategy. When for letter A, the statement is, hey, lend me $100. All right, so, and this is categorized under boldly or bold politeness strategy. As we were saying a while ago, or as I was saying a while ago, bold strategy or bold politeness strategy would be telling directly what you want. All right, and according to Stevenson and Brown, this is actually a politeness strategy. For letter B, this is under positive politeness. As I've said, this is usually the mostly used politeness strategy. When you say, hey friend, please lend me $100, which now is being denoted by courteous expressions and expressions that would denote address, no? Courteous addresses like the use of friends, the use of sir, ma'am. So in academic parlance, we usually address PhDs as Dr. Julius, Dr. Conchita, and so on and so forth. And it's considered as positive politeness. For letter C, this is negative politeness, as I've said a while ago. This is also a courteous expression or ways of expressing courtesy, which is less imposing. Why? Because also, it uses some courteous expressions, plus it usually uses the question form. Okay, so meaning, as a speaker, you're giving an option to your hearer whether to answer yes or no, or to whether react on you or not. For letter D, we also use this, and according to Stevenson, Brown and Stevenson, this is still a strategy in expressing courtesy. Letter D says, oh no, I'm out of cash. I forgot to go to the bank today. It's actually an indirect strategy, and it's called off record. I'm sorry for that. It's off-record or indirect politeness. Okay? And of course, for letter E, surprisingly for Brown and Stevenson, do not do the FTA or not talking at all can still be considered a way for us to lessen the effect of face-threatening act and still a politeness strategy. Okay, now, of course, there have been many researches about politeness. There are also other frameworks in politeness, but few dealt with strategies applied on dealing with FTAs and how acceptable these strategies are to the hearer. And so, the birth of this study. And so the objective of this study is to categorize or analyze the politeness strategy used by students when confronted with face-threatening acts. And it answered the question, how do respondents express politeness when confronted with the following FTAs? These are the FTAs presented with Brown and Stevenson: asking permission, asking apology. Next slide, please. Asking for a favor, expressing disagreement. So I've used only these 4 situations. And number 2, which of these expressions comply with Brown and Levinson politeness theory, specifically on strategies in avoiding FTAs? And finally, we have which of these strategies of avoiding FTAs are acceptable as perceived by the teachers? And so I was able to conduct the study using the descriptive method, using qualitative and quantitative research designs. The quantitative part of the study consists of determining the percentage of students who use similar politeness strategies in avoiding the FTAs. The qualitative part consists of analysis of politeness strategies used by the respondents in avoiding the FTAs in, of course, asking for permission, asking for apology, asking for a favor, and expressing disagreement. So I was able to utilize 93 information technology students. This is from the College of Information and Computing Sciences, where I am designated as the English teachers. And I also utilized the 12 faculty members of the college who indicated which they think is the most acceptable statement in expressing courtesy in a given situation. The main instrument in this study was the questionnaire. The questionnaire consists of questions which will elicit answers on how students soften the FTAs, like asking for permission, asking for apology, asking for a favor, and expressing disagreement. So, therefore, the students are given situations that they usually meet in their lives as a students, in their interaction with their teachers, interaction with their classmates, and even interactions at home. And the students were required to answer or were allowed to answer in their native language. And of course, the translation has been done by the researcher. Okay, and so of course this the proposed study was presented to an in-house review in Cagayan State University Piat campus, and after approval, then I've started with collecting researches in order to represent my study, even questionnaires for that matter. And then after I've done the questionnaire, it was floated to gather the data, and then I've proceeded to the analysis of data already. Next, please. For data analysis, I've only used the frequency count and the mean to determine the number of respondents using common strategies in avoiding FTAs. These were also used to get which of these strategies are the most acceptable to faculty members. And I've used, of course, as I've said a while ago, the framework of Brown and Levinson politeness strategies in avoiding FTAs on the 4 mentioned categories. For the results and discussion, I would like to inform everyone that I've only took representatives or samples, sample questions under each category and sample responses from the students. If you would like to read the whole result of the study, I could post it afterwards in our chat box, giving you the link for the journal which I've published the study. So I was saying a while ago, these are just samples, question and sample statements from the students or samples answer from the students, just for us to look look or to see what are the strategies being used by the students when being confronted with the FTAs or with the different situations. So for example, the situation when under asking permission, and this is a situation which students would really meet in their real lives. You wanted to attend a friend's birthday party. What will you tell your parents? And that would be from us for asking permission. And we could notice in the result that the students have 3 strategies in order to express politeness or to lessen the presence of FTA when asking permission from their parents. One is off-record politeness. The off-record politeness, as we said a while ago, is the indirect strategy. And by saying, Ma, Pa, may magbe-birthday na kaklase. Ma, Pa, someone in my class is having a birthday. Okay, so it's an indirect way of saying, please allow me to come to the birthday. Okay, and as I've said a while ago, this strategy, according to Brown and Stevenson, is still part of expressing courtesy among our students. Another strategy used by other students would be positive politeness. And if you notice in the table, it's actually the highest strategy being used by the students. This is, Ma, Pa, pwedeng mag-attend ng birthday party, all right? And then, there's also bowed-on strategy used by the students, and that would be directly saying, I will attend a birthday party. Okay, all right. So for the students, this is still a way of expressing courtesy. Next, please. For situation number 2, the situation number 2 I've chosen is a situation being used in the school. And this is a situation where a student would visit a library and would like to borrow a book from the library. And all students actually use the positive politeness strategy of using, of course, a courteous expression, Ma'am, pwede ko bang hiramin itong book? Okay? All right. So it's positive politeness. Next one. For situation number 2, asking for a favor. So yung una kanina, the first one a while ago is asking for permission. This time, asking for a favor. And for asking favor, the situation is you wanted to take, I'm sorry. Okay, so you need a pen or a paper and you do not have one. What will you tell your classmate? It's a situation usually being met by students inside the classroom where usually in our classes, our students would not have pens and papers. And so, of course, they would ask favors from their classmates. Okay, so that's why this is the question or the situation that I've chosen to present today. All right, and if you notice, the strategy used by the students are all bowed-on strategies, direct expressing what they want. So the one said, 44 said, uy, pahingi ng papel, give me a piece of paper. All right, another thing, pahingi, give me one. And, or it could be the non-verbal, no? Non-verbal, isisenyas na lang, do the non-verbal sign of asking for a paper. So all direct, all right? Okay, next situation, please. Next situation, next slide, please. Let me see. Another situation number 2. No, previous slide, please. Previous slide. Okay, so you want to ask help from a classmate to explain to you a concept you do not understand. All right. Okay, so this is the situation being given, and there are two strategies used by the students. So one is the positive politeness, because of course, probably because he's asking for a favor, and when you ask for a favor, you usually are very humble, and so they use the positive politeness by saying, pwede paki-explain to. Please explain this. Using courteous expression marker. For number 2 is off-record or indirect, saying, hindi ko maintindihan to. I can't understand this. All right? So indirectly saying that he wants someone to explain the lesson to them, okay, or to him. Next, please, for asking for apology. So the situation is you are late in class and the teacher has already started this lecture, and most of the strategy being used are positive politeness, because probably they are dealing with the teacher. And there are also numbers of students who consider not performing the FTA as also a politeness strategy, which means do not enter the class anymore. Okay? Next, please. The last situation, The last situation is expressing disagreement, and we noticed that there are different strategies being used. So disagreement with the teacher, disagreement with the classmate, and disagreement with the parents. Okay, so negative politeness is being used. No FTA or deadma was also being used, especially so when dealing with the teacher and the parents. When deadma means no reaction at all, which means that they do not like to react with their parents or with their teacher when they are already into an FTA. And for the students, no deadma or not saying something at all would still be a form of courtesy. Okay, so for the third statement of the problem, I've only presented the summary. This is the summary of politeness strategies accepted by teachers. So according to the teacher respondents, mostly only the positive politeness are actually the most acceptable way of expressing courtesy, or the acceptable way of lessening the effect of an FTA. So we could now see the gap between how the students would express courtesy as to that how the teachers would look or would deal with these types of way of expressing their courtesy. Next, please. And so for conclusion, politeness can have an instrumental role in social interaction. It is being used in order to maintain harmonious and smooth relationship between and among human beings. However, it's governed by intimacy, closeness, relationships, and social distance between the speaker and the hearer. So which means the difference on the use of strategies by the students in giving courteous expressions would be governed by their relationship with the hearer. So it depends on their intimacy and closeness with the hearer or the listener. Next. So in this study, the respondents used the different politeness strategies as proposed by Brown and Levinson, which means that students in this study are mindful of the ways they speak when confronted with different situations, like asking permission, asking for favor, asking for apology, and expressing disagreement. Next, please. And the use of the different politeness strategies proves that respondents do not like to create a face-threatening act when interacting with their parents, with their teachers, classmates, and friends. And results of this study are hoped to bring awareness and understanding between and among the students and the faculty members on appropriate ways of expressing politeness in some given situations. And for what's the implication of the results of this study for instruction, in our instruction? Politeness among students may be enhanced when adults like teachers remind them to use courteous expressions and let them understand that there are appropriate actions or words to be used to express courtesy between and among people. Also, teachers could integrate the value of courtesy in their everyday lessons. So, since the result of this study actually has been disseminated already in our in-house reviews, for the second recommendation, we are already using this not only in our campus but probably in all campuses in the university, where we usually lay ground or present our policies during the first day of classes. So we don't only present our vision, mission, or our academic policies, but we also lay our policies on courtesy, not only during the face-to-face interaction, but also during online classes. For the next recommendation, I would like to inform everyone that we've also have done this already in our campus, where the school organized a symposium about language courtesy to educate the students about appropriate actions or expressions in given situations. So this is one of the seminars, or this is one of the lectures being given by our guidance counselors actually. And in this forum, this forum is really very, very important, because it is in this forum that the students can express their ideas about how courtesy is being given at their age. Right? And in this way, there would be a common understanding between the students and the teachers or employee on how courtesy is being expressed between them. Okay? So because of this fora or this forum, we now have common understanding, common ground. We come into common ground that there may be differences in expressing courtesy among students and teachers, but still we use courtesy or politeness strategies. Another recommendation would be more researches may be conducted using other genera and other politeness framework to widen the horizon of the students and the teachers and employees about courtesy in language. Also, and this has been recommended by one of our panel members during the in-house review, classroom interaction and other actual communicative interactions of students, employees may also be documented. So which means an actual communicative situation, not using the questionnaire, to capture authentically how students would express courtesy in different situations. So if I try to do this, that would entail me a budget more than 100, because if you're going to document an actual communicative situation, you would need recorders and camera, no? You'd need all of those, okay? And actually, that was being recommended by one of the panel members. I have yet to do it, but of course, I'm still interested to continue with the study. For that, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. De La Cruz. We have 3 more to go, ladies and gentlemen. And without delay, let's move on to our next presentation on vernacular house architecture and climate change adaptation. Lessons from the indigenous peoples of Cagayan, Philippines. Let us all welcome Dr. Brian Nozaleda.
Thank you very much, Sir Bradley. So once again, good morning to everyone and good evening to our audience from the United States. It is my pleasure to present to you the results of our study, Vernacular House Architecture and Climate Change Adaptation, Lessons from the Indigenous Peoples of Cagayan, Philippines. This is actually part of a larger project on the traditional house architecture of the IPs here in Cagayan. This is supported by the National Commission for Culture and the Arts and the Commission on Higher Education. And we terminated this study last year, March of 2022. So the background of the study is on the exploration of the traditional concept of vernacular architecture, which is, so to speak, the architecture design based on local needs, availability of construction materials, and reflecting local traditions and cultural practices. The context of the study is built on the understanding that our climate and local environment are influential to the development of our vernacular architecture, shedding light on how these designs have naturally adapted to our climate over time. The ultimate aim of this study is to actually explore the potential of vernacular architecture as a means of climate change adaptation, with the goal of providing sustainable, climate-resilient design strategies for contemporary architecture. I understand that this presentation cannot encapsulate everything in the paper, but you might want to read our published paper in the Journal of Climate Change, a journal index in the Web of Science. You can just simply Google the article and you can read it online. So our methodology, our research design is qualitative, of course. Specifically, we use descriptive phenomenology and narrative inquiry using focus group discussions, personal interviews, on-site visits and observations, and immersion activities. So prior to the conduct of the data gathering, we have secured permit from the NCIP. And then we have signed memorandum of agreements with our communities, with their leaders and the members of the NCIP. And then once we have secured the ethics clearance, we proceeded with our data gathering. After which, our results were validated by scholars from the NCCA and of course from the secondary sources. These are the profile of our general informants and our key informants. And our study was conducted in 3 towns in Cagayan, Abulug, Rizal, and Enrile. Our Itawit participants are in Enrile, our Malaweg participants are of course in Rizal, and our Ibanag participants are from Abulug. And if you could see, the geographic profile of these towns are also very different. And this speaks as well on the differences of their vernacular architecture. Abulug is a coastal town, Rizal is a mountainous area, and Enrile is a plain field. So these are some pictures of our declaration of ethics clearance with NCIP. And then these are coordination with relevant agencies and our conference and disclosure ceremonies. So if you are also embarking on studies on indigenous knowledge, practices, and systems, you may want to refer to our methodology as well. And then this is a picture, or these are pictures of our signing of memorandum of agreement with our elders, with the elders of the community. some more pictures, and our focus group discussions and visits to the vernacular houses. These are pictures of the validation with experts from NCCA, with the NCCA scholars and with the Cagayan Heritage Conservation Society. And this is a terminal report with our CHED and one expert from UP Diliman. All right, so let's proceed with the research highlights. So, in the exploration of the vernacular house architecture of the indigenous people of Cagayan, we look into the secondary sources first. So, what do the secondary sources say about the vernacular houses in Cagayan? Well, let me just note that there is a very scarce literature as to the vernacular architecture here in Cagayan. In fact, there's only one study, not even published, that talks about the vernacular houses of the IPs in Cagayan. So this is a painting in 1847 by Jose Honorato Lozano, and it has an accompanying text called Casa de un Pueblo de Cagayan. If you translate that, this is a typical town or a typical house in a town in Cagayan. This is much vivid version of the picture, and translating the text, it would say that the houses of the Indios and Mestizos all have the same shape, reduced to a quadrilateral with another shorter body forming a right angle that comes out on one side and a batalan or kind of roof. So the buildings or the vernacular houses are made of two major parts. One is the main building and the other one is the kitchen. One feature also, it is distinguished by the granaries that are built in the way you see in the picture here on four very high poles and with an extremely narrow door. And lastly, from afar, this class of barns present a very picturesque view as they seem like aerial houses and placed on top of the trees. Another secondary source would be a drawing of Professor Regalado Trota Jose in 1974 based on Israel Cabanilla's photograph in 1970s. And you could see the similarity between the 1847 document and this drawing by Professor Jose in 1970. So you would see that they are made up of two buildings again with a batalan joining the main building and the minor one. In 1988, the Kanay has mentioned the Itawis house in his listings of ethnic houses and described it actually as twin houses. So these documents actually confirm our findings based on the focus group discussions and immersion and field activities we had in the study. And this is the plan or the floor plan that was developed by our architect during our field activities. So it shows here the folk structural framework and parts of the vernacular houses. And this is also a picture, anatomy of the houses of the Ibanag house and of course the Itawis house, showing you again the twin house feature of the houses. So in general, the design of the houses is well tailored to the geographical setting. The Ibanag, Itawis, and Malaweg vernacular houses are elevated from the ground. This shows a photograph of the Itawis vernacular house. Located at Enrile, Cagayan, the elevation of the house is noticeable, which is a design feature of stilt houses. The participants of the study reason that this design feature keeps the floor dry during the rainy seasons and protects their belongings when the river swells. Actually, stilt houses are not unique in the Philippines, but other Southeast Asian countries also have stilt houses. You could see here one of the remaining of houses or vernacular houses in Solana. The largest structure of the house is the main building, but already influenced by Hispanic architecture. But we could see that the kitchen is still showing us the features of the vernacular houses. The largest structure of the house is the main building, which has a single room occupying a smaller floor area of the building. This room is not really intended for sleeping, but it is actually used to store valuables, family heirlooms, sleeping paraphernalia, and the rest of the building space, which is relatively larger, serves as either a receiving, a sleeping, or a recreational area. Also, the design of the house is well tailored, again, to the graphical setting, showing us here some of the materials that are used by our participants. Okay, that would talk about the resource use and management practices of the houses. So one of the resources used, of course, is bamboo, then nipa and kugon. Those are the two indigenous materials that are used in the houses. For bamboo, the Malaweg vernacular house is entirely made of bulu roughs. Meanwhile, most parts of the Banag and Itawes house are composed of boho and bayog as well. The Ibanag house make use of bayug poles to reinforce the center of the flooring and for their houses girt and rafters. So mainly the house is made up of bamboo. Then the roofing is made up of nipa and kogon. Nipa for our Ibanag houses because they are found in the coastal towns, and we know that there are nipa plantation in Abulug, and kogon for our Itawit houses down here in Enrile. Also, another climate change adaptive feature of the houses are apparent on their cultural attitudes and values. One would be, of course, we are very familiar with bayanihan. For the Ibanag, they term it as pagrufunan. For the Itawit, they call it tanawa. And for Malaweg, it's called ilyu. Bayanihan embodies mutual assistance and self-help among equals or togetherness in a common effort. This form of help is experienced in many ways, such as in wedding, christening, burial, farm-related house activities, emergency situations, and house construction, as well as house relocation. Also, their beliefs are also, we could say they are part of the climate adaptive practices of the IPs. These are some of the beliefs of our IPs. The groups have a planetarium, or what they call lunarium, which uses zodiac signs and the lunar system with corresponding interpretation. The Minasingan or the Minasirisiri is the one who reads and interprets the planetarium. They also suggest the best month, date, and time for the said activity. If we look at the scientific background of that, we would say that our participants or the IPs mainly, or most of them, would build their houses in the summer seasons wherein they would not experience rain or storms. These are also other beliefs and practices observed during the preparation of housing materials. Interestingly, the Malaweg calls the process of selecting the kind of wood as tarikayu, which is done by the elders in the community. They look for tulang nga kayu, a hard, sturdy, and mature wood, which would be the cornerstone post of the house. These are some of the beliefs and practices observed during the groundbreaking. Of course, we are familiar with the patuno. For the Ibanag, the Itawis is patunak. And then this is also another practice by the Ibanag. They built a pole with white cloth on top of it, symbolizing that they will be building a house on that particular lot. This one is also a figure showing us an interpretation of the paluntarak practice. And then also there are beliefs and practices observed during the post-construction or during the occupancy. So after the construction, the occupancy stage, or what they call paggali in Ibanag, paggalit in Itawis, and pagalis in Malaweg. So in conclusion, from the findings, the researchers conclude that there are significant similarities among the practices and beliefs observed by the Itawis, Ibanag, and Malaweg in the different stages of their house building. Notable is the identical observance among the three groups' groundbreaking activity, which could be due to cross-culture sharing. In a nutshell, the climate adaptive practice of the vernacular houses are built around their plan elements, their roof form, the fenestration pattern and configuration, their building materials, and of course, we should not forget the community traditions. It is also important to note that cultural values of the indigenous people in Cagayan feature climate adaptive practices. The Bayanihan spirit allows the community to work and cooperate in achieving a particular goal. So we have only two recommendations here. One would be localization and contextualization of the Department of Education using the results of the study to lessons in the DepEd, in the basic ed. And of course, this could be a template for sustainable and climate adaptive designs for greener architecture. So thank you so much for listening. Diyos mabalo ni kamong amin.
Very interesting topic. Thank you very much, Dr. Nozaleda. All right. Are you ready, Doctor? All right. Our next presenter is Dr. Conchita Temporal on the interactional meta-discourse markers in computer-mediated British parliamentary debate, a discourse analysis.
Thank you, Sir Bradley. Still a greeting of morning to everyone, both in the conference hall and with us in the virtual room. It's morning because it's still morning in the Philippines, and it's now midnight in the US of A. And to begin with, I would like to acknowledge my co-authors. I've collaborated with educators in the Department of Education in the person of David Dichoso and Dr. Eddie Galutan. And I am to present to you the significant findings of the research titled Interactional Meta-Discourse Markers in Computer-Mediated British Parliamentary Debate, which is a discourse analysis. So what is meta-discourse? Moving on to the notion of meta-discourse, it covers the linguistic elements that bear textual and or interpersonal meanings. That's according to Koppel, 1985. And it untangles the interactional frames in a wide range of contexts of Highland 2017. And in the context of this research, we have focused on interactional meta-discourse. Now, I am going to present the outline of the presentation, which now spells the objectives of the whole presentation. You shall be expecting the rationale. You also shall be educated on the methodology of the research, on the significant findings, and of course, the conclusion and the recommendations. As to the rationale, we move on to the nature of communicative process. May I request for the slide to be moved to slide number 5? Yes. So as to the nature of communicative process or communication process, next slide, please. Okay, it is the nature of the communication process to involve our students into the study of discourse, the components, the purpose, and the context. And one of the communication processes or activities that we can have our students to get involved in is the debate, which is a very challenging and interesting activity, of course. And learning, especially at the height of the pandemic, because this was conducted during the pandemic time. And of course, the DepEd or any learning institution for that matter had to ensure continuity of learning. And the challenge is at its height as well, especially for educators, to ensure that they also have to become strategic and innovative in the process to engage learners. So came in the computer-mediated communication. And so we have thought of using CMC or computer-mediated communication as our avenue to look into the discourse, particularly in debate activity. And that establishes the literature gap. May I request that the slide be moved to the, okay. So debate is a specialized activity in English learning that increases the ESL or the English as second language learners' willingness to communicate. And that's according to Shamsuddin et al. 2017. And in the context of this study, we made use of an English class with the topic on debate, particularly centering on the objective of having the students communicate. Okay. Although a myriad of research or a plethora of research in ESL deals with the structural analysis of written argumentative discourse, little is documented on the international or interactional meta-discourse markers used in computer-mediated discourse. Hence, this study aimed to address the literature gap in discourse analysis, particularly on interactional meta-discourse markers as used in computer-mediated British parliamentary debate. It is the objective of our research to describe prevalent interactional meta-discourse markers and the themes revealed from the transcribed discourse of 11th grade students' computer-mediated British parliamentary debate. Specifically, we identified the frequency of the different interactional meta-discourse markers, and we described the use of interactional meta-discourse markers from the generated themes from the students' argumentation. As to our methodology, we have made use of the design, the sequential explanatory design by Creswell and Creswell 2018, which makes use of quantification and qualification, because we have also quantified using frequency and qualified using extracts, codes, and references from the transcribed transcripts or transcribed documents or sources of our data. For our source of data, we have the transcriptions of the debate with the, next slide please, with the issue, people should be legally required to get services or to get vaccines. This was chosen because of its relevance at the time of the pandemic and because of its timeliness as well at the time of the pandemic when people had doubts now getting vaccines. And so this became the source of the issue of our debate. For our data analysis, this debate activity, let me just highlight, was anchored on the learning competency, which aims to enable the learners to demonstrate effective use of communicative strategy in a variety of speech situations. For our data analysis, yes, okay. Let me just highlight on the 3-tier data analysis that we made use of. Firstly, in order to establish or to describe the frequency of the interactional meta-discourse markers, we made use of Highland's model, and to call data for the frequency of interactional meta-discourse markers, we made use of the ANCOC software program. An ANCOC software program by Anthony 2016 actually provides to us linguistic or computational linguistics. It is through this software program where we can have concordance. Now you just have to type in or key in words which are your target to hit. And if you put in these words, then ANCOC will show you all these extracts where the target word that you have keyed in would appear. And that is exactly how frequency was computed. To look into thematic analyses from the frequency of the meta-discourse interactional markers, we moved on to the use of NViva 12, which is a software program used for qualitative and the mixed methods research. We have to subscribe to NViva 12. It's quite pricey, but the work is actually fulfilling. Why? Because you are given 90% of the accuracy of the data that you generate from the themes and the codes. And since it's just 90%, to ensure that our data are reliable, we also have to make use of intercoder reliability. That means we have to select experts from our field to validate whether the ones that generated from the NVivo are actually really precise. Okay, and then using discourse analyses, that now is the heart of our study, of course. And in particular, for the thematic analyses, we have followed and adopted GUBA 1985 6 steps, or the 6 steps in the procedure of the conduct of thematic analysis. Okay, so just to present to you at a glance the model that we have made use of, particularly Highland's interactional meta-discourse model of 2005 would already give us the list of words that fall under the different categories. And when we speak of interactional meta-discourse, it captures 5 categories. We have the hedges, we have the boosters, the attitude markers, engagement markers, and also the self-mentions. And on the last column, if you notice, are the examples of these interactional meta-discourse markers. And these are the same words that we have put in our concordance in the ANCOC. So, to lead us now to the significant findings of our research. Yeah. The frequency of engagement markers is noted on the current slide. So what this slide tells us is that our student participants have frequently used engagement markers. Next, please. And on the current slide, you would see the generated themes. And these now would present to us that most of the generated themes center on issues on mandatory vaccination, given the code IM, and also the other themes were given the different codes as well for reference in the analysis. In the next slide, it shows to us what engagement markers are, in particular, as revealed, which is the most prevalent subcategory in the meta-discourse markers. When we speak of engagement markers, they denote the presentation or the inclusion of a speaker or a writer in the context of discourse. And these markers construct a relationship or a sense of belongingness between the sender and the receiver of the message, and in the context of the study, between the speaker and the audience. Okay, we also have in the next slide extracts to prove the existence of the engagement markers. May I request our operator, please? Okay, so that's an extract where we show the frequency of the use, particularly of engagement markers such as we and our. So if you want to see into the details or the specifics of this study, I shall also be sharing the published paper where you could see the details of all these significant findings. In the next slide, okay, we have here the backup literature. In fact, in all the presentations of the significant findings, the outline would actually be coming with the support from literature, and according to Saragard and Yetsapanahi 2017, one way to include the readers or the audience into the critical points is by using reader pronouns as engagement markers. And according to them, we and our are the most frequently used in academic writing. As a result of this present study, the prominence of engagement markers we and our in the computer-mediated British parliamentary debate of the grade 11 students supports the said study. Moving on, we have the self-mentions, particularly on the use of the we and the I. That is what the current slide would like to emphasize, the use of the self-mentions, the we and the I. And on the next slide, it presents to us extracts not taken from the generated themes where we could see the use of the markers we and the I. And then we have here our support telling us what these pronouns are, the we and the I would indicate, which of course tells us of the debaters' confidence in presenting their arguments to counter and also to disprove their opponents. In the same vein, Youssef and Alotaibi of 2019 found that the most common realizations linked with the usage of self-mentioned devices were declaring facts or claims. We move on to hedges. As to hedges, the current slide would actually tell us that most of the markers or the marker that is generally used as a hedge is the marker may. That's what our current slide would like to show. And on the next slide, again, it's an extract showing where the hedge may is referenced or is coded or taken from. May I again request our operator, please? Because I have to be faithful with my 10 minutes presentation, so I have to have a bullet train presentation as well. And speaking of politeness, it's one way of showing politeness to our audience to be on time with our presentation, okay? So attitude markers, we move on to attitude markers, which also shows to us, the extracts. Moving on to the next slide, please, where the attitude markers are shown, such as the frequency of the use of should, the use of agree, the use of have to. And again, let me just emphasize on these three markers that are used to signal attitude, okay? The use of should, agree, and have to. And in the succeeding slides are extracts again and the literature to back up the findings as regards attitude markers. And on the next slide, yes, I'm done with it. I'm done with the extract, thank you. We move on to boosters, okay? So as to boosters as interactional markers, according to Highland, they transmit clarity and enhance an argument. However, in our research based on table 2, only 3.14% from the transcribed debate documents relate to boosters, which is much less than the ones that are in Highland's model. Moreover, of the subcategories of interactional meta-discourse markers, our first table earlier also indicates that boosters are the least frequently used in the computer-mediated British parliamentary debate. And again, on the succeeding slide, we have our literature to back it up, especially on the on the findings of boosters as the least used marker in interactional meta-discourse, particularly on the use of the marker, the fact, and the word clear. And in conclusion, yes, next slide. So the computer-mediated British parliamentary debate stands as an affirmation on the crucial role that interactional discourse markers play in the formation of argumentative discourse and the establishment of connections between the speaker and the audience. Notably, students' communication abilities are demonstrated in their rebuttal and refutation with their interactional discourse, generally marked through engagement, soft mentions, hedges, attitude markers, and boosters. Furthermore, the use of interactional discourse in computer-mediated debate exhibits prominence of engagement markers, we and R, which draw the audience into the argument, with soft mentions marked in factory statements to show speakers' confidence, while students' frequent use of hedges indicates their doubt in their argument. And in the context of computer-mediated debates, attitude markers and boosters are necessarily emphasized since they show the debater's appealing attitude and concreteness. And so from here, in the light of this, some significant findings and conclusions, we are recommending for teachers to teach meta-discourse markers throughout the English curriculum or in English language courses, focusing on their categories and functions, and also for learners to be reminded to use fewer hedges in their argumentative discourses. And lastly, it is imperative for teachers to teach on how to use boosters and engagement markers, since these markers help strengthen appeal to audience using shared knowledge. And that ends my presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Temporal. Very interesting topic. All right, ladies and gentlemen, here is our last, but definitely not the least, presenter for today on being community health workers in Cagayan Province by Dr. J. Emmanuel Asuncion.
Good day, everyone. So I would like to start by stating that life is in search of narratives. Our narratives or our stories are an integral part of our human existence. And our stories, our narratives are sine qua non of our life and being. So hence, it is imperative and it is essential for us to unfold and unravel the lived experiences of the people who became the forefront of our pandemic response during the COVID-19 pandemic. So let me present my study, our study. So this is under the entitled On Being Community Health Workers in Cagayan Province. That's the initial title of our study. But from our analysis, we were able to deduce the essence of the lived experiences of our community health workers, which is kapwa, which is a term used by Virgilio Enriquez, the father of Psikolohiyang Pilipino. So it's a primary lens in analyzing also the experiences of our healthcare workers. The kapwa, which is the cultural psyche of our community health workers in Cagayan Province, and Being by Martin Heidegger, a lens in phenomenology. So our study is actually emanated from our funded study by Department of Health and DOST CVHRDC. And during the in-house, this was presented under the program being led by Dr. Antonio Tamayaw, institutionalizing phenomenology in instruction, research, and extension. And under the and these studies under the project of Dr. Julius Capili, unraveling the narratives of healthcare workers in the northern Philippines, which we already published 2 international journals published in quartile 3 and quartile 2. And this is a new paper emanated from our findings of our research project. And these are the members of our group. Okay, next slide, please. So COVID-19 was declared a public emergency, and this affected everyone regardless of race, cultural belief, and social status. And even countries, developed countries, succumbed to the COVID-19 pandemic, like France, Italy, South Korea. So in the Philippines, our president declared, next slide please. So in the Philippines, our president declared a state of calamity, and the Philippine government strictly enforced social distancing, enhanced community quarantine. With the current circumstance, community health workers are placed at the front line of health systems in many low and middle countries, particularly in the Philippines. Okay, next slide. So Filipinos worldwide are culturally known being relational. Okay, and being relational. These traits differ from the Western individualistic orientation, and this cultural trait also has been significant in mitigating the COVID-19 pandemic in the Philippines, and particularly in the Cagayan province. Next slide, please. So, okay, next slide. So these are the statement of the problem that we want to address. Particularly, we would like to describe the lived experiences of our community healthcare workers who are at the grassroots. And particularly, we would like to describe their perceptions of health and describe their challenges and difficulties during the pandemic in Cagayan province, and determine their motivations. And lastly, determine the fundamental essence of their lived experiences. Okay, next slide. So our methodology, we used a qualitative design, particularly employing descriptive methodology and descriptive methodology by Husserl, and it is complemented also by existential phenomenology by Dr. Mina Ramirez. Okay, next slide. So this is our research procedure. Okay, next slide, please. So here we conducted the pilot testing, and then we identified the locale of our study. So we have five districts, 5 rural health unit in Cagayan, which we employed focus group discussion. And after the focus group discussion, we also conducted in-depth interview. Okay, next slide. And then we employed Mustaka's phenomenological analysis. So next slide, please. So Mustaka's phenomenological analysis follows the following procedure. So first we employed epoche, and then we came up with horizontalization. And then from the in-depth interview, we were able to deduce the individual textual description. After the individual textual description, we were able to get the structure of the consciousness of our study participants. So what would be the structure that influenced their lived experiences? And from the structure, so lastly, we were able to deduce the insight, the essential insight of their lived experiences. Okay, so this is now the summary, para mabilis po, for the interest of time. So this is the summary of our results. So we have our creative synthesis. So we were able to call up 5 major themes, which is part of the structural description. Next slide, please. So number 1, pananaw sa, so we call them the 5 P's of the lived experiences of our community health workers. Number 1, the pananaw sa kalusugan. Before the pandemic, health has been taken for granted, has been an ordinary concept among our community health workers. But during the pandemic, they realized the value and significance of health. And for them, during that time, health became more important than wealth. And they also had their they also presented their beliefs regarding health, that their metaphysical beliefs that health actually and life comes from God. So their beliefs, insights, so itong pananaw nila sa kalusugan encapsulates their views, insights, and perceptions regarding health. Okay? So, and From this first team, later po, for the interest of time, i-discuss ko na lang po, babasahin ko na yung discussion namin, na andyan na po yung 5 teams po. So, pananaw sa kalusugan, and then that's the first team, that's first structural description, and then another is pagharap sa hamon or facing the challenges. And then after facing that, they have a lot of challenges and difficulties. So the COVID-19 pandemic has actually impede their action as community health workers. So they were challenged psychologically, physically, and then they also experienced stigmatization and discrimination. And these are some of their challenges. And then from facing the challenges, they were able to respond to the challenges, being motivated by the people that they care the most, their family, and of course, they were able to build inner strength. So they became resilient to the pandemic, and being motivated also to their oath of duty, and being motivated by the people, by their community. So because of this, so they were able to care and help and to be with their community. So they were able to sympathize and be with their community o pagdamay sa komunidad. And from their sympathizing and being with their community, they were able to become active agents or actors in the pandemic response in order to attain the success in mitigating the COVID-19 in the community. So let me just read our discussion. And fundamentally, the essence that underlies every team that we have is their sense of kapwa. It is rooted in the fundamental essence of kapwa, that they see the other as themselves. So that's why they treat the other as they treat themselves. They would like to treat themselves. The other became a significant neighbor for them, or even just like a family member. So every action that they do is actually influenced by their concept of kapwa, which is our cultural trait as Filipino, and particularly it was manifested during the COVID-19 pandemic in Cagayan province by our community health workers. Okay, so let me just read our discussion. Next slide. The COVID-19 pandemic tremendously influenced the consciousness of community health workers on their perception of health. Their views, insight have been pivotal to their pandemic response. The findings of the study also revealed that the significant role of the community health workers during the pandemic. Okay, so it was indicated there yung mga kanilang challenges. Based on the study findings, the social consequences of COVID-19 were also mentioned as part of the challenges among community health workers. So social stigmatization, discrimination, so they were able to experience those challenges. Okay, next slide. The study participants chose resiliency and high commitment to their duty as community health workers, which are integral part of responding to the various challenges. The new normal requires more human resources to do more house-to-house visits. However, despite these challenges, the community health workers remained steadfast for their duties and commitment to their community. They faced the challenges with high spirits. Despite being vulnerable to the virus, they remained motivated in doing their roles. Okay, next slide. Their motivation cannot be divorced from the sympathy of community health workers to others. This urged them to exercise their agency as key actors in the pandemic response. Their acts of caring and helping the community is directly linked to the fundamental essence of their lived experiences, which is kapwa. During the pandemic, the Filipino structural archetype of helping one another, or bayanihan, deep sense of community, has surfaced. It's evident in the commitment and dedication of community health workers despite the risk. This is far beyond the egoistic tendency of the self. Further, the sense of shared identity with the other pushed them to go beyond themselves, but were reminded of working for the common good for their community. Hence, they were able to face the challenges. They helped their community together. They accompanied people in the community, and they were able to be united for a common goal to attain success in mitigating the COVID-19 for their community. Okay? For them, being community health workers is always intertwined with their engagement of their patients. Okay? Being with their patients manifest makes their work more meaningful and valuable. Despite challenges, they were able to be motivated to pursue possibilities in caring for their patients and looking forward to a better health. This is in consonant with Heidegger's conceptualization of being, of Dasein, or being there, being with the world, and being who pursues possibilities. Okay, the conclusion. So let me conclude. Ang bilis, no? The community health workers experience a lot of challenges and difficulties. However, they're willing to face and respond to the challenges. The response and motivation is rooted in the relationship with others. They value others as they value themselves. Hence, they find meaning and purpose of their work through their shared identity with others. Hence, being community health workers in Cagayan Province is rooted in the Filipino cultural archetype, kapwa. Okay, so this is our practical implication. So let me not use the word recommendation because we cannot have generalizability since this is a phenomenological study. So let me use practical implications. So the strict implementation of protocol would allow the community health workers to be more protected in reducing the active cases of COVID-19 that they might not be physically and mentally exhausted. Likewise, giving the community health workers psychological and spiritual support should be conducted to boost their morale as a post-pandemic response. Okay, next slide. At the same time, the massive information and dissemination campaign should educate the people, the community regarding COVID-19, giving them knowledge would liberate them from their ignorance and will lead them to compliance with the health protocols. Furthermore, it will lessen the public complaints and non-compliance and avoid social stigma and discrimination among community health workers. Information and dissemination campaign would also emphasize the essence of community health workers, which I already mentioned, which is kapwa. It will inspire the community health workers and future workers. Moreover, this will also make the community health workers feel valued. Okay, so that's it. Thank you very much po, and God bless you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Asuncion. And that, ladies and gentlemen, ends the first set of presentation for the second International Research Conference. To our paper presenters today, congratulations and thank you very much. May I now call on Dr. Julius Di Capili for some words of affirmation.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am truly very satisfied about the turnout of events, and I know that in one way or the other, we have had so much gained today. A round of applause for everyone. I can't help but thank, obviously, our AIDE Incorporated organization for organizing this event with us and for bringing international figures, just so we'll be able to capture, in fact, that this conference is international in terms of scope. It is much, so much of things can also be learned from our experts around the globe. And of course, to our faculty members and students who were given the chance to showcase their best papers today. And of course, by tomorrow, we will have another set of individuals who will have to prove their research prowess. And of course, we'll have to pedal again learning from among all of us. And as I have reiterated, it's nice that we are celebrating the gift of togetherness, not just but basically because it is an obligation for ourselves to learn through obviously the systems and the institutions or agencies that we are into, but basically because it's also an obligation to share the joy of having accomplished something. It's my relentless hope and prayer that the results of these researches will be translated into something else, policies and products for some, or probably some sort of outputs that can help different agencies, instrumentalities of government and private to alleviate the condition of the entire world, more so the Philippines. And we will not stop in making research and not stop pushing researchers to be at their best, basically because research is what makes the world go round. And I would like also to challenge our students who are here. You have seen how passionate your teachers are in as much as research is concerned. If only you are actually right in my fit, where individuals would have to say, I'm a luminary in the field of research. But hearing from all of these particular research mentors, researchers, professors in the graduate school, and looking at how varied their field of specialization are, and when you would have to bring them in a cluster, you would say research is truly one thing that you have to look forward being good at, and together let's enjoy having research as our playground. So thank you to all individuals who actually have had supported this international endeavor, and of course we'll see you again tomorrow, and there will be more of things like this, basically because in the graduate school we should be emphatic that learning is not just but within the four walls of the classroom. We must as well immerse our students to all of the strategies and techniques by which they will be able to not only foster learning but to be inspired, because there's no better way rather than being inspired, being fueled with enthusiasm. You wanting to be like us, you practice as we model, and then you become experts like us. As I've said in the opening program, trust the process. Thank you very much and good morning.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kapili. That is a wrap, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see you again tomorrow. Thank you very much for joining us, and enjoy the rest of the day. Bye-bye. He spoke on the importance of mental health, wellness, and nutritional status of teachers post-pandemic. And we also had our first set of paper presenters. We had 8 paper presentations yesterday with diverse topics from language to tourism to architecture to health. And now I'm very excited. I'm very excited myself because I'm sure we are going to have another day of filled knowledge day, right? So I think we are ready to begin. Our first order of the day, our first in our order of the day is a plenary speak from a very important person. Allow me to introduce her. She has more than 40 years of career in education and professional development, which includes working as a teacher, principal, trainer, leadership coach, curriculum developer, including online course development, school board member, and college professor. She received her undergraduate degree in special education from Boston University and master's and doctoral degrees in education administration from Catholic University in America. She served in the U.S. Peace Corps Response Program from 2018 to 2019 at Cagayan State University here in the Philippines. Her work is rooted in principles of adult learning, universal design, and strengths-based professional development.
Duha Alvarado, to our keynote speaker, Dr. Crowley, and to all the participants who are here, the offshore students, and also the AIDE officers and members around the globe. Good morning, Philippines, and good evening, America. This is Lynn, or Dr. Lynn Shokon, based in Maryland. And my research title is Professional Characteristics and Instructional Leadership of School Heads, Their Relationship to the Implementation of Special Education Program. What are the professional characteristics of the school heads? The professional characteristics of the school heads show that majority of them are PhD graduate occupying a plantilla item of Principal 1 and have served for 4 to 6 years as school heads in a school with a special education program for 4 to 6 years, and Interestingly, most of the school heads have obtained 1 to 3 SPED seminars and trainings and have attended 4 to 6 leadership trainings and seminars along SPED. Moreover, most of them are members to 1 to 2 professional organizations that relate or related to SPED and have received 1 to 2 awards from local and regional awards. So, what is the level of instructional leadership of the school heads as assessed by the teachers and the school heads themselves? The school heads have high instructional leadership across all its dimensions, and this they demonstrated by their competence in managing instruction and the SPED curriculum which promotes the growth of the students, teachers, and the school in general. So the finding is similar with the study of Arietta et al. 2020, who that said that school principals in Metro Manila are primarily serving as instructional leaders. They are doing a better job as instructional leaders in SPED program in terms of conveying the department's development plans, supporting professional development, supervising and evaluating instruction, and providing incentives for teachers. They also noted that the principal's varied responsibilities can have an impact on their job as instructional leaders, especially in a school offering special education program. What is the extent of implementation of the SPED program as assessed by the school heads, teachers, and parents? So the SPED program is implemented at a high extent. This finding implies that the school heads have carried out the different aspects of the SPED program along access, teachers' performance, and participation of learners. So these areas of SPED program were executed pursuant with the guidelines of special education program of the Department of Education. So the data is similar with the finding of Formoso 2019 that the SPED program in the schools of Pampanga are implemented at a high level. So she averred that the effective implementation of the SPED program is attributed to the very good instructional supervision of teachers and school heads. What is the extent of the support needed for instructional development of SPED teachers as assessed by the school heads, teachers, and parents? So there is a moderate extent of support needed for instructional development of the SPED teachers. Thus, they need some assistance to enhance the instructional development of SPED program. These findings consistent with the study of the SPED teacher or consistent study that the SPED teachers are needing recovery, motivation, and applicable strategies in teaching, which is regarded as positive in teaching learning situation. Greenberg's 2010. Also, it strengthens the findings that what problematic about learning and knowledge gaining processes is integrating strategies in teaching learners with disabilities. It is also hard to introduce new knowledge to them since they have their own field of interests. Friedrich and Mandel 2012. So specifically, they need instructional scaffolding and tools along ICT in SPED teaching and learning. So to support and enhance and optimize the delivery of learning to children with special needs. So these needs, when responded, can lead to improved students' learning and better teaching methods, examples of which are digital whiteboards, smartphones, adaptive computing technology, augmentative communication, and human speech recognition and synthesizing. Is there a significant relationship between the professional characteristics and level of instructional leadership of the school heads? The test of relationship revealed that there is no significant relationship between the professional characteristics of the school heads and their instructional leadership. The findings suggest that the highest educational attainment plantilia item, length of services as a school head, length of service in a school with special education program, number of SPED seminars, trainings attended for the last 10 years, number of leadership training seminars attended, or membership to SPED related professional organizations of the school heads, number of awards received. It might be local, regional, national, international for the last 10 years are not associated with their instructional leadership. In short, there are factors which are not included in the study which may influence instructional leadership. It must be noted that instructional leadership is influenced by numeric factors which may not be related to professional characteristics identified in this study. Is there significant relationship between the professional characteristics and extent of the implementation of the SPED program? There was a significant negative correlation between number of awards received by the school heads and the extent of the implementation of the SPED program along access. This implies that the more awards received by the school head, the lesser is the school's implementation along access, or vice versa. Such finding can be attributed to the fact most of the awards obtained by the school heads are not specifically related to the management of the special education program. So it must be noted that award like most outstanding school head have the criteria such as managerial competence, professional competence, professionalism, personal attributes. These indicators are not specifically fit to the provision of services available for learners with special needs, not to mention that managing SPED program is not attributed mainly to awards and recognition of the school heads. So interestingly, there was a significant positive correlation between educational attainment and the overall extent of the implementation of the SPED program. Specifically, the higher the educational attainment of the school head, the higher is the school's implementation of the SPED program. So meanwhile, there was a significant correlation between plantilia position, length of service as a school head, length of service in a school and with a special education program, and their overall score in the extent of the implementation of the SPED program. This implies that the higher the plantilia position, the longer the length of service as school head, and the longer the length of service in the school with special program, the higher is the school's implementation of the SPED program. Is there a significant relationship between the level of instructional leadership and extent of the implementation of the SPED program? There is an association between the level of instructional leadership and extent of the implementation of the SPED program. Specifically, there is a significant positive correlation between providing resources for learning, supervising, and evaluating teachers, and the SPED implementation along access. This suggests that the higher is the school's head's score in providing resources for learning and supervising and evaluating teachers, the higher is the score in schools' implementation of access, or vice versa. So this can be explained by the fact that when school heads are able to provide or make available the teaching and learning resources for the learners and teachers, then they should access them at any time they need. It must be noted that instructional assistive devices and other services are essential ingredients to make SPED teaching and learning effective and meaningful. The finding supports that the study of the ERDM 2017 indicating that the provision and the use of the various types of assistive technology and related teaching and learning resources for children with disability generally have a positive effect on the teacher's performance and student learning's outcomes. In conclusion, the school heads in the schools division of Cagayan State or Cagayan are competent instructional leaders, and this ability is translated in a high extent of implementation of the SPED program. Despite this, however, SPED teachers are still needing some support to further enhance their competence and in improving the instructional delivery of the SPED program. The professional characteristics of the school heads do not influence their instructional leadership. However, the overall implementation of the SPED program is positively influenced by some professional characteristics of the school heads, such as educational attainment, plantilla position, length of service as a school head, length of service in a school with a special education program. Finally, the instructional leadership of the school heads have impacts on the extent of the implementation of the SPED program. Higher instructional leadership yields better implementation of the SPED program. Therefore, my recommendations, the school heads need to sustain their high instructional leadership and high extent of implementation of the SPED program through the support, monitoring, and rewards incentives given by the higher authorities. Department of Education central, regional, and division offices should strengthen the instructional leadership of the school heads through trainings and other capacity building activities, since the study has shown its impact on the extent of the implementation of the SPED program. DepEd higher authorities should address the instructional support needed by the SPED teachers, especially along ICT in SPED teaching and learning, and strengthening their capacity to give accommodation to students with disability. Assigns of school heads in schools with special education programs should consider qualifications such as higher the plantilla position, length of service as school head, and length of service in a school with special education program, as they are significant factors in ensuring higher implementation of the SPED program. Lastly, a similar study shall be conducted in the schools division of Tuguegarao City to have a comprehensive understanding of the instructional leadership of the school heads and the implementation of the SPED program in the province of Cagayan. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and good evening. Thank you very much for your listening. Thank you and mabuhay tayong lahat.
Wow. Thank you very much, Dr. Lin Shucon. Great findings and great recommendations on the topic of professional characteristics and instructional leadership of school heads, their relationship to the implementation of special education program. Thank you very much again for that, Dr. Lin Shucon. All right, let's move on. May I please know if Dr. Clovis Jucha is now ready for his presentation?
Yes, I'm here.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Jucha. You now have the floor. You may share your screen at any time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
So thank you very much to the Cagayan State University and AIDE organization for giving me the opportunity to present my paper. The title is Psychological Well-Being and Resilience Quotient and its relationship to teaching effectiveness basis for intervention plan. Just a very quick background. Teachers around the world are still adapting to the changes that the field of education continue to experience due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Aside this pandemic, worries, fears, challenges, and stress were on the mind of everyone involved in education, like education policymakers, administrators, teachers, student parents, and community members. Teachers were more worried because they had to use a lot of new technologies to teach virtually. A lot of mandated trainings were planned in a very short time. These sudden needs were very complicated for many teachers who were unprepared and were frustrated with the high use of computer and their new programs. This situation inspired me and triggered my curiosity on the history of pandemic and their influence on teachers' ability to teach effectively. During a pandemic, psychological well-being is very important because it has a great influence on teachers' life. A high level of psychological well-being will be able to achieve optimal development, Kamaru Zaman and Surat 2020. Thus, assessing teachers' psychological well-being is the first step in protecting teachers' mental health and providing them with an environment that helps flourish their professional and personal development. Another factor to assess is resilience, which is an important factor for those who have experienced traumatic events such as COVID-19. In this paper, resilience is examined at the individual level and is considered as a significant factor that affect the teaching effectiveness of teachers. The concept of resilience has mostly been studied in the context of traumatic events such as disasters, Maniema and Gordon 2014. Define resilience as the ability of the individual or community to cope positively with significant and protracted source of stress. So the objective of this presentation is, of this research paper is, the research aim to determine how the psychological well-being of teachers and their resilience quotient are related to their teaching effectiveness and propose an intervention plan for enhancement. Such results can inspire education policymakers and school administrators to make good decisions that will greatly help to manage the stress and resiliency of the teachers. So this is the conceptual framework started with the paradigm of the study. We have the input variable consists of that involve the profile, teachers' resilience quotient, teachers' psychological well-being, and teaching effectiveness. These variables were processed through interview guiding question to teachers, triangulations, consist with which are documents, review, interview, and observations. And the output of this process contribute to put in place intervention plan for the enhancement of resilient quotient, psychological well-being, and teaching effectiveness. The locale of the study was conducted in Prince George County Public School, Maryland, United States of America, among public school teachers. These schools have a large population in teaching forces, hence the data gathered provided the substantial evidence needed in the study. The red dot on the map shows the school where teachers were volunteer, where the teachers choose voluntarily to respond to contribute to the study. So these are the executive summary. This is the executive summary of the findings. So the first statement of the problem: what is the profile of teachers in terms of age, civil status, sex, teaching position, year of teaching? And the statistical tools are frequency and percentage. So the following tables, I will not take too much time for the sake of time, I will not take time to go through the details, but just to present to you. This is the table that indicates the age distribution for the profile. This is the civil status for the teachers. This is the distribution of the sex. As we can see, females are the majority, represent the majority of the teachers in the response. This indicates the subject handle distribution for the teachers who contributed to the study. And this is represent the years of the teachers who contributed to the study also. The second statement of the problem: what is the level of teachers' psychological well-being in terms of self-acceptance and autonomy, environmental mastery and positive relations with others, personal growth and purpose of life? So the statistical tools used were weighted mean, standard deviation. Again, this is the table that represents the level of teachers' psychological well-being in terms of self-acceptance and autonomy. And we can see we have the weighted mean, standard deviation, and descriptive interpretation. Going down, we will have the table indicate represents the same variable. This is for the position, the environmental mastery and position relation with others. And this represents the level of teachers' psychological well-being in terms of personal growth and purpose in life. The third statement of the problem is: what is the level of teachers' resilience quotient in terms of self-assurance, personal vision, flexibility and adaptability, organization, problem-solving capability, interpersonal competence, social connectivity, and proactivity? Statistical tools used, weighted mean, and standard deviation. Again, we have the table here that indicates the level of resilience quotient of the respondent in terms of self-assurance. This is for the personal vision. This represents the level of resilience in terms of flexibility and adaptability. And this represents the level in terms of organization, the level of resilience quotient of respondent in terms of problem solving and capability, the level of resilience quotient of respondent in terms of interpersonal competence. And here is the one in terms of social connectivity, in terms of proactivity. The statement of the problem number 4: how do the high school teachers assess the teaching effectiveness in terms of cognitive presence, social presence, and teaching presence? The statistical tools used are weighted mean, standard deviation. And here we have the table that represents the teacher's assessment of their teaching effectiveness in terms of cognitive presence. This is the one in terms of social presence, the one in terms of teaching presence. Now, let's move to the comparison of psychological well-being, the resilience quotient, and the teaching effectiveness of respondents when grouped according to profile variables. This table indicates the comparison of psychological well-being of respondents when grouped according to profile variable. And we can see that we can see in this table that the psychological well-being of respondents when grouped according to age were significant. And those grouped in terms of civil status, sex, subject thought, and year of teaching were not significant. So since the age was significant, we proceed with the post-hoc ANOVA comparison of the psychological well-being of respondents when grouped according to age. And that table shows that beginning from the age group 50 to 59 years old and up, the psychological well-being is much better compared to other lower age groups. The results negate Kamaruzaman and Sarah 2021 that the profile of the participant in terms of sex and psychological well-being were not significantly affected, with a high degree of psychological well-being. It explained that there are no psychological disparity between male and female teachers in Malaysia where the Kamaruzaman and Sarah complete their study. Likewise, the findings of the study supported Amran and Kaira 2014 as cited by Kamaruzaman and Sarah 2021, which found that there was no big gender gap in general well-being. The results also show that there were no gender gaps in anxiety, depression, and well-being. Table 5.2, comparison of resilience quotient of the respondent when grouped according to profile variable. And this table showed that there is no significant difference on the resilience quotient of respondent when grouped according to age, civil status, sex, subject type, year of teaching. And this table indicates the comparison of teaching effectiveness of respondent when grouped according to the profile variables. And it indicates that there is no significant difference on the teaching effectiveness of the respondent when grouped according to age, civil status, sex, subject type, year of teaching. With this, the findings negate Palardi and Romberger 2008 that in terms of teachers' qualities, they discovered that instructional techniques and teacher traits and direct impact has the greatest direct effect on student accomplishment. It was discovered that factors related to the teacher's background, such as total year of experience and certification, had no bearing on the performance of the student. The table 6, association between psychological well-being and resilience quotient to the teaching effectiveness of respondent. Table 6, on the table 6, we can see that the psychological well-being and teaching effectiveness are significantly correlated. The 0.54 R value indicate that psychological well-being moderately affect teaching effectiveness. The hypothesis stated that there was no significant association between psychological well-being of the teaching effectiveness of the respondent was partly upheld. This support Myers and Dana 1995. Table 6 also showed that the resilience quotient and teaching effectiveness are significantly correlated. The 0.55 R value indicate that resilience quotient moderately affect teaching effectiveness. Also in this table, we see that the psychological well-being and resilience quotient are significantly correlated. The 0.58 R value indicate that psychological well-being moderately affect resilience quotient. Thus, it is deducted from the findings of Singh and Kumar 2019 that psychological well-being is a sense of feeling healthy, leading to complete awareness of personal integrity along with the spiritual element of life. Now, I'm going to move on to the proposed intervention plan to enhance psychological well-being and the resilience quotient and the teacher effectiveness. Though there has been no identified or specific problems found in the study considering the PGCPS strategic framework on aligning it through its transformational workforce goal, the succeeding tables present a proposed intervention technique that will further enhance the psychological well-being, resilience quotient of teachers and their teaching effectiveness, respectively. So I will not go in details. As we can see, we have a table of 4 columns, technical issues encountered along, the intervention technique, the person involved, and the time frame of the implementation of the different techniques. And this is the proposed intervention plan for psychological well-being of the teachers. And this is the intervention for the resilience quotient of the teachers. That's continue down. And here we have the intervention plan for the teaching effectiveness of teachers. That also has 4 columns. Now, moving on, the conclusion. Based on the findings of the study, the following conclusions were drawn. Psychological well-being with teaching effectiveness provide positive mental states such as happiness or satisfaction, and in many ways is necessary and helpful to the teachers. Therefore, this may produce a more competitive and good learning quality for the student and improve the teacher's talent, skills, knowledge, and passion for teaching. Resilience quotient with teaching effectiveness may minimize the teacher's stress, improve commitment, job satisfaction, and instructional quality, and elevate professional identity. Therefore, teachers may navigate the challenges that could arise during the transition period and can set students up for lifelong success. Thus, the psychological well-being and resilience quotient contribute greatly to the level of teachers' effectiveness. As a result, it impacts the academic performance of the learners. Recommendation. In light of conclusion of the study, the researcher offered the following. A school administrator may consider crafting programs related to work-life balance of teachers to address their adversity in terms of psychological well-being. School administrators must consistently send clear, encouraging, and expression of gratitude to teachers to remind them that their efforts are truly appreciated. School principal may conduct wellness program to help the teachers cope with their wellness issue. Further researcher may conduct a similar study in schools that were not included in the scope of limitation of the study. School principal may organize a professional book and article study to empower teachers, and future researcher may conduct similar studies with students as respondents to look into the impact on their academic performance. So that's the end of my presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Wow. Thank you very much, Dr. Clovis Jucha. Right, great forwarded recommendations on in relation to the psychological well-being and resilience quotients and its relationship to teaching effectiveness. So we thank you, Dr. Clovis, for being here with us today. And one said, nice presentation, and one said it on our chat box, right? So again, thank you very much, Dr. Clovis.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right. May I then invite Ms. Rian May Mangawil for a presentation on online-related learning experiences of nursing students as adapted by the College of Nursing in Southern Isabela.
Okay, good morning, Philippines, and good evening, United States of America. Thank you so much, Cagayan State University, for this opportunity. By the way, I am Rian May Castillo Mangawil, and I'm going to present to you our research entitled Online Related Learning Experiences of Nursing Students as Adapted by the Colleges of Nursing in Southern Isabela. Modification and adjustment are undoubtedly inevitable through the years, which can also be applied and experienced in knowledge acquisition or learning in various universities or higher educational institutions. Abrupt change in the environment where unexpected circumstances can be encountered, for instance. The timely and relevant outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic, which needs for compliance on specific health protocols, leads to revamping of teaching and mode of studying by students as ensued past years. However, these unanticipated events cannot hinder the willingness of students to pursue education and grasp triumph in finishing studies amidst the globally known health-related jeopardy. The thought and adaptation of online learning, especially to nursing students, which requires prompt face-to-face experience in hospital settings by means of duty in their related learning experience, is new to the accustomed way of initiating insights where they can personally come across with patients and perform their learnings during their in-depth foundation in lectures. Hence, this study ought to evaluate the use of virtual or online resources and open learning multimedia modalities of dealing explicit education as strategies to perform related learning experience in the College of Nursing in Isabela. Okay, let's go on the statement of the problem. What is the profile of the student respondents in terms of age, sex, and year level? And number 2 is, what is the online related learning experiences of the student respondents as to knowledge retention, clinical reasoning, self-efficacy, satisfaction with the related learning experiences? And number 3, what proposed teaching learning intervention plan can be implemented to enhance the online related learning experiences? In our methodology, the target participants for this study was the level 3 students of the Bachelor of Science in Nursing program who are currently enrolled for the school year 2020-2021. This study was conducted in 3 colleges and universities in Isabela, 2 in Santiago City, and 1 located in Itiaga, Isabela. The research instrument for this study was developed based on the findings of a focus group discussion conducted with the students from 1 university that offers a nursing program. The focus group discussion findings was revolved and focused on the elements of online related learning experiences, including knowledge retention, clinical reasoning, self-efficacy, and satisfaction with the related learning experience. Next, the reliability of the instrument was undergone face validity by experts in the field of nursing education, such as the college deans, program chairs, and clinical instructors who are handling related learning experience. To determine the reliability and stability of the instrument, a pilot testing was conducted in Cronbach's alpha and yield a result of greater than 0.9 level of acceptability. To answer the statement of the problem number 1, majority of the respondents are female with a frequency of 89 or 85%, and 16 or 15% are male. This implies that there is a greater number of female third-year students in Southern Isabela aspiring to nursing profession. Next is, majority of the level 3 nursing students in 3 distinct universities with nursing program in Southern Isabela are at the age bracket of 21 to 22 years of age, with a frequency of 66 or 63%, and 39 or 37% are at the age bracket of 19 to 20 years old. Next, to answer the statement of the problem number 2, the table exhibits the mean and qualitative description of the respondents to each particular in knowledge retention, clinical reasoning, and self-efficacy. Okay, what is the online related learning experiences of the student respondents as to knowledge retention? The overall mean on this part is 3.26 or neutral. It can be discerned that there are no easy part on the following test categories but among the particulars. Another is, what is the online related learning experiences of the student respondents as to clinical reasoning? The overall mean on this category is 3.20 or neutral, and it can be inferred that level 3 nursing students in colleges of nursing in Isabela are impartial as to e-learning can assist them in various walks of life. And to answer what is the online related learning experiences of the student respondents As to self-efficacy, the overall mean on this part is 3.15 or neutral. The students within the online category felt that they work harder, however, also felt like they were additional part of the group. Though the technology bestowed a barrier and was typically challenging, they were ready to get back lessons online at any time and felt the asynchronous nature of the course was beneficial. These students were also often placed in tiny terms of in discussions online. Okay, next table is the table shows the mean and qualitative description of respondents' response to each particular in assessment of satisfaction. As you can observe, the overall mean is 3.27 or neutral. It may portray that level 3 nursing students perceive impartial satisfaction referring to modified way, carrying out related learning experience in the respective colleges and universities as being affected by the recent modification of learning. Okay, in our discussion, the underlying meaning of this research encompasses the student respondents' perception with regards to their related learning experiences as to knowledge retention, clinical reasoning, self-efficacy, and satisfaction with the related learning experience being carried out and fulfilled through online platforms. This research sought to unravel and highlight nursing students' cognizance apropos to an effective teaching learning intervention planned to be utilized for improvement of respondents' related learning experiences. Okay, we have for conclusion. Number one, majority of the respondents of the level 3 nursing respondents in 3 distinct universities with nursing program in Southern Isabela are at the age bracket of 21 to 22 years of age. This pertains the third year nursing student respondents are beginning their endeavor as student nurses in this age bracket. Number two, majority are female. It indicates that the female students are more driven, comprehensive, and passionate in nursing school rather than males. Number three, the study concluded that knowledge retention in online related learning experience has revealed that nursing students are neutral or equitable in terms of how e-learning delivers a difficult engagement in learning, and e-learning promotes maintenance of information. On the other hand, self-efficacy data shows that in terms of self-efficacy in online related learning experience, the nursing students posted neutral that concludes they have a neutral confidence in line with e-learning experience. And number four, according to the findings, the students agree with the satisfaction of the e-learning supplementary lectures and with the e-learning discussion, and only neutral with the e-learning contents and modes of learning such as reading textbooks on the computer screen than physical textbook that affects their capacity to acquire more knowledge. Okay, let's go on to our recommendation. Number one recommendation, the researchers recommended that the administration must improve the securing of online related learning experiences of nursing students as to knowledge retention, clinical reasoning, self-efficacy, and satisfaction with the related learning experience. Number two, students should be encouraged to enhance their learning capabilities in related learning experience to help them improve their skills in the clinical setup. Next, clinical instructors should enrich features of improvement in the online related experience skills of the students to initiate insights where the students can encounter patients and perform their learnings during their in-depth foundations in lecture. And last, it is further recommended for future researches that the similar studies should be conducted along this line using other variables. That will be all For my presentation, the succeeding slides is for my references. Thank you so much and God bless us all.
All right, thank you very much, Ma'am Rianne. Great presentation po and great recommendation. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is a recorded presentation from Dr. Melinda S. Ramirez on attitude and readiness and online learning, its effects on teachers and students' performance. I believe the audio is a bit low, so I just request everyone, if you are not able to clearly hear the presentation, to just adjust the volume, to tune up your volume to adjust to your convenience. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Melinda Ramirez. I've been a teacher for 33 years. We've been teaching in 15 years in the Philippines and 18 years here in Prince George's County Public Schools, USA. I have been teaching general education elementary level in Prince George's County Public Schools. I graduated from Silliman University with a degree of Bachelor of Business Administration, and at the University of San Carlos, Bachelor in Elementary Education and MA in Educational Management. And I'm married for 35 years with 3 adult children, age 31, 28, and 21. And I'm living here in Maryland, United States of America. By the way, I also graduated from Cagayan State University with a degree of Doctor of Philosophy in Educational Management. So the utilization of online education along with the crisis that COVID-19 experienced made e-learning a crucial teaching approach. This study focused on the attitude and readiness on online learning, its effect on teachers and students' performance. The study was conducted in selected private schools in Central Visayas, and the researcher used the descriptive research using the survey method. This presentation will summarize the results on findings of the researcher's statement of the problem. There are 9 questions in the statement of the problem, so I'm going to start here with question number 1. What is the profile of the subjects in terms of age, sex, highest educational attainment, and length of teaching service? Based on this table, frequency distribution on the profile of the respondents, the average age of the respondents was 36 years old, and majority of the respondents were female with 73%, and the highest educational attainment is college graduate, and the length of teaching service, the average length of teaching service is 12 years. So what is the teacher's attitudes towards online teaching? Table 3 is telling us the assessment on teacher's attitude towards online teaching. Out of the 16 indicators here, the overall mean is 4.22, which is strongly agree, or the teachers are very much favorable with regards to their attitude toward online teaching. What is the teacher's readiness towards online teaching? Out of the 25 indicators, the general mean here is the result is moderately capable, or the teachers were moderately ready with regards to online teaching. Question number 4 is asking what is the teacher's performance of teachers. And this table 5, the frequency and percentage distribution on the teacher's teaching performance, it is showing that the average teaching performance of the respondents was 93.13, which is noteworthy. Question number 5, what is the academic performance of students during the online teaching? This table is showing us the frequency distribution of the 4th quarter grade point average of the students. So far, the overall weighted average of the students was 89.84, meaning to say that they were performing very satisfactorily. Question number 6 is asking, is there a significant relationship between the teacher's profile with their attitude towards online teaching, readiness towards online teaching, students' academic performance, and teachers' teaching performance? This table is showing a correlation matrix on the association between the teacher's profile and their attitude towards online teaching, readiness toward online teaching, students' academic performance, and teachers' teaching performance. Based on the result, the correlation is significant at the 0.05 level. Is there a significant relationship between the teacher's attitude towards online teaching with the readiness towards online teaching, students' academic performance, and teachers' teaching performance? Table 8 is showing the correlation result on the association between the teacher's attitude towards online teaching with their readiness towards online teaching, students' academic performance, and teachers' teaching performance. Based on the factors presented on the table, the readiness towards online teaching, it is not significant. The academic performance of students is not significant. However, the teacher's teaching performance is significant. This question is asking, is there a significant relationship between the teacher's readiness towards online teaching with their students' academic performance and teachers' teaching performance? This particular table is showing the correlation result on the relationship between the teacher's readiness towards online teaching with their students' academic performance and teachers' teaching performance. On the table showing us the factors that the following factors that the academic performance of students is not significant and the teacher's teaching performance is also not significant. Is there a significant relationship between the student's academic performance and teacher's teaching performance? This table is showing the correlation result on the relationship between students' academic performance and the teacher's teaching performance. It gave us an overall result which is not significant. So based on the above findings, the following conclusions are presented. The teachers are in their middle adulthood and still young in the service. Some of the profile of the variables have a significant relationship to the readiness towards online teaching, students' academic performance, and teachers' teaching performance. Teachers are moderately ready in online teaching, and students' academic performance does not directly influenced by teachers' readiness in online teaching. And teachers' attitudes and readiness towards online teaching do not directly affect students' academic performance. So based on the findings, the recommendations were made in this particular study. First recommendation is that there should be provision for professional support to teachers, specifically on online teaching should be one of the priorities of the different private schools. Quarterly training of teachers that focus on online instructional strategies and skills they are moderately capable of. Example is creating online quizzes and tests, creating instructional videos, using online collaborative tools. The third recommendation is that the private school should consider hiring older teachers with higher educational status, and a similar study must be directed with a broader scope and the use of other variables not included in the study that may influence the outcome. Okay, thank you very much for listening to this presentation. Have a good day, everyone.
All right. We thank Dr. Melinda Ramirez for that presentation on the attitude and readiness in online learning, its effect on teachers and students' performance. Okay, so moving on to our next presentation, we'll have Ms. Dotha A. Mundo on self-esteem in the workplace and motivational thrusts, basis for quality assurance.
Again, good morning, everybody, and good evening from our participants around the world. Good evening to you and good morning here in the Philippines. I would like to thank Cagayan State University for giving us this opportunity and Dr. Angel Alvarado for including us. My name is Dota Imundo and I am a faculty of Isabela State University. Self-esteem in the workplace and motivational trusts basis for quality assurance. This study has inspired me due to the fact that during the pandemic, in the hospital most especially, we have had quite a difficult time. And at that time, I don't think if the nursing services were even appreciated. Some were even bashed. And so I thought this study needed to be done. And the locale of this study is at the Southern Isabela Medical Center, just to see whether nurses are still performing and still going to perform their best, even in the midst of a pandemic. There is a trend today to focus studies on personal psychosocial functioning as these facilitate better understanding of who they are in terms of their self-esteem in the workplace and motivational trust and other encouraging characteristics. Employees with good self-esteem in the workplace tend to trust their abilities and possess better decision-making capabilities. Myself was motivated to undertake this study with the ardent hope that an assessment of personal self-esteem in the workplace and their motivational trusts can provide insights into helping them better understand a work world of continual change and how to overcome resistance to change and how to best create an organizational culture that thrives on improvement. Method of the study. Descriptive method was employed with checklist as the major tool to gather data. Techniques of interviews and observations were utilized to validate findings. The weighted average was employed to arrive at a verbal rating of each of the item in the Likert scale checklist. Kendall-Staubbe formula was used to test the hypothesis. Nursing service personnel self-esteem in the workplace does not vary when grouped into age, gender, civil status, and number of years of experience in nursing. V. Kramer's V formula was utilized to test the hypothesis nursing service personnel self-esteem in the workplace is not significantly related to the 6 measures of motivational trusts, such as achievement, influence, affiliation, control, dependence, and commiseration. Results and discussion. Underachievement. Majority of the nursing service personnel were found to be very high in their motivational trusts in terms of achievement. Results suggest that the nursing service personnel's motivation to succeed in relative to some standard of excellence. The nursing service personnel are recognizant of the significance of being able to achieve while engaged in their profession. Influence. Majority of the nursing service personnel were observed to be high in their motivational trust in terms of influence. They always set themselves as an example and model for others. They provide new suggestions and ideas and give credit and recognition to others. Affiliation. Majority of the nursing service personnel were observed to be very high in their motivational trust in terms of affiliation. Results suggest that they are highly motivational to develop and maintain close and mutually satisfying interpersonal relationship with others. Control. Majority of the nursing service personnel were observed to be very high in their motivational trusts along control. They have expressed that they always have genuine respect for experienced personals. They have learned from those who are senior to them and always solicit ideas from others. They feel that the more experienced have the edge over others and that their skill and expertise should be considered in the undertakings. Dependence. Majority of the nursing service personnel, 58%, were identified to be very high in their motivational trust in terms of dependence. Compassionate and supportive of others characterize the nursing service personnel. They adhere to the belief that the success at work can be achieved through teamwork and group cooperation. The nursing service personnel are not self-centered. They project traits of altruism, which further enables them to accomplish their goals and objectives. Commiseration. Majority of the nursing service personnel are very high in their motivational trust among commiseration, which give the impression that the nursing service personnel's motivation to belong to groups and organizations possess the trait to emphasize and to cooperate with people they work with. They are affable and responsive to others. Age. The hypothesis that the nursing service personnel across age do not differ in their motivational trusts along influence and control was rejected. The hypothesis that the nursing services personnel across age do not differ in their self-esteem in the workplace was accepted. The hypothesis that the nursing service personnel across age do not differ in the motivational trust along achievement, control, dependence, and commiseration was accepted. Gender. Regardless of gender, the nursing service personnel are similarly grounded in their manner. They value themselves in the organization. Male and female nursing service personnel are alike in their attributes, characteristics, and qualities. The hypothesis that the nursing service personnel across gender do not differ in their self-esteem and in the 6 aspects of motivational trusts was accepted. Civil status. The nursing service personnel are one in their motivations and striving along the following: to exceed performance target, to give credit and recognition to others, to develop and maintain close and mutually satisfying interpersonal relationship with others, and to develop teamwork. The hypothesis that nursing service personnel across civil status do not differ in their self-esteem and the 6 aspects of their motivational trusts was accepted. Number of years work experience as a nurse. The nursing service personnel, regardless of how long they have been nursing, are similar in perceptions of their self-esteem in the workplace. The hypothesis that nursing service personnel across number of years of nursing experience do not differ in their self-esteem in the workplace was accepted. Implication of findings for quality assurance. The study came out with significant insights relative to the motivational trusts and self-esteem in the workplace of the nursing service personnel. They perceive themselves as worthy of their position, thus can be trusted to carry out varied tasks and responsibilities that is bound to the attainment of goals and objectives. Such favorable perceptions of their motivational trust and self-esteem in the workplace may result to organizational effectiveness. Investigations of these factors better understand of the skills and competencies of the nursing service personnel. Since nursing service view themselves as meritorious and exemplary, they can be expected to perform effectively and to accept challenges. The perceived favorable self-esteem projections of their recognizance of their capabilities to undertake work. Likewise, their motivational trust are projections of their dedication, sincerity, wisdom, and aspirations. That's all for my presentation. Thank you very much, Cagayan State University, for this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you very much for your presentation on the self-esteem in the workplace and motivational thrusts, basis for quality assurance. All right, moving on, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome Dr. Julius Capili to present on the quality versus quantity salient points in writing and publication of researches. Dr. Capili, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bradley. And of course, good morning to all of our friends joining here in the Philippines. And good evening to all of our offshore students and some other guests in the United States of America. And of course, I feel so elated to be part of this 2-day event. This is an international event. And just to showcase the prowess of our faculty and students and some other of our invited presenters to conduct researches, then we actually have had thought of inspiring the people all over the world by, of course, showcasing what we have. So since I understand that most of our students in the graduate school and some others of our students who are in America are here joining us together, it is truly imperative that I would like to share my insights relative to how you're going to conduct researches and obviously some other deliverables that is expected of you. You would have to understand that it's not only thesis and dissertation that you are going to do, but it's expected that somehow you will be asked to present researches to several of research fora, and obviously there are also times when you are going to uh, be asked to come up with other deliverables like infographics and a whole lot more. Okay, so my sharing is apparently an offshoot of my experience, not just but a researcher, a research manager, and executive director of a consortium, but apparently as a budding researcher. So I must tell that, of course, if people have regarded me and has probably considered me a luminary in the field of research, I also am still learning from a lot of individuals around me. So may I request Sir uh, Alvarado to share the screen for me. Okay, that's it. So my topic, ladies and gentlemen, is quality versus quantity. This is giving us two opposite points in research. Which one matters? Is it quality or quantity? Basically, because you have to understand that in the field of academe, we might as well be given points as to how many of researches we were able to publish, how many researches were we able to present, or those that we have had delivered in as much as outputs are concerned, which were called out from the researches that we have been able to publish. And of course, quality is another issue there, on the very issue that, of course, while we have lots of publication, it's by studies that we have had learned that in the Philippines, while we have so small publications, we are leading in terms of citations, and we are also leading as a country in terms of research utilization. So these are the salient points in writing and publication of researches. By the way, I'm Dr. Julius Capili. I hold the Plantilla position of University Dean of the Graduate School, and now the College Dean of the College of Allied Health Sciences, which I used to actually have. That was like some 2 years ago. I'm back in the College of Allied Health Sciences today, and the former university director for research and development. Just a disclosure, I am the executive director of the Department of Science and Technology, Cagayan Valley Health Research and Development Consortium, and the research specialist of the Department of Health Region 2 under the RAIFIC program, Regional Adverse Events Following Immunizations Committee. So if you would want your research has to be funded by the OST, then you can contact me for the protocols, and of course we'll have to discuss how much we can give you. We can give you as much as like 1 million pesos if we are making use of the CVHRDC funds. But don't you worry if you need more than that required amount, for example, to a ceiling of 2 million until 44 million, then you can have that. I will
recommend the Philippine Council for Health Research and Development, no, to grant you the funds. And for the COVID cases, the deaths, no, of COVID and some other adverse reactions, and of course, no, the adverse reactions brought about by other immunizations, importantly for our infants and the old individuals. I also am part of that, as I am commissioned by the Department of Health Region to be their research specialist. Okay, so these are my learning objectives. Kindly click the next slide. Okay. So at the end of the session, you, my dear participants, online, no, learners must be able to define research and its purposes, describe the characteristics of quality researches worth publishable in refereed journals. I'd like to point out refereed journals because apparently there are predatory journals. No, I will give more of inputs on that later on. Discuss to you how to prepare or package winnable research attuned to the instructions of colloquia organizers. So number one of which would be on your oral and poster presentations, policy brief preparations, translating research outcomes to policies, and the buzz activity today in the parlance of research would be the 3-minute pitch. No? We are going to give you 3 minutes to convince us, no, in order that we are going to adopt, no, the research recommendations that you have. So it's quite a new thing and a very difficult thing, but I swear you need to be prepared for that and discuss common criteria in the evaluation of researches to ensure that at least in one way or the other, no, you are going to win. No, should you be joining competitions, or at least you are going to win the hearts of individuals the moment they have had read your work. Okay, next slide. So, let's start, no, with the first question. What is research? No, to begin with, next slide. No, research is actually very important because for me, research is what makes the world go round. No, without researches, then we should not have truly felt about the innovations, no, or probably the inventions, as well as no, the very comfortable things that we have today. So research, no, is actually highlighted in as much, no, as its outputs, no, is concerned. Number one, research brings about new knowledge or technology or upgrading the existing ones. So when you say new knowledge or technology, then it talks about the inventions. It's hard, no, to come up with inventions now, as people may claim. It's unlike before when not so much in the world have had been discovered. So people a long time ago, no, truly have had been cited, no, they were like Nobel Prize winners, basically because no, they were first to discover about something, a phenomenon, a product, no, or perhaps no, even for example crafting a policy whatsoever. But today, no, of course, no, innovation is the name of the game. No, if we find it so hard to actually invent, then it's easy for us to innovate. So innovate is actually next to improvement. So we improve existing policies, we improve existing products, no, and we also get to improve, no, some sort of like frameworks, etc. Okay, so research also enhances our understanding of the already existing knowledge, and for sure, no, we are challenged to add up, no, to the generation of new knowledge. I'm a faculty of the College of Medicine in the graduate school. I handle researches. Most of my students, in particular in the College of Medicine, and the Master of Public Health and in the Doctor of Philosophy major in Science Education program, would ask me of one thing. What about, no, if our results of the experimentation, results, no, of researches turned out to be negative? Will it still add up to the existing knowledge? The answer is yes. Okay, the answer is yes. Only that, no, we have proven for ourselves that, for example, no, there is no biologic activity. No, let's take it in the context, for example, of hypoglycemic activity. Hypoglycemic activity, no, is understood, no, as like the potency, no, of a particular leaf extract, for example, to lower blood sugar. Okay, so it's for an anti-diabetic drug. Apparently, along the way, after your experimentation, you found out that it did not significantly reduce the sugar level. So you still have added, no, something to the existing knowledge. What is that? That there is no potency of the existing plant material to reduce blood sugar, right? And don't you worry, you can still publish, okay, the research, because we have what we refer to as a journal for negative results. We have that, okay? So to create an avenue to solve problems on current issues, I always ask my students to probably explain to me what made them interested, no, to engage themselves into this type of a research. They have had considered a topic, and so the next level is, why did you actually choose this topic? So it's tantamount to saying, no, there is a gap, and the ultimate purpose of doing the research is to post solutions, no, to the gap, to solve the problems in particular of current issues. No, that is what makes your research number one, relevant or important or significant. Correct, worth doing, so to speak. That is, no, the in thing today, because apparently we don't just do research because it's an academic requirement. We always look forward that other individual benefits, no, from the research that we have had made, in particular, no, our recommendations. And to bring out avenue where researchers and students, no, tend to collaborate, no, for continuing professional education focused on research utilization across, no, all accreditation levels that we are having, no, in the university, from COPC compliance to AACOP accreditation to of course the AUNQA and a whole lot more. You know, it would be relatively important to prove that there in fact is a collaboration between the teachers and that of the students, no, in as much as research extension and all other fields, no, are concerned. Basically because, no, we appreciate the concept of mentoring, no, mentoring. So we would like our students to become like us or even better than us, so to speak. So research will find a way to strengthen the collaborations. Next slide. Now that you have understood, no, why we conduct research and why research is important, these are the indicators for quality of researches. Okay, number one, researches must be able to help empower and transform communities across all regions in the Philippines. And for me, as I've said a while back, no, the most important thing is research utilization. How will we, no, be able to transform or translate this researches or research results into outcomes, tangible or intangible, okay, that can be beneficial to the community. And how do we, you know, leverage, okay, the impact of your research, if not for the following. Next slide. Okay. So we're talking about how to gauge, no, researches in the parlance of the Department of Science and Technology. In my capacity as Executive Director of DOST CVHRDC, I'd always love to introduce to my students about these 6 P's, no? Publication, patent, people, services, product, policy recommendation, and of course, places and partnership. Okay. So next slide. When you talk about publication, you have to understand this is just, no, but a laid expectation from you. What is a laid expectation? Meaning to say, if you are able to complete a research, no, next that you are going to do is to publish, no. In the University of the Philippines, if I may quote, no, one of the mantra that they have is publish or perish, no. It's a futile exercise to be doing researches, no, and then eventually you don't have any plans for publication, no. Of course, no, that will be too bad. Why is it necessary to publish? Because as I've said a while back, no, what is, no, your contribution to the world's knowledge? No? Let people know about your work so that, no, at least they will to have this as inputs to their researches. No? In the parlance of basic research, no, we call it as references. At least it was used, okay, for references. Of course, no, if you have taken, no, a material coming from previous researches, then you need to cite that. So an individual, a researcher who has enormous publications, you expect that that individual will have also voluminous, no, citations, so to speak. Okay. So when you talk about publication, I have placed here several publications of reputable, no, reputation rather, of reputation or credibility. Okay, because there are what we refer to as predatory journals, and then obviously there are what we refer to as your referee journals. No, for example, most of the referee journals where we have our researches published would be the Elsevier. We have also Elsevier Scopus. We have Clarivate Analytics, or the former name is Thomson Reuters. We have also Web of Science. No, but in the Philippines, we have also publications which may not be forming part of these three important databases, but my papers are also published there. We have PubHealth, for example, no, which can be a very good source for us, in particular in the health and medical science field. Okay, so publication for me, in fact, is an expectation, an expected output already. Okay, next, after publication. Okay, so I'm sure a lot of you are asking why in Cagayan City University our graduates are expected to publish their work, and that is a requirement for graduation. Okay, because we would want to add up, okay, to the relevance of our graduates in the world. Okay, so please remember, even for our offshore students, is it not that before you're coming in, we told you that publication is a requirement prior to your graduation? Okay, yes. Okay. Second one would talk about patent. No? It would tend to relate to what we refer to as products. No, we could have machineries or technologies, food products. No, you'd have home care products, and a whole lot more. Okay, and these are tangible measures of innovation. We keep on upgrading, so to speak, no, all of these types of products. Merely adding something. No, we have what we refer to as value adding as a concept, no, in the parlance of natural products research. No, then that requires another patent registration, so to speak. Okay, so I hope that under patent, no, you acknowledge that you have what we refer to as copywriting, you have also utility model registration, and then you have also patent registration, all of which now will be facilitated by our IPOPHIL, Intellectual Property Office, in the Philippines, IPOPHIL. I don't know whether institutions where you belong have your IPO office, Intellectual Property Office, but in Cagayan City University, we have that. No? The IPO is actually under the university director for research development and extension. Other than that, we have also the office of the knowledge technology management. So in other words, for all of the discoveries, the innovations, and obviously the works of our students, we decipher where can it be registered, copyright, or would have patent or utility model. Okay, so we do that. Now, if you ask why the fact that we need to at least copyright or at least register our products for utility model or at least patent, patent registration, as they say, you have to understand that in the parlance of publication, it's first to file. Who owns the product if not the person who has had registered the product? So I'd like to be honest with you. When you're doing a proposal and you think that has a potential for copywriting, utility model registration, and patent registration, you need to be quiet about it. For all you know, after you have had shared these materials to other individuals, they would have to continue it. They will be able to, finish earlier than you do, and then they will register these products under IPOPHIL. Then you lose the authenticity. Correct. So it will not be credited under you. Lo and behold, there had been several of instances like this before. I don't want you to become victims of this. That is why, in every attempt that you would have presentations, later on, and you did not have the chance to proceed with the first step of copywriting or utility model and patent registration, then of course the first thing that you need to do is to consider the disclosure policy. Okay, so make sure that there is what we refer to as a certificate of non-disclosure. So while you shared it to them, they are not allowed to share it to the rest, or the certificate of non-disclosure will protect you, that they too will not be able to do the existing research as you have had shared to them, basically because you have warned them earlier. So please remember that, the certificate of non-disclosure. Next, please. Okay, let's look into the products. Of course, left and right would be products. We have in health, we have fortification. I think you have seen that nearly all products were like fortified with vitamins, like vitamin A, vitamin C, omega, whatsoever. Correct? Still, these products, okay, needs to be registered, so to speak. But at least, as I've said, when you have had discovered something, then you need to proceed, with a product. No, if only that, you will be with me in my sessions, in health researches, in particular along natural products. No, I will tell you about phases, in doing, these products. No? We do not, start with what we refer to as looking for the ingredients or coming up with the perfect formula, things like that. No, we have to start with the iteration phase. I think this is new to you, no? What is the iteration phase? The first step in doing products development research would be iteration phase. We need to establish that there is a need for that product, because even when we have perfected the product, we have had produced the product, we are ready to commercialize the product. The thing is, will there be a market? Correct. So again, it would be a crook, no? It will be a work of a crook if we just work on, these products, and then the time that we are ready to commercialize the products, there is not a market for the product. So at least to ensure that we place everything, our efforts, our money, our time, in a how do you call it, a very well managed condition, then we do the iteration phase, no? And there's a very long list of the processes. We just cannot, have the products, out in the market without doing a lot of testing, correct? From shelf life analysis to determine the expiration of the product, to microbial analysis, to toxicological analysis, to sensory evaluation, and a whole lot more. We do lots of that, and this is actually, one of my fields of interest: natural product researches. Okay, next, please. Okay, we do as well. Next slide. Okay, people services. People services can be understood better, in the context of extension. So our research results, can be the basis for coming up with an extension modality. It always is like that. When we do extension, activities, it must be a research-based extension. We do not proceed with any extension activity if not that we were able to establish the need for doing that particular activity, right? Okay. And of course, it also can bring about, the adding of scientific workforce, especially now that we lack specialists, okay, in our country. We are having some sort of like problems on brain draining, so to speak. There's not much. In my experience, I have had been in need of molecular biologists. We have not so much of those. And of course, in the context of COVID-19, we need virologists, and a whole lot more. So because of these researches, we also figured out the need, for, sponsoring, the education of several of individuals, as well as upgrading the facilities in institutions so that they can help us, produce, okay, these types of professionals, okay, in the dearth but really very important fields of discipline. Next, please. We have places and partnership. No, of course, we talk about improvement of facilities, the coming up of networks to establish what we refer to as an enabling environment for us to conduct researches. So in the Department of Science and Technology, as well as that of several of higher education institutions, in particular SUCs, which are granted so much of like budget in order to strengthen their research. They come up with their own consortium, or if not their consortium, we have what we refer to as research centers. If you have the chance to visit CSU, in particular in Andrews campus, no, we have the CNAS, the Center for Natural and Applied Sciences, where we have the Tuklas Lunas Development Center. We have also the Central Analytical Laboratory, and then we have the Natural Product Innovation Center. In CSU at Carig, we have lots of center. We have Metals Innovation Center, Foods Innovation Center. We will soon come up with our CAMID, the Center for Animal Models in Infectious Diseases, and a whole lot more. So we have all of those, no, centers. And by the way, no, these centers are not just for the consumption of our researchers, faculty, and students alike in the university. We are open, no, to helping researchers, students, and faculty in different, okay, higher education institutions, as well as obviously, no, in regional line agencies, because even BIFAR, even DA, DENR, no, for example, needs, no, to conduct researches with high-end or very sophisticated technologies, which we have in government. Okay, so as of the moment, we have, no, so much, no, of individuals, no, as well as organizations being assisted, no, in the conduct of their researches, because all the while, no, you have to understand as well that soon when you will be presenting your papers, more so, no, when you are joining competitions, they will find, no, okay, value if your research, no, was conducted in an accredited laboratory. Correct? In an accredited laboratory. For sure, you have heard about the Kung Fu research. They would say the Kung Fu conformity. Okay, but for us, no, since we and of course the government have had been pouring so much, no, of like logistics, no, to support our researches, then we have to make sure that our researches are really done the correct way. Next. Okay, so to ensure, no, the effectivity and validity. Okay, and of course, no, the challenge, no, for most of us would be on coming up with like policies. My dear friends, it is during the time of COVID-19 when I truly have had appreciated, if not all of the researchers in the world has had appreciated the meaning, the value, the importance of doing what we refer to as your qualitative researches and mixed method researches. Long ago, during competitions, no, we do not appreciate, no, these important research designs, no, in particular qualitative. If you have had made use of qualitative designs, for example, researches along phenomenology, ethnography, we have also case analysis, grounded theory, so to speak. It's as if it does not, no, attract, the board of judges or the panelists, so to speak. But today, I think, no, the paradigm has had truly improved, no, on the very issue that we appreciate, no, the value of mixed methods research in particular. The mixed method would mean that we have had blended, no, quantitative and qualitative analysis together in order to come up with researches. So there's a big difference between just purely quantitative with purely qualitative with that of mixed method researches, no. And I'm talking about my experiences as regards policies. You have to understand, I'm a researcher of the Department of Health. So normally they would have to pour in funds, no, I call it as the commissioned researches. I get researches funded, no, and of course it will not be direct to my account. Okay, it's not like that, no. When I say these are commissioned researches, of course, no, considering research trust and priorities, no, of regional line agencies, I will craft researches, discuss it, no, okay, with the heads of these different institutions. Obviously, there will be a greater chance of it being funded if it is aligned with their research trust and priorities, or what we refer to as, no, their research agenda. Okay, and obviously they will be looking forward to, okay, enhancements of, some programs, policies that they have. So you will be asked to come up with your policy briefs later on. Okay, so of course, there's got lots, no. My field of expertise is along parasitology and microbiology. I'm a diplomate of the Philippine Academic Society for Microbiology and Parasitology. Today, I just am so busy with soil-transmitted helminthiasis, as well as that of the tropical neglected diseases, more so with that of schistosomiasis that is claiming a lot of lives, no, in the Philippines now. So that's my interest. So I keep on like working on these types of researches because towards the end, no, there is a policy that needs to be done. These policies which I crafted, some of those which I was able to propose are now implemented in the local government units, in particular that of Gonzaga, others no in the Philippines, like that of the Enhanced Schistosomiasis Control Program, and a whole lot more. So you will be happy, no, if your research results will be regarded relevant. More so that you were able to target 6 Ps. The last of the Ps, I believe, no, that you have been shared today would be policies. Next, please. Okay, so we move on to the next thing, which talks about common academic undertakings of students and professionals along research. Some of you are in the graduate school, so you are dual no, citizens. No, if we consider your participation in this international no, research colloquium, what is dual citizenship? You are a student of the graduate school, but you are a professional yourself, correct? Okay. So it can be a thesis requirement for the undergraduate or graduate level, in particular in the master's level, or what we refer to as dissertation in the doctoral level. For my students in the College of Medicine, in particular, having residency programs in the hospitals where they are trained to become physicians, so to speak, research is also a requirement. No? And then, of course, publication is a must no, for all of you now. Okay, and this is talking about publication in reputable research journals and not in predatory journals. Okay, and then we have also research posters. Somehow, my dear students, when we are having what we refer to as call for research competitions, no, is it not no that we choose first the best researches, and these researches are those that qualifies for the oral presentations. But should it not qualify for oral presentations, I think no, okay, it can also land no in the area of what we refer to as research poster presentation, no, before it gets rejected. Now, people will have to ask me, Dr. Capili, in your experience as an evaluator, as a guru or a mentor in research. By the way, I'm in 2021, I was awarded by the Philippine Council for Health Research Development as the best mentor of research in health, okay, in the entire of the Philippines. So I always look for one criteria. What is that? Research ethics. If your research does not have ethics clearance, then you won't expect that it will be no okay accepted either no for oral or poster presentation. And when you are doing no typical of like health researches, it would be having more of like a stringent criteria, because in health researches we have ethics evaluation by an accredited governing body. We call it as FREB, Philippine Health Research Ethics Board. But for educational researches, things like that, no, so long that it underwent no a research evaluation process through the institutional research ethics board no at whatever level, so to speak. For example, in Cagayan State University, we operate a institutional ethics research board no under again no the research development and extension office. That was in fact no, my contribution when I was actually the university director. Okay, so we can come up also with like policy briefs. I'll tell you more on that. Okay, infographics. It is already a digital world, and we can educate no individuals using what we refer to as the concept of the world is flat, no, by sharing no informations in the web, no, just probably in our Facebook pages, or in whatever no online platforms, no, and then you show several crafted information materials, a blend no of course photos and some sort of like text, so to speak, that forms part of the infographics. And then the 3-minute pitch no of which I told you, you will be asked no to present to us no in 3 minutes, okay, what your research result is about. And then the ultimate goal of a 3-minute pitch is to lobby for funds from us. Okay. And obviously, the participation in a research colloquia, such as what we are doing today. This is a research colloquium. Next slide. Okay, so how do we guarantee winnable research proposals, posters, and presentations? I told you yesterday that I'm not just but satisfied that I've seen quality researches which were like presented. No, somehow you need to challenge yourselves to get into a wider audience and to make these particular presentations or at least researches having greater impact. So it would be of greater impact if it has attached on its record that it has won several of awards, and it was actually presented in several research colloquia. Okay, next slide. Okay, so the first thing that we ought to understand is that our research concepts, topics, constructs must be called from a research agenda, thrust and priorities of our institutions or agencies which are actually anchored in conducting or at least supporting research initiatives. Okay, so please remember that all of the institutions now have what we refer to as the research trust and priorities, the research agenda. And please remember that only in higher education institutions as well as that in research inclined institutions, for example research institute for tropical medicine, that we are capable of conducting researches. Well, there are lots of regional offices. Example, we'd have the Department of Health, the Department of Science and Technology. We have also the Commission on Higher Education. They do not do researches by themselves. While they have allotted research funds, they need people to conduct the research for them. Okay, so that is an opportunity for us, knowing that they have a research agenda, knowing that the research agenda is based on their needs. Okay, then we can come in as researchers on the very issue that we will do the research for them, and we are going to come up with like the policy brief, so to speak, later on, and help them carry out, if not implement the results of the researches that they have had collaborated, coordinated, or commissioned to us. So it always starts with that, because as I've told you a while back, the essence of a research is when that research result was utilized. So do you think agencies will be ready to utilize that if you just will have to volunteer the research results to them? I think it would be easier. I believe it would be easier that you talk it out with them. It can be in the form of an online communication, or better a table discussion, round table discussion. Ask them what they truly need, what they actually desire, as researches to be conducted for them. What researches do they want? And from those that they would have to share to you, you craft proposals. It will make you sure that the research outputs that you will be having will definitely be implemented by the research by the agency that have asked you to do the research. That is in fact how it must be done today, rather than some sort of like having the idea they need, anticipating the concept that they will need your research. I'd rather ask directly from them what researches do they need, and that one thing I will have to carry out. Okay, next slide. Okay, so the research agenda is important. The Department of Science and Technology have what we refer to as our NURA, National Unified Health Research Agenda. As Executive Director of the OST Region 2, together with my team, we crafted the RURA, Regional Unified Health Research Agenda, from 2023 to 2027, which was basis for the OST to come up with its National Unified Health Research Agenda. In the area of education, we have also the NERA, National Education High NERA, National Higher Education Research Agenda, NHERA, right? Okay, so you please visit that, Okay, because apparently in the conceptual framework later on, you need to define, the legal basis. At least you will be citing policies, programs, issuances, administrative orders, that backs up why your research result is relevant. So you start, I always ask my students to start with like, where in the Sustainable Development Goals, the 17-point agenda of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, are you targeting? The more agenda, the better, no? Okay, the future of your research. So after, no, the sustainable development goals, you look at other frameworks, because we have so much of like frameworks. For those of researchers in the Philippines, you look into the Philippine qualifications framework, no? We have also the what's this, the Ambition 2040 framework. You look at that, and then you look at the research priorities of the Department of Education, no, the Commission on Higher Education, and a whole lot more. So you need, okay, to at least base the research that you have on, no, those which they have identified as their priorities. Next slide. Okay. So make sure that you will be able to present the following requirements along ethics. No? Today, across all of the programs in Cagayan State University, research ethics review will already be asks of you during your final defense. On the proposal defense, no, of course, we are going to hear from you. We're going to give you our inputs when the objectives, no, are already finalized, and we believe that you were well guided, and your advisor, no, would have to say, okay, no, at least this proposal is in its final form. The next step will be revisiting and at least revising your paper. Soon as you, no, are finished with your proposal, you visit the research office for your schedule for an ethics review. So your proposal after the ethics review, and you pass, for example, the ethics review, after the issuance of the ethics review certificate, it no longer will be called proposal. It will be elevated to what we refer to as protocol. Okay, so it becomes already a protocol. Next slide. Okay, so next slide, sir, please. Okay, so we have clearances coming from accredited REBs in the Philippines, the PHREB, Philippine Health Research Ethics Board, in particular for public health students. Okay, it never will be published. I am telling you ahead of time. If not that, no, you gain ethics clearances from a FREB accredited REB. Okay, now there are several types of clearances that we might as well, no, satisfy. If you're dealing with researches that involves, no, indigenous peoples, you need to have a clearance from the National Commission on Indigenous Peoples. Okay? If you will have researches that requires, no, biosafety, it would implicate something along bioterrorism. If you are making use of like viruses, bacteria, whatever forms of organisms, even parasites, no, and then you would have genetic manipulations of some biologic materials, no, it would be important to get a biosafety clearance from the University of the Philippines, Los Baños, okay, in particular College of Biotechnology. If you are making use of animals in your researches, of course, we have animal models, no? You have to get a permit from the Bureau of Animal Industry, no, approved by IACUC, okay, under the auspices of the Department of Agriculture. Okay, we call that animal utilization permit. And then we have also gratuitous permit from the Department of Environment and Natural Resources. Should you, no, work on plants, animals, and other natural resources which are, no, in the context of being conserved, no, by the said agency. Okay, so these are, no, the other clearances which will be required of you. Okay, next slide. In the undergraduate program, our BS, no, level students, we ask them to comply with this already, because we ask them to join, no, competitions, and they appreciate, no, that the first thing that will be asked of them during the competition would be a discussion on how they have had derived their ethics clearance. Okay, so consider this as most important guidelines or set of criteria for the acceptance of your research paper by the evaluators. Now, several of research categories. Okay, at least you will know that when you will be invited to present your paper, you will be winning, no? Okay, the hearts of the judges, or the spectators, and more importantly, no, the funders or those individuals who would be very excited to implement the research results that you had gained in your research. Next slide. Okay. There are 4 items that we normally look for your rather that we look in your research outputs. Number one is responsiveness. No, it should provide solution to priority problems identified in research trust and priorities. Going over your introduction of the study, you have had already told us about the gaps, no, the reasons for why you are doing the research, correct? And we are going to determine if the gaps that you were telling us, no, that you were sharing us, that you have had claimed in the research are truly those which are relevant, no, in this present time. Okay. Second one would be technical soundness, the content, no, of your research. The third would be the significance, results provided, new ideas, knowledge leading to policies and actions. It might as well be just but a redundancy, no, okay, of for previous researches. Okay. And then the output or outcome and the impact of the study have relevant contribution to the society and of course the economy. So that will define the relevance of your research. So these are the four very important things, no, that we are looking, no, in as much as your research findings are concerned: responsiveness, content, significant, and relevance. That will just revolve around those four. Okay, next, please. Okay, so this would be the general format for the presentation, but you have to remember that it's still it is going to be left, no, on the organizers, no, discretion. So there is what we refer to as instructions from the organizers. But normally, no, for research presentations, no, you'd have just but 10 to 15 slides, the research details. What do we need to see there? Title, abstract, authors, and their affiliation, objectives of the study, methodology, results, conclusions, recommendations. The font style would be black, Arial in font size would be 20. Please remember, okay, that we do not like so plenty of like photos or, you know, some sort of like what's that, unnecessary items in your presentation. It must be like a black and white thing. Okay, so it's only in the first slide where you see some, no, of, you know, items like photos there, but apparently in the next pages, no, what we expect you to have would be already just but the black and white presentation. No flowers, no animals, no movement of anything whatsoever. Okay, that would be research presentations. For us, no, critics or evaluators of researches, we also have had undergone what we refer to as trainings for research presentation evaluation. So it will not help. I tell you, it will not help. Okay, next. You know, the decorations you have there will not help. Okay, so no problem for this criteria for evaluation because I will just ask Sir Alvarado to have, no, my presentation be uploaded, no, today so that you can copy it. Okay, so that there will not be so much time to deal with this presentation for the criteria for evaluation. This just will be guide, no, for you to be able to win researches. So for poster presentations, no, I would like to, yes, please proceed to the next. For poster presentations, the poster should include the name of researchers and the institution. It should be uh, giving a brief description of the research in layman's language. So since we talk about a poster, no, don't fill it with words. No, we need some photos there. We need some maps. No, we need some graphs. No, and a little, no, of those, no, that will have to explain, no, okay, these graphs. In fact, no, for me, it should be that the framework that you will be placing there, the maps, for example, are readily understood. And then you check on the readability as well as the neatness also of your presentation. No, at the first glance, it should really be very attractive already. Okay, so I don't like, you know, sometimes teachers has a very high tendency to make the research very colorful that it becomes, no, so you know, distracting to us already. Okay, the colors, no, are not even complementing each other already and too much, no. In other words, I would have to comment your poster is just too heavy and therefore I will not appreciate that. So work on simple posters. Okay, and please, most of the time, presenters for posters forget about their references. That should be forming part, no, of the last part, no, probably like 3 lines, no, for your references, major references that you use in the research should be forming part of your poster. Okay, next, please. Okay, so next, you just will have to, read on this. Okay. Then these are also the criteria for evaluating research posters. Problem on that. Okay. Yes, proceed. Okay, so the posters must be large enough to be seen. Do not forget to label each table and include the discussions of the results. Okay, the most important thing for us in the research poster would be the results, okay, the conclusion and the recommendations. Okay, next. Yeah, the cleaner the poster, the better, as I've said a while back. Only the more important or the most important of the references should be included. I told you of that already. Should you need to showcase the flow of presentations, it would be good, to have them chronologically arranged. Next slide, please. Okay. In poster presentations, well, this is new to you, so I would want to dwell on this. You need to introduce yourself. Who are you? What is your expertise? And what is your advocacy? You remember that in a 3-minute pitch to policymakers, there is one static, okay, poster, research poster that you have, at your back. No, one static. It does not change. No, that's the only thing that they would see. While you are given the chance to persuade us to fund your researches or to implement your findings in 3 minutes, one background is actually being appreciated by us as well. Okay, so after having introduced yourself quickly, you have to state the problem. What is the issue you are trying to solve? What are the key messages? What are the points that you would want to share to us, and discuss why the issue is truly important. Okay, so that's for the 3-minute pitch. Okay, next, please. Okay. So you try this in your respective schools, my dear friends. No, so this is an example of a background. No, this one is a material I have had taken from the Department of Science and Technology. The research was talking about responders, health facilities, how we will be able to improve the quality of health facilities, in the Philippines. Okay, so this was the background, and then the individual was talking about what are the issues. Then number 3 there would be you need to present your solutions. What is the significant and relevant outcomes of your research? Describe your value proposition towards the last part. You need to offer for a call to action, how the person you can talk to help, okay, in your advocacy in realizing the fulfillment of your research results, so to speak. Okay, so normally, our audience here are local chief executives or the mayors. We have the congressman, policy implementers, regional directors of line agencies like that of the NEDA, National Economic Development Authority, and a whole lot more. See, it's always a challenge for us to do a 3-minute pitch, but it should it be a pageant, so to speak, the hierarchy of this would be along, Miss International, or, you have the Miss Universe pageant. This is one really exciting thing that you would want to introduce in your respective agencies. Try the 3-minute pitch to policy. Okay, next slide. Okay, so these are the criteria for the adjudicators. Again, I will just simply share to you this slide. I'd like to bring you to the material which I have had placed here. I made the research with a medical officer, medical health officer of the Department of Health, and that has to do with the AIDERS program. The AIDERS program is another program that is supporting what we refer to the National Tuberculosis Program in the Philippines. Because of the scarcity of funds for the NTP or the implementation of the National Tuberculosis Program, they thought that we might as well abolish one support program of the NTP, which is the AIDERS program. So a lot of doctors have had been asking me to help them, come up with the research, not to abolish the AIDERS program, but apparently every decision that organizations or offices or agencies must have should be guided by research results. So I didn't have any intention of pushing forward the how do you call it, revival, or probably sustenance or continuation of the AIDERS program. What I have to do is to point out really if there is a need for us to continue with the AIDERS program. Okay, so we need a research like this, no? And this is the material which I use as the background last time. Don't worry about the two persons there. I have gathered their informed consent so that they will be, individuals, no, that I will make use for my presentation today. And of course, no, the end of the story is that the Department of Health, the national agency, did not abolish the AIDES program, as no, the research I authored have had no, truly moved them of the fact that the AIDES program was truly something worthy, no, to be sustained, no, because of the improvements that we have in the NTP program. In fact, because of the AIDES program, we were able to zero in or control, eradicate, if that is the correct word, the tuberculosis in the Philippines. But we have another issue now. We have the MDR, multi-drug resistant tuberculosis. I wonder, how the AIDES program, will have to, find, adjustments, of our research in order to cater to the needs of the MDR, because the MDR TB is separate. It's different, from the usual tuberculosis that we have. Okay, next slide. Okay. So again, these are the criteria for the adjudicators. Next slide. Okay. Just next. Okay. There. See? We go to the second part, no? These are the points to remember. In a nutshell, what do I want to impart to you in this research colloquium? Remember, first impression last. Proposed research topics must be relevant, timely, and responsive to current societal concerns. No? During the time you will be presenting your paper, well-read individuals, well-published individuals, no? Those who are into what we refer social media, as well as those who are into the broadcasts, no, and those who are into current events knows exactly, if your topic is something which is already a facet or something which is new to us, something which is truly important to consider. Okay, researchers like you must have an in-depth knowledge about the topic. You please remember there will be Q&A portions, and you should be ready, okay, with this question and answer portion. Introduction must be crafted in a way that the impact, is actually presented. You have to understand, that the most important part of the research for me would be the objectives. But while the objectives apparently would be important, the introduction is equally important, because just like any other book, the introduction should be very interesting, because it would inspire us to read until the last part of your research. If not that your research is interesting, well, I must say, well, they will not read your research already. Okay, so that's the presenter of the study should be very articulate as well as engaging as well. Next. Okay, so the research must pass the completeness and the sufficiency tests. Now, what is the completeness and sufficiency test? No? Of course, it must be built on the work of others. When you talk about the research being built for the work of others, you'd ask yourself, are there already conducted researches along this that would have to support your study? That's why the first research process really is not coming up with the research title or probably your objectives. The first real step in research is literature search or literature review. Okay, so soon as you have the concept in mind, is it not that you would have to work on the literatures? You would have to ask, okay, several of your friends to help you out do the literature review, okay, so that at least you would have an idea of what is already known about the research, what else are not known, what has others done already along that thing, just to make your research something which is authentic. No? Vast literatures are present. No? You can take them from varied sources. Objectives, again, may be very simple but very succinct. The most important part of the research happens to be the objectives, because it's the steering wheel of the research process, as we always say. The objectives must be referred to the statistician from the very beginning, basically, because you have to discuss things out with a statistician as to what are the statistical tools that will be utilized in the research. And apparently, your your advisor as well as the panelists, no, should also work with a statistician so that at least you would have a very smooth flow, okay, of conducting the research. The research design must be aligned to your objectives. No, for me, after the research design, you proceed. After the research objectives, you proceed to the research design. Why? Because the research objective happens to be the steering wheel of the research. No, it is the wheel of the research. It provides the direction of the research. But what about the research design? The research design, no, is actually the framework of your methodology. It provides the direction for your methodology. So if these are your objectives, what about the design so that you will know about your methods? In the context of the methods, what do you need to actually have there? Of course, the respondents of the study, the locale of the study, the data gathering tools, no, data analysis, and a whole lot more. Okay, it must follow the instructions to authors set forth by the funding agency or the organizing committee. So that would be your completeness as well as sufficiency tests. Next slide. Objectives must be doable. Obviously, feasibility, okay, is the key. Being realistic is the key. You might as well have a very, good research, but it's too impossible to carry out on the very issue that there will be constraints in terms, of logistics or funding, problems relative to individuals like experts or specialists who can help you out, no, constraints or problems relative to laboratories that you will be needing, and a whole lot more. Okay, and then the duration of the study must be well thought of as well, because apparently if it is too complicated, while others, of your classmates will be able to do it probably in like 3 months or 5 months, you will be doing it in 2 years. So most of your classmates, if not all of them, have had graduated already, and then you are still in the verge of like data collection and a whole lot more. So just being realistic, true to yourself as to the duration, will also be very important for you to consider. Next slide. And then know the rules. Okay, there would be scheme of payments. No, who do you need to pay? No, yeah. You have to understand, no, that for funded researchers like us, the scheme of payments would be researchers will not be downloaded one time, big time. There would be some sort of like tranches. No, how much of this chunk of budget will be given you on the first tranche? How much will be given you on the second tranche? On the next tranche, and a whole lot more. So it's based on deliverables. At least you know that. Okay. The case of those who are having it, in Cagayan City University, I think you have to understand that if you're to outsource, some of the processes. For example, our laboratories, okay, in Cagayan City University can be utilized by you, correct? However, there might as well be instances when they will be asking you to pay for a little, minimal fee to defray the costs of the city services, light, water, administrative costs, so to speak. No, the payment for the Turnitin. No, okay, this would be the plagiarism check. Okay, so
Okay. So again, I'm very sorry. Dr. Kapili might be having some internet issues right now. That's why he was disconnected. May I now give the floor to Ms. Jenny Pornia Telan on using colorful semantics to improve the writing skills of struggling grade 6 writers. Ms. Telan, the floor is now yours.
Yes, good morning, sir. May I just ask if my presentation is already visible?
Yes, Ms. Telan. We can see your presentation and we can hear you clearly.
Thank you so much, sir. Okay, so by the way, good morning to each and everyone present in this international virtual room. I'm already privileged and honored to be with erudite speakers all around the world. And this is really a big opportunity to share also my completed action research. By the way, let me just introduce myself. I'm Miss Jeannie P. Talon, a Master of Arts in Education, major in English, graduate also of my beloved alma mater, Cagayan State University, a former teacher 3 of an Afunan Integrated School. My former agency. So I'm not really affiliated with the DepEd right now because I'm with another agency as of the moment. All right, so let me just introduce. Well, indeed, it's a reality that writing is a notable difficulty, especially to our young learners. And so what happens, therefore, we have also struggling writers. If we have struggling readers in the department, we also have struggling writers. So this would leave us onto so many whys. Why is it that we have a lot of reading interventions, but only few for writing interventions? I also observed during my stay with the Department of Education, since I stayed with the elementary school, elementary learners are still in the level of adjusting to the English language. It is because the English language has a very different syntax, very different structure with the language or the dialect we are using in the locality. And so therefore, our learners, our young learners face greater frustration and hesitation to use the language, and therefore leading them to have a poorly constructed sentences. And then pandemic came. And this posed a greater challenge to teachers to reach out to these struggling learners. And then they are just like left in a dark room wherein, especially if they have no available gadget to use, so they can't be reached out. And our teachers had really had a hard time reaching to those pupils, learners, since not all the time that we can give them, especially when in terms of homeschooling because of the situation before. What happened, therefore, when we gave them sentence construction exercises, responses are either limited, incomplete, poorly constructed, or left unanswered most of the time, particularly among our challenged or beginner writers. But I'm not saying all, because we also have good students in terms of writing, but there are also still beginner writers, or what we coin sometimes as challenge writers. Moving on, this was the item analysis as a basis of my research. As you can observe, or you can see on my presentation, I have here competencies wherein it can be nearing mastered or not mastered at all. This could be because some of our learners tend to just write sentences at the beginning of the exercises, and then the others would be left unanswered. And so giving me this less mastered competency, and which would also be anchored, this research was anchored on the literacy, skill, development, advocacy of the Department of Education. These therefore inspired me to conduct my action research titled Using Colorful Semantics in Improving the Sentence Construction of Struggling Grade 6 Writers. Allow me to give you some context. In UNUS and MB 2017 claimed that young school children struggle in constructing grammatically correct basic sentence structure, which I also observed during my stay in the Department of Education on some of our learners. In the aim to equip struggling or challenged writers with necessary linguistic skills, sentence level interventions are considered of paramount in importance, which this intervention or this action research wanted to implement. Moving on, allow me also to present my action research questions. This is the general question or research question. The study aimed to determine the effectiveness of colorful semantics as an approach in developing the sentence construction of struggling grade 6 writers. Okay, so specifically it answers 4 research questions. The first research question would deal on the scores from the pre-test and post-test of the respondents in the control and experimental group. The second would be about the gain scores of the respondents in both groups, the control and experimental group. The third one would deal on the significant difference on the gain scores from both groups. And the last one would be the effect size of using the intervention. Okay, so this is, by the way, my proposed intervention, which I called as the colorful semantics. Okay, as you can see on screen, I have here a 3-part sentence, colorful semantics, and a 4-part sentence, colorful semantics. By the way, if you can also observe, I just had a very basic sentence pattern since I dealt with struggling writers before. But then what makes this different from other interventions is that, or what makes it unique with other interventions would be its feature of being modified. So the teacher who would be adapting the intervention can just modify this colorful semantics depending on the level of their learner. So to make it even easier for the respondents, I even labeled this semantics. Okay, so that's how I made it. So what is this colorful semantics? This colorful semantics can stimulate the learners. They can provide visual clues, and therefore it can assist in the sentence construction development of our students or our learners. As to action research methods, so my respondents were the struggling writers from grade 6 Earth and Saturn of Anafunan Integrated School for the school year 2021-2022. So the respondents were divided into 2 equal groups, giving the control group and experimental group. And I made use also of a matched pair design to show a reasonable comparison in the result. Okay, so equal groups. Therefore, for the action research methods, for the data gathering methods, I impose quasi-experimental research design, having control and experimental groups. First, a letter of consent was given to the parents of the respondents, and then a pre-test was given to both groups. And then after that, both groups were taught in 2 separate schedules. And then colorful semantics won't be introduced to the control group, while the experimental group will be using the intervention. After the lesson was tackled, the 2 groups underwent post-test, and then by doing the same activity with the pre-test. The post-test, therefore, would determine the impact of the intervention. Okay, so these were the worksheets I designed for both groups, control group and experimental group. And as to ethical issues, I had the following: seeking approval to conduct the study, and of course, giving of consent form, and lastly, observing utmost confidentiality of the respondent's identity. Allow me also to discuss the results and reflection of my action research. For my research question number 1, let me just show you this data over here. And we can have an implication, therefore, that struggling writers from the experimental group had a relatively high increase of average score when colorful semantics or the intervention was used. And for the second research question, the data would show that those who were introduced to the intervention had a higher gain score than those who were not. For the third research question, we could imply from the given data that there is a significant difference in the gain scores of both groups, having 0.05 level of significance, and that it could be further implied from the results that integrating colorful semantics instigates a significant increase of scores. Lastly, for my fourth research question, dealing on the effect size of the intervention, we can see from the data that there is a large effect size of the intervention used in the experimental group. Integrating colorful semantics enhances pupils' writing skill, and that the experimental group who used the intervention performed better in their sentence composition task using simple verb tenses. As to action plan, upon its completion, this study was submitted to the principal and district supervisor for further evaluation and recommendation. This was also shared to all English teachers of AIS during our inset. Then the intervention used could be adapted as well by teachers in other grade levels. As what I mentioned before, it can be modified depending on the level of your learners. These could also be shared to school paper advisors and English club coordinators, since the proposed intervention aims to develop the writing skill. These are my references, the major references of this study. And then the financial report. As to novelty of the intervention, this is actually my intervention or the colorful semantics worksheet along with the rubric I also made. And then the item analysis of the fourth quarter first summative test in English 6 during the pandemic. Another is endorsement letters from the authorities, memorandum of agreement. I have also here certificate of adoption duly signed by proper authorities. Okay, so I had 6 teachers who adopted already the intervention material. All right. And then as to partnership or external linkages, certification from partners or links from SQCs, we have here my dissemination of my research along with the faculty, Sir Tony over here, the faculty of CSU as well present during the inset. Okay, so that's also part since Anafunan Integrated School was luckily being chosen by CSU as the research based extension partner. Okay, so this is the certificate of recognition I received during the sharing of my action research findings. And then program of activities during the inset, just another proof. Okay, so this would be falling under capacity to address multiple problems or can also be termed as the conclusion. Colorful semantics worksheet can address challenge writers. It can help boost confidence of non-orally inclined learners, and that it can be used in improving the writing skills of challenge writers across grade levels. It can also help in improving mechanics and sentence construction, and can also integrate proper use of parts of speech. And then I just added this one just to be attuned with other presenters a while back. So as to recommendations, teachers, particularly from grade 3 to 6, may integrate the intervention as a supplementary teaching and learning material in English due to its potential in engaging pupils enhance their writing skill. Another research may be conducted to further qualify and validate the impact of the intervention on other grade levels. Well, that's all for my presentation today. Thank you for listening and giving your time or sharing your time with me.
Wow, thank you very much, Miss. Thank you very much, Miss Jeannie Purnia Telan. Very interesting topic on using colorful semantics on in improving the writing skills of struggling writers. And congratulations for having your interventions adopted by schools. All right, thank you very much again, Ms. Telan, for sharing your time with us today. All right, and ladies and gentlemen, we will be having our last, but again, definitely not the least presenter for today. May I call on Dr. Ruth Magudayao on sojourning of foreign students in the Philippines in their level of intercultural communicative competence as EFL learners. Doctor, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ruth N. Magudayao, and I shall be talking about my research paper titled Sojourning of Foreign Students in the Philippines in their level of intercultural communicative competence as EFL learners. But before I proceed, may I know if I'm audible?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Thank you. The field of intercultural competence holds significant importance in our globalized world as it examines how individuals from diverse cultural backgrounds interact and communicate effectively. This research aimed to delve into the intercultural experiences of foreign students during their academic sojourn, focusing on the role of intercultural communicative competence, or ICC, in shaping their success and adaptation within a culturally diverse academic environment. At the heart of this exploration lies Ferdinand de Saussure's inquiry from 1916, which questioned the nature of language and its evolution over time. This inquiry underscores the fluidity of language and its impact on communication. These ever-changing linguistic landscapes prompts us to ponder the contemporary nature of language and how it influences human interactions. Educational institutions being the second home for many students particularly emphasize the significance of effective communication and intercultural competence. Cagayan State University, as an example of a higher education institution, recognizes the crucial role of education in nurturing both academic and personal development. However, despite the growth of international student populations, there has been limited research on the intercultural experiences of foreign students, their barriers, and strategies to overcome them. Education's pivotal role in shaping intercultural communicative competence is indisputable. Osterberg 2004 emphasizes that a strong foundation in education begins with a genuine desire to learn, and this education is a shared responsibility involving both the institution and the students. Education equips individuals with knowledge, perspective, and the ability to form opinions, which in turn foster effective communication in diverse settings. The success of an education system like CSU hinges on the interplay of its various stakeholders, especially students. Educational institutions serve as a crucial platforms for the development of intercultural communicative competence. Through an exploration of foreign students' experiences, this research aims to shed light on how these institutions shape students' ability to navigate cultural differences and effectively communicate in a multicultural settings. Intercultural communicative competence, or ICC, is a central theme in this research. Deardorff 2009 defines ICC as the interaction between individuals rather than merely the interaction of systems, encompassing skills that bridge cultural gaps. Achieving ICC requires a blend of understanding, empathy, adaptability, and knowledge of diverse cultural contexts. Successful intercultural interactions involve being attuned to hierarchical relationships, assimilation, and conflict resolution. Understanding culture's impact on communication is crucial in this context. Different cultures shape communication norms and behaviors. Taylor 1987 underscores communication pervasive role in education, noting that various aspects of schooling, from instruction to relationships, rely on effective communication. When cultures collide in a school setting, teachers' sensitivity to diverse communication styles and students' needs is paramount. The intricate components of intercultural communicative competence encompass message skills, interaction management, behavioral flexibility, identity management, and relationship cultivation. These elements, as elucidated by Portala and Chen in 2010, collectively determine an individual's ability to communicate successfully in an intercultural context. Behavioral flexibility involves adapting behaviors to fit the situational context. Message skills encompass the use of language and nonverbal cues, enabling effective cross-cultural communication. Interaction management emphasizes understanding others' needs and orchestrating smooth exchanges in conversation. Identity management involves respecting and fostering each other's cultural identities within an interaction, acknowledging their significance. And relationship cultivation centers on establishing rapport and collaboration, considering others' perspectives and goals. This research sought to unravel the intercultural experiences of foreign students during their academic sojourn, examining the role of ICC in their success and adaptation. By studying the diverse dimensions of ICC, from message skills to relationship cultivation, this research endeavored to illuminate the complexities of intercultural interactions within an academic setting. The findings can contribute to fostering a more inclusive educational environment that nurtures effective communication and mutual understanding across cultures. This study described the foreign students' intercultural communicative competence as perceived by themselves, their teachers and classmates, and their administrators. These foreign students were enrolled in Cagayan State University College of Medicine, Philippines. Two instruments were used in assessing three foreign students' intercultural communicative competence. First is the Intercultural Communicative Competence Scale by Portala and Chen in 2010, and the ICC in Classroom prepared by the researcher. The first ICC instrument extracted the factors behavioral flexibility, interaction relaxation, interactant respect, message skills, identity maintenance, and interaction management. The second instrument was used to examine the development of the respondents' intercultural communicative competence based on their own perceptions. The same scale were used to evaluate the native host in areas stipulated earlier. Validated and certified, the third instrument used was the ICC scale prepared by the researcher on ICC in Classroom. To triangulate their claims, the native of the host culture rated them as well, using the same instrument modified to fit the respondents. Likert scale was used to measure their level of ICC. The respondents' intercultural communicative competence has been assessed across different dimensions using the scale of Portala and Chen in 2010. And here are the significant findings and analysis for each dimension. For behavioral flexibility, the participants demonstrated high competence in being authentic and true to themselves when interacting with people from different cultures. However, they exhibited an average level of competence in terms of pretending to be different people in cross-cultural interactions. This suggests that the participants are comfortable being themselves, which is a positive aspect of ICC. Under interaction relaxation, the respondents displayed very high competence in terms of finding it easy to talk to people from different cultures and getting along with them. They also reported high competence in initiating conversations and feeling relaxed during interactions. These findings indicate that the participants are comfortable and confident in cross-cultural communication situations, which could be attributed to their gregarious nature. The third one is the interactant respect. The participants exhibited very high competence in showing respect for their culturally different counterparts during interactions. They also demonstrated a high competence in maintaining appropriate eye contact and respecting the opinions of their counterparts. This highlights their strong ability to engage in respectful and effective cross-cultural interactions. The fourth one is the message skills. The respondents indicated low competence in terms of grammar when interacting with individuals from different cultures. However, their competence was found to be average in distinguishing between informative and persuasive messages and in capturing all the aspects of ongoing conversations. This suggests a potential area for improvement in terms of language proficiency, particularly regarding grammar skills. Fifth one is the identity maintenance. The participants showed a high competence in identifying with their culturally different counterparts during interactions. However, they reported average competence when it came to perceiving cultural similarities and feelings or a feeling of sense of distance. This implies that while they are able to relate to others from different cultures, there might be some challenges in fully embracing similarities or bridging certain cultural gaps. And the last one is the interaction management. The respondents demonstrated a high competence in expressing their ideas clearly during interactions with people from different cultures. However, their competence level was only average when it came to effectively answering questions in such interactions. This suggests that while they can articulate their thoughts well, there might be room for improvement in providing concise and effective responses to questions. Overall, the data suggests that the participants generally possess a good level of intercultural communicative competence, particularly in areas related to being themselves, engaging in relaxed conversations, showing respect, and expressing ideas clearly. However, there are areas that could benefit from improvement, such as grammar skills, managing questions effectively, and fully embracing cultural similarities. This table shows the competence of the participants in classroom. The low competence of the participants reflects on their self-assessment of how they deal with their classmates and professors. Ward 2001 revealed in her study on the impact of international student on domestic students and host institutions along impact in interactions between international and domestic students that the incidence of intercultural interactions is low. Greater contact is expected and desired by international students. However, despite the finding that domestic students hold relatively favorable perceptions of international students, most investigations have concluded that domestic students are largely uninterested in initiating contact with their international peers. Significant intercultural interaction is unlikely to occur spontaneously to any large extent, and is almost certain that interventionist strategies would need to be introduced to promote more and better intercultural activities. Based on the provided data, and the reference toward 2001, we can analyze the competence of participants in classrooms, particularly focusing on the ICC among foreign students in the context of Filipino culture. The data shows the weighted mean scores of various indicators of ICC and an overall weighted mean. Low competence levels. The participants' self-assessment of their ICC in the classroom is generally low, with an overall weighted mean score of 2.38, which falls within the low competence category. Under adaptation and communication, the participants express challenges in adapting to the local culture or the Filipino culture and effectively communicating in the classroom. This is evident from indicators such as their ability to adapt to Filipinos, 2.09, awareness about Filipino and other cultures, 2.53, and the ability to communicate clearly and effectively, 2.38. This low score suggests that participants may struggle to communicate effectively and adapt to the cultural context of their classroom. Under interpersonal relationships, the participants' behavior and interpersonal relationships with teachers and classmates seem to be impacted as indicated by the low score of 2.62 for this indicator. This might indicate difficulties in building meaningful connections with peers and instructors, possibly due to cultural differences. Under cultural knowledge and understanding, the participants' knowledge about Filipinos and cultural differences indicated by scores of 2.47, 2.32, and 2.24 for different indicators appears to be limited. This lack of cultural understanding could hinder their ability to comprehend concepts discussed in class and interact appropriately. The fifth one is the collaboration and tolerance. The participants' knowledge of the Filipino language, which is 2.44, and their ability to tolerate cultural differences, 2.44, both scored relatively low. This suggests challenges in collaborating effectively during group work and respecting diverse viewpoints in the classroom. The last one is the anxiety and conflict. Participants seem to struggle with anxiety and conflicts related to communication barriers, as indicated by a score of 2.32 for the indicator related to knowledge of barriers to effective communication. Ward's study highlights the challenges and opportunities of intercultural interactions, particularly between international and domestic students. The findings suggested that while international students desire greater contact and interactions with domestic students often lack the initiative to initiate such interactions. The study emphasized the need for interventionist strategies to promote meaningful intercultural activities and interactions. Overall, the data indicates a need for interventions to improve intercultural communication competence among foreign students in the Filipino classroom context. By addressing these challenges, institutions can create more inclusive and enriching learning environments for all students involved. The Table 9, which is the level of ICC of the respondents as perceived by the native host, displays respondents' numbers and their ICC scores on yoga, ICC scores in the classroom, and the total ICC level classification. The data suggests that the foreign student's self-perception of their ICC differs from how the native hosts perceive their ICC. The study refers to Fantini in 2000 to highlight that native host responses often diverge from the self-evaluations of the foreign students. This may be explained by the concept of the Johari window, which divides self-awareness into open, blind, hidden, and unknown selves. In this case, the findings align with the blind self quadrant, where others have insights about individuals that they themselves might not recognize. Loft and Ingham's model in 1950 also supports this idea, focusing on a quadrant termed the blind area or blind spot, where others know things about an individual that the individual themselves are unaware of. This aligns with the consistent low ICC levels as evaluated by the native host in the communicative adaptability and ICC competence skills. The implications is that foreign students might not have had sufficient opportunities for meaningful interactions in the classroom. Ward and Knight are cited to reinforce the notion that domestic students often concentrate on pedagogical matters, neglecting intercultural interactions with foreign students. The study proposes that the curriculum and teaching methods should incorporate intercultural perspectives to promote understanding and peace. Propin Wong's in 2018 Intercultural Awareness Program is recommended to prepare future teachers to be driving forces in fostering intercultural understanding. The claims of native hosts about foreign students' ICC levels align with Fantini's finding that self-perception may differ from how others perceive individuals. This underscores the need for strong support to develop foreign students' ICC. Deardorff's framework in 2006 is mentioned as a way to guide teachers in integrating intercultural competence into their teaching practices. Aduli's study in 2011 points out the challenges international medical students face and the need for academic and moral support from faculties and institutions. In conclusion, the data and references collectively suggest a significant gap between foreign students' self-perception of their ICC and how native hosts perceive their ICC. This highlights the importance of intercultural education, teacher training, and institutional support to bridge this gap and enhance students' intercultural competencies for a more inclusive and effective learning environment. Disparity in self-perception versus external perception. The data underscores a stark difference between how foreign students perceive their own ICC and how they are perceived by their native hosts. We also have findings such as Johari window insight, restricted intercultural interaction, need for revamping pedagogical approaches, promote intercultural awareness, impact on broader community, need for enhanced support, holistic perspective on ICC, implications for educational institutions, influence on curriculum and teaching methodologies, need for continuous evaluation, and broader societal implications. And to conclude, the overall ICC level of the respondents was found out to be at high level of competence. However, an interesting discrepancy emerged when comparing self-assessment to how the native host perceived the respondents' ICC. Native hosts consistently evaluated the foreign students with lower level of competence across various dimensions, suggesting a potential gap in perception between the foreign students and the host. The study's findings underscored the need for intervention to bridge this perceptual gap and enhances intercultural competence among foreign students. Educational institutions should consider implementing strategies that promote intercultural interactions within classrooms and beyond. These include curriculum adjustments, training for faculty members to foster intercultural competence, and the initiatives that encourage greater interaction between domestic and international students. By addressing these aspects, educational environments can create a more inclusive and culturally sensitive atmosphere, benefiting both foreign students and larger community. And the following are the recommendations. We have the enhanced behavioral flexibility. We have to foster authenticity and self-awareness in interactions, provide training for adapting behavior in diverse contexts, encourage more intercultural interactions based on participants' ease in communication, build confidence and relaxation in various communication situations, strengthen eye contact and respectful communication skills, foster active listening and empathy, address grammar issues with language support, provide communication skills training, facilitate discussions to find common ground with diverse counterparts, create an inclusive environment to reduce perceived distance, develop clear expression of ideas and effective question handling, bridge the gap between expressions, competence levels, introduce interventions for domestic and international student interactions, infuse curriculum with diverse perspectives, organize cross-cultural dialogues to address perceptions, cultivate understanding and integration, establish intercultural competence programs, and offer resources for language, cultural sensitivity, and self-awareness. Recognize challenges faced by international students, foster a diverse and supportive community, assess and refine intercultural programs, collaborate with experts for program enhancement. This research underscores the need for focused efforts to enhance foreign students' intercultural communication competence within classroom settings. These efforts would contribute to creating more inclusive and enriching educational experiences for all students involved. Thank you so much for listening. God bless us all.
Thank you very much, Ma'am Ruth Magudayal, for your very interesting topic on the sojourning of foreign students in the Philippines and their level of intercultural communicative competence as EFL learners. Great recommendations as well. Thank you very much, Dr. Magudayal, for sharing your time with us today. So, ladies and gentlemen, that was actually the last in our sets of presentation for this International Research Conference. I'm sure that we have learned a lot from yesterday's presentations and also today's presentations. And we thank our presenters, although we do have a request to all our presenters, may we please have your presentations be sent to Dr. Alvarado, Dr. Angel Alvarado, so we can put them in a Google Drive, which everyone can have access to later on. So, anytime for convenience. Thank you very much to our presenters. All right. So, since that was the last presenter, we are now moving on to the presentation and awarding of certificates to our participants and to our presenters. Sir Angel, you may now share the screen. All right, again, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to congratulate our presenters for the success of your presentations since yesterday. Right, allow me to present the certificate of appreciation to Mr. Sol de Vries for sharing his valuable time, knowledge, and expertise as a plenary speaker during the second CSU AIDE Incorporated Research Conference with the topic Embracing Borderless Boundaries to Educate the World, focused on evidence-based research, held on September 2 to 3, 2023. Given this third day of September 2023 at Cagayan State University Andrews Campus, given this signed by the founding president and CEO of AIDE Incorporated, Dr. Lin Xiocon, the University Dean of the Graduate School of Cagayan State University, Dr. Julius T. Capili, and our University President of Cagayan State University, Dr. Orduha G. Alvarado. To Mr. De Villas, thank you very much again for sharing your time with us yesterday. Another certificate is awarded to our keynote speaker, Dr. Gaurang D. Rami. He was our keynote speaker yesterday. And to our first plenary speaker, Dr. Emmanuel Y. Lambon, who spoke on the importance of mental health, wellness, and nutritional status of teachers post-pandemic. Right, and now let's award these certificates to our presenters. Certificate of Appreciation is awarded to Dr. Julius Jonathan A. Bermudez for having presented his paper titled The Relationship of Meaning. Oh, sorry, Dr. Bermudez was not able to present today, so let us please skip this. So without Sir Castillo. All right, so another certificate of appreciation is awarded to Dr. Conchita M. Temporal for presenting her paper titled Interactional Meta-Discourse Markers in Computer-Mediated British Parliamentary Debate, a Discourse Analysis, during the Second International Research Conference held via Zoom from September 2 to 3, 2023. Same certificate of appreciation is awarded to Dr. Melinda S. Ramirez. Next, please. Certificate of Appreciation is awarded to Dr. Chirbet Ayunon for presenting her paper on the phonology and basic clauses of Pitawi. To Dr. Sheila D. De La Cruz for her paper, Saving the Face, Language Courtesy Among College Students. To Dr. Ruth N. Magudayao for her papers, Sojourning of Foreign Students in the Philippines in their level of intercultural communicative competence as EFL learners. She also presented a different paper yesterday. And to Ms. Rian May Mangawil for her paper, Online Related Learning Experience of Nursing Students as Adapted by the College of Nursing in Southern Isabela. To Ms. Dota A. Mundo for her presentation on self-esteem in the workplace and motivational thrusts, basis for quality assurance. To Dr. Clovis N. Jucha for his presentation on the psychological well-being and resilience quotients and its relationship to teaching effectiveness, a basis for intervention plan. Thank you very much, Dr. Jucha. To Dr. Lin A. Xiocon for her paper titled Professional Characteristics and Instructional Leadership of School Heads, Their Relationship to the Implementation of Special Education Program. Thank you very much, Dr. Xiocon. Next, please, sir. To Dr. Brian M. Nozaleda for his paper, Vernacular House Architecture and Climate Change Adaptation, Lessons from the Indigenous Peoples of Cagayan, Philippines. To Dr. Romel L. Tagumasi for his presentation on tour guiding skills of tourist guides in Piat and Peña Blanca, basis for policy recommendation. Next, sir, please. To Dr. J. Emmanuel Asuncion for his paper on being community health workers in Cagayan Province. To Dr. Celia Flor Rodriguez Ferrer for her presentation yesterday. Thank you very much, Dr. Ferrer. To Ms. Jeannie Cornea Telan for her presentation today. Thank you very much. All right, that was it, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations again to our presenters. And to close this International Research Conference, may I call on Dr. Celia Flor R. Ferrer, our Program Chair for PhD Science Education and MST Programs.
Yes, thank you so much, Sir Bradley. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, po.
Okay. So today we have reached the last day of the second CSU AIDE International Research Conference. And on behalf of the technical group, we would like to extend our sincerest apologies for all the technical glitches during today's presentation. So to our equally supportive, active, and an epitome of beauty and elegance, Dr. Urduja G. Alvarado, the Cagayan State University President, to Dr. Lynn A. Shocon, the Founding President and CEO of AIDE Incorporated, and to our paragon leader of the graduate school, no other than Dr. Julius D. Capili, the University Dean of the Graduate School, to our graduate school professors who are joining us today, students, research presenters, ladies and gentlemen, good day. In concluding this remarkable international research conference, I am inspired by the unwavering dedication and collective brilliance that have illuminated these past days. The symphony of ideas, cultures, and expertise that has resonated within these virtual halls reaffirms the boundless potential of global collaboration in the pursuit of knowledge. As we depart from this conference, let us carry forth the embers of inquiry and innovation that have been kindled here. Let the connections we have forged serve as bridges that transcend borders, disciplines, and limitations. Our journey does not end here. It propels us forward with renewed vigor to explore the uncharted territories of science, to challenge existing paradigms, and to unveil solutions that will shape the destiny of our world. Remember that the pursuit of knowledge is a ceaseless expedition, one that demands both the precision of a scientist's lens and the visionary scope of a philosopher's gaze. Let us embrace this responsibility with humility, recognizing that every discovery we make, every insight we unravel, contributes to the mosaic of human progress. In the words of a great mind, research is to see what everybody else has seen and to think what nobody else has thought. Let us continue to be those fearless thinkers who dare to imagine the unimaginable and who dare to ask questions that have yet to be posed. The legacy of this conference rests not only in the papers presented, but in the enduring impact of our collective efforts will have on shaping the future. Thank you, each and every one of you, for being an integral part of this transformative journey. May your endeavors be illuminated by the light of curiosity, guided by the compass of collaboration, and fueled by the relentless pursuit of truth. Until we meet again on the frontiers of discovery, onwards and upwards. Congratulations, God bless, and mabuhay po tayong lahat. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ferrer. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now closing the second International Research Conference. And we thank you again for your participation and for your time, the time that you have spent with us in the past 2 days. All right, so thank you very much again, and please enjoy the rest of the day.